At 1 p.m. on the dot, 1 hour into stream. Oopsie. At the beginning was praising Twitch users, so the YouTube audience isn't interested in that. Alright, YouTube is going. What was... Oh, and we're doing the fin check now. Oh, if we have time, I also need to do the Legos. The advent calendar Legos. You see, there's a never-ending list of things. So, let's get the Insta 360 set up, and hopefully it will be cooperative today. Because it always takes a little while to kind of come online. So I'll turn it on now so it's already in webcam mode and hopefully being detected by OBS. Alright. Okay, the lens looks clean. The other side is not clean, but we won't be seeing the other side, but I'm gonna clean it anyway. Alright, it's clean. Ish. Alright. Let's slot this on here. Ooh. Alrighty. Okay. I'm not sure about the angle, but I guess we'll find out. So I just gotta do the little... I just gotta turn on the source and see if it appears. It does not appear. Oops. Deactivate, activate, properties, see if it wakes up. My OBS and the Insta360 are both fickle little creatures. Also, I always get this error on YouTube. Oh, okay, I think it's working now. Alrighty. Perfect. Okay. It always makes you wait. I need to remember how the Stream Deck fit check works. Actually, there we go. Okay, we're good. I now remember how it goes. Although actually I did need the source up for a moment so that I could tell. I think the framing is gonna be good. I just need to move my chair out of the way. So yeah, I can do that and figure out the removal of the chair. Look at us doing the fit check slightly earlier than last time. It is indeed working. It is. Okay. Look, if we do 2 fit checks, we can do the first one with the cool little wrap on. I do actually I got this when I was in the Seychelles, because after like 3 weeks of just wearing safari gear, I was like, you know, I kind of miss wearing girly things. And there were some things where you kind of had to dress up a little bit, and I saw this, and it was like the colors are gorgeous, the saturation, the shade of purple, like I don't know, it all hits the right dopamine centers in my brain. The flowers on it are nice, I know. So yeah, probably 1 fit check before the science part and maybe 1 afterwards if I'm not like completely demolished. Oh, we also have a parcel to open. There's just always things to do. There's always things to do. Okay. All right, let's see. How am I gonna... Sorry, I'm Tetrising. This.
Rotman 3D just redeemed Fincheck. Fitcheck trifecta.
Move this table to Fitcheck trifecta. I didn't know that we could redeem it 3 times. I had no idea what a fit check was a couple months ago. The last time I was perpetually on Twitch was a few years ago, and the streamers were generally less fashionable. No offense to the embassy of 20-somethings playing Hearthstone and Overwatch in a black t-shirt like I was. I mean, I don't know. I didn't consider myself like the most fashionable person on the planet, but once I finished my PhD and overcame the burnout, I was like, you know, I now have like a lot more time to dedicate to things like my appearance. And given I've spent my 20s, you know, maxing out the brain, I can now, like, you know, enjoy self-expression and all that. Okay, so I think we can start the fit check. I'm not sure if the music is going to play out loud or not, but hopefully it's going to play for y'all. Got the leak Alrighty. Well, the concept with the turntable, I do want to take credit for that. But the like terminology is not mine. Although FinCheck was terminology that y'all came up with. So credit where credit is due. Intelligence and charisma build. Yeah, pretty much. I was like, okay, we've done the academia stuff. I think that's as far as we're gonna get. Now I can enjoy the dressing up on my terms. All right, fit check time. Okay, I'm not hearing any music, so I just hope it's playing. Okay, I'm not hearing music. And this was just perfect for getting the advent. We hear music. Okay, good. I think, yeah. I reset my computer before stream because I was worried that like things would break. And sometimes like the audio stuff goes a little bit wonky when we do that. So anyway, this is a very actually an extremely international outfit. The dress was from Japan. This is from French Polynesia. This, actually no, this is, I thought this was from Thailand, but actually it is from LA. I got it here. My glasses are from the UK. This is from Africa. And I have no idea where the tights are from. I'm not sure at all, actually. So that is the picture.
Rothman 3D just gifted 10 subs.
Excuse me? Rotman? Thank you so much for gifting 10 subs. Vanospheres, Kaiser, Stop Llama Time, Lily Valoo, Bebop, Naked Victoria, Shadier Tree, Hero Carry, Mary Berry, and Yeronim Bosch. Thank you so much. I hope you all love your... Is Seychelles French Polynesia? No, Seychelles is in Africa, but it's also French. I think it's also French colony. Thank you so much, Rotman. That is so sweet. And starting a hype train that is already level 3. 43rd hype train, maybe, based on the numbers that we just learnt. That's how you get into the Twitch recap. I mean, Rotman is definitely in the Twitch recap. I was like, I'm pretty sure yours was the first name there. Thank you so much. That is so sweet of you. Let me... Before we, like, kill the bitrate even further, let's take this down. Thank you so much. That is so sweet of you. I do have to say, I feel super duper lucky. I'm very glad that I started streaming on Twitch and that all of you lovely humans found me. It is not at all what I expected when I joined the website. I actually thought streaming was a very different thing. I am the Twitch recap. I see how it is. We're glad to. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for the hype, everybody. It is very appreciated. Let's see. Time check. We've got time. I will like start like thank you so much for gifting BitGamey a tier 1 subscription too. BitGamey, I hope you love your sub and you get to use all of my delightful little bees and delightful little bees and sheep everywhere. Thank you so much. You are really all the sweetest. Like this has been a very generous to the community little day today. And enjoy your little snail badge. It actually like really make I specifically wanted all of my subscriber badges to be like little slow evolutions. So like the snail slowly come out, and then the next one is a tadpole. I wonder what tadpoles turn into. If only we had a biologist to tell us. Thank you. You are all you're really also sweet. We're not supposed to make Inés get emotional or emotional or cry before the science stream. Wasn't it Sabrina Carpenter who said, please, 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 don't prove I'm right. Something about not ruining the makeup when it was done so nice. I should put a lot of... Oh, and also, I even did a bit of eyeshadow today. That was the last bit of the fit check that I forgot to mention. And 1 second, my dress is so long that it is caught under my chair. There we go. Rescued. And also, it's actually kind of a dangerous dress because it's like completely sheer and transparent. So there is like a little bodysuit underneath, but it is like a super cool shimmery material. The eyeshadow ties into the wrap color. It does, and also into the blue. Let's see, can we... If this works, there we go. I tried to blend it in a little bit so it wouldn't be super stark or anything, but I thought we'd go for like the blue and orange. A tadpole grows into a pinch pole, into a dash pole, and then to a bunch pole, and then into a load pole. I see what you did there. Did I turn this on? I guess we will find out by doing this. Not a biologist, by the way. Okay, I have indeed not turned on the camera. I just took off the lens cap. I am considering like just plugging this onto a smart plug so I don't have to awkwardly reach up each time. So we're gonna do the Advent Legos, which I like completely destroyed them because the order. So this is not the official Lego opening order, but it's okay. Now where did I put the scissors? Oh, and I also have a parcel to open as well. Lots of things. Let me go remove the address from the parcel before that like appears on screen. No. Alright. Okay. My address no longer exists. And also, wait! Did something just happen? Did we just reach level 4 hype train? Sorry, I just saw like something appear on screen. But I think we might have got there earlier and I just saw something else do something. Wait, it happened. Okay, excuse
Jarvana
me.
cheered X300. Let me in on this.
Hello, good to have you here. Speaking of being in good company, Charvana is also an absolute delight. Delight of a human. I'm actually surprised Charvana wasn't in our like raids recap because we love raiding her. Hello. Oh.
この番組はご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りします。
Excuse me. This is not a we make a nice cry before.
BitGamey cheered X100. Love it here.
Thank you, BitGamey. Thank you so much. You are all absolutely lovely, sweet humans. Chara, I hope you love your tier 2 sub, which comes as mentioned with lots of little benefits. So actually, I know your Instagram, so I'm gonna add you to my close friends right now, and you get to see all of my Africa highlight stories and everything else. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for level 4 hype train. You all are the best. Look, you're gonna get to watch it happen now. Following. Add to close friends list. And I wonder you'll get to see this. And all of the Africa highlights that have a lot of things. And Tassie, if you make an Instagram account, just let me know what the username is, and we'll also be able to get in. Thank you so much. You were all so sweet, and thank you, everyone. Ram beat me to the gifts of. You are both very sweet. Don't worry, you're both all in the recap. I appreciate all of you so much. I feel like I'm just doing. I feel like I'm always doing I'm just saying like all of the cliched things. I'm like now I get it. I never know what to say. I'm just like overwhelmed with feelings of gratitude and appreciation, and the words are not really wording. Like I know I stream and I try and be an eloquent person, but I'm someone who like thinks in images and feelings. I'm like, oh, this is like a therapy exercise where I've got to turn these feelings into eloquent words and say and express them. Excited to stalk you. I hope you love what you see. I probably will be taking the Africa stories down at the end of the month, so less chance to get in on those. But yeah, basically when I don't stream as much because like I'm busy with life things, there's usually like exciting things that I get to post. So that was kind of my way to like try and give back a little to everyone who's like supported extra on this little Twitch journey. Use your powers for good. And this is close friend stories are the best. Oh, thank you, Shackle. You are so sweet. I genuinely am looking forward to it. Oh, and ad break starting, but hopefully fewer people are getting it now. Pat has an emote for every occasion. I need to get more. I need to set up more emotes, actually. Yeah. It has been clear to me on multiple occasions that actually, yes, the channel needs a slightly wider range of expressions. So, is this like a little Starbucks coffee thing? This looks like some whipped cream, and I love that there's two of them. They kind of know that I actually really liked whipped cream. I'm always like yes, I will have marshmallows and whipped cream on my drinks, and if I could have two of them, I would. A hot chocolate. Ooh, and maybe I should make myself a hot chocolate at some point as well. Maybe before starting the science part of the stream. So I'm assuming he's gonna be holding the hot chocolate. Oh, I said holding the hot chocolate. There we go. What if we put whipped cream on his head? He did it for charity. Rutman gifted his Twitch stream 12 subs to lovely people, and so I'm not gonna be putting whipped cream on my hair though. The whipped cream only goes in my mouth and my stomach. I say before I like accidentally create an incentive that I didn't sign up for. All right, this is gonna go into like the trophy of duplicate Lego pieces. There we go. And then I shall move out of the way because it will ruin everything that's in focus. Now we're gonna give him some Legos. I mean some legs, but that was I was gonna say that was an accidental pun, and also an accidental breaks the screen. There we go. We're back. I think there we go. Hello, Goldie2K. I sure. Hello to your friend Kane. I don't know who your friend Kane is, but welcome to the stream. You heard her, 20 subs and plop a whole bunch of whipped cream on her head. By on her head, it will probably be in my mouth. But actually, I don't think I have milk. So if we were making whipped cream, we'd be starting very early. We'd be starting really early in the process. And good to have you here, Goldie. We are going to be doing a little bit of science in 40 minutes from now, but like in a fun way, not in a lecture way, but in a I found like exactly the right person to dive into a fun paper that came out recently. Okay. Our hot chocolate guy is a little bit like me in the morning, slowly getting it together. There we go. All right. Not sponsored by Starbucks. And then we're gonna open the next one. Here we go. Let's do a little snippy snip to open this one up here. And oh, this looks like one that I might need instructions for, because I am not entirely sure what this is supposed to be. Is this a unicorn horn? This looks very potentially industrial. So where did let's grab the Lego box for a second. There we go. Which one is this? I think it's a drill. So I think this one. I think this is the one that we are building currently. It's a V6 motor. Oh wait, sorry. I need the instructions actually. I was like, oh yeah, I know which one it is, but did I commit it to memory? I did not. So let's bring that back. Because also it's confusing because there are always a few little duplicate pieces here as well, and that always means that I'm never sure if I'm supposed to use all of them. Like I can't always tell by just looking. So okay, that plops there. There's the little transparent piece that goes there. Fireworks. What are they celebrating today? It's not. It's a Wednesday. I guess Thursday in. Is it Thursday yet in Iceland? I'm trying to. I think midnight is still not for another hour, right? Sorry, in Denmark. Actually, yeah, Denmark might be closer to midnight. It's illegal to use fireworks. Jail! To be fair, what I like about Pasadena is it's also supposedly, and I say supposedly because sometimes there are fireworks, but it is illegal here for there to be fireworks, so all of the dogs can be happy on July 4th. And there's nothing more I want than the happiness of all dogs. This goes like this. The drill goes there. So this is a duplicate. This is a duplicate. These are normally just kids using fireworks. Are these like, in Spain we call them petardos. It's like the worst part of a firework. It doesn't even like look pretty or shine bright. It just makes a loud noise and maybe hurts if you're too close to it. Oh, and there's one, there we go. I was like, there's one more piece missing here. That goes there. Then this slots in this way. Fireworks in Denmark are only legal on 31st December and 6th January. That is very specific, but I can see why it would be the case on New Year's. And then this slots in like that. All right, so here are our Lego adventures from the last couple days, which we got them here. At some point we'll maybe, once we build all of them, maybe we can tell a little Lego story with everything that we have built. Okay. I will turn this off. Maybe I'll make the hot chocolate now. I feel like, do I want to make it now or do I want to make it closer to the start time? Sorry. Yeah, I need to smart plug this one. There we go. It's turned off. Put the lens cap on. Every 4th of July, the average number of fingers human have consistently decreases. Happy Independence from your digits day? I don't know. Yeah, I feel like I've I mean, I've seen some 4th of July fireworks because I was driving around that day. But I'm someone, as you know, although for some reason auditory alerts aren't super working right now, so this is not a cue to do this. But as you know, I jump scare very easily. So like firework days are always like a, you know, like I'm on edge like a little dog would be. Have you seen Dutch New Year's? I have not. Somehow I feel like Dutch people would not be big into fireworks, but at the same time, maybe it's like British people who seem very chill and calm until they get drunk. And then that also happens in Iceland every New Year, plus some people get to lose their eyesight. Ugh. I don't mind the fireworks as much, but there are a lot of gunshots in the air in my area. That is also another thing. Like, I remember... Sorry, I'm just hitching this up a little bit. There we go, sorry. Gotta keep the fit together. There was the very first night that I spent in LA when I moved here. I stayed in Inglewood and I definitely heard gunshots, but at first I thought they were fireworks. And then my husband was like, that was a gunshot. This is a dodgy area of town. We basically blew up the sky. Oh, when I was staying in Kuching in Malaysia, I thought this was pretty cool though. Like the day that Ramadan ended, actually there was like a whole week where like Ramadan, Harvest Festival, and I think like some other important day, like they all kind of happened in the same week. So like every night at midnight there was just tons of fireworks. And at the time I was staying on the top story of one of the few tall buildings in Kuching. So I actually had like a great view of the whole city. And there were just like fireworks coming out from everywhere, but I was far enough away that it wasn't loud. So it was quite the visual spectacle. And that I have to say was pretty cool. It did kind of seem like the sky was blowing up, specifically on Iftar after the end of Ramadan. It was like a collective, just the whole, for like 1 hour straight, it was like the whole city was blowing up, but in a very celebratory kind of way. Okay, I think I keep forgetting to do Wordle these days, so I kind of want to do a bit of Wordle. Let me see if is Instagram working. I'm gonna just try and repost my photo because it just gave up. I'll put the link up again. Again, I don't know how many people actually find my Twitch through Instagram versus other sources, but let's see if it works now. Oh, no. Is it working? I can't believe that if it's not working, that's actually a really long time for a big social media platform to be down. Yep, Thread's still not working. Story still not posting. Oh well. It's okay, I guess. Sorry, I need to really... I have the eternal problem that almost everything that I own is just like a tad too big and loose on me, but I do like a tight fit, so I'm always like adjusting everything. There we go. How unladylike of me. Woohoo. You might have to close down the app and restart it. Oh, does that mean it is working for other people? You'll post it on IG. Oh. Because I'm getting this. Like the red screen of death of it didn't post. Oh, but this one did post. Okay, good. Could try to throw up a Twitch story. Been noticing more people do going live and posting silly clips. I could do, but I feel like you would just see the live notification. I don't know. I feel like... I think my problem is I don't like to pester people. But I probably have to be more pestery. I'll see if Threads... Post failed to upload. I'm gonna just try Threads one last time. Da, 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 da. Dee, 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 dee. To be fair, Threads is not... I feel like, you know, Blue Sky has won out for me in the Threads versus Blue Sky battle. But I try. Let's see. Posting. It's thinking about... Posted! Okay, and now I will add the link. Link to watch. It will be a long one today. Oh, that clicked on the wrong thing. clicked on the right thing now. Okay, I'm almost back. We're back. I ain't seen no live notifications on Twitch anywhere. Wait, really? I always put silly little things in my caption. Well, mostly I try and use the like live notification. I guess Twitch does tell me how many people have it turned on, not who specifically. So I kind of get it. But I also feel like if you're opting out of going live notifications, you might want to opt out of the stories too. All right, I want to do some wordling, whilst we have the time. Let me clear all of my notifications in advance of that, and I'm on Do Not Disturb. Okay. So now I plug this in and I open the software, the magic screen mirroring software. Oh, did I open up the package? No, I did not. Thanks, Merlin. Where did that package go? Here it is. I was like, the ADHD was pretty strong, actually. Stories are fun. Leaves the little icon. Oh, okay, that's a good point. IG is how I usually get notified. Second is email, and third is opening Twitch and being surprised. If you're in the Discord server, in the like #roles channel, if you put on the Twitch pings, you'll get a Discord ping. I could use @everyone, but I don't like doing that. Okay, I know what this is. I think this is a zebra bodysuit. So we have a giraffe onesie and a zebra bodysuit. So we can have two African animals themed little streams. I think this will be fun for when we do Just Dance, assuming that it's not like completely see-through or like I can wear like sporty things underneath. I think this would be fun to dance in. Maybe a little sweaty, but I think it'll be fun. You got your satellite dish today. Exciting. Hopefully that means better internet and broadcasting. I rely pretty much exclusively on Discord pings. Number 4 Discord pings. Okay. Well, I will, just do a little plug for the Discord. Feel free to join if you want. All of the pings are opt-in, so you can choose to have your YouTube pings, Patreon pings, and Twitch pings. I sometimes use the everyone ping, but it's only if it's something very important, and this like less than once a month. So this is for TV signal. I'm never switching from the fiber. Oh, good point. But yes, for good TV. Okay. I'm not taking it out because I don't want it to get dirty until I wear it. But I am like, it feels nice. It's gonna be comfy to wear this. Praying it's a tight fit. Thank you. Okay. Can't set it up until January. Is that just no time, or like kind of a 1st of January thing? That's when you're like allowed for licensing reasons, or like time of the year. Is it a zebra suit? It is. I'm gonna be a barcode, a walking barcode. It will either look super cool or it will just be a moire disaster if I'm doing Just Dance. We'll see how the bitrate copes with it. I think it'll be funny though. Regardless. Okay, so let's see. I need to now switch to the phone mirror, and hopefully this is gonna work. Let's see. Let's find out. It did not work. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to... I think it's because... Did the app update maybe, and now OBS recognizes it as something different? It is unclear. But... Alright, there we go. So... if you scan the code, 1 million. Okay, so... Wordle No, backseat gaming, please. I like to do my Wordles on my own, but everything else is fair game. Happy for it to be a joint venture. I always like to go to connections to pick a word. And then use that to kick off. Ooh, Pokemon! Nice. Okay, these are very... these are very long words, so we might just start with our tried and tested word. No judgments, please. I found an up converter. My sister has one not being used. I'm going to acquire it in the future. Nice. Will she be visiting you in Denmark, or is this like a shipping across the sea kind of thing? Okay, so there's no O, no E. So, and there is a B. Let's see. I was going to do fiber, but there's no E. There's no E. I was like, maybe it could end in UMB. Thumb. Let's try thumb. Not the best choice for vowels, but ooh. Oh. Okay, plum? Because it's not crumb. Hell yeah. Okay, that went pretty straightforward actually. If the bit rate does struggle, you can be your own strobe light. Do people like strobe lights? Okay, I did go to a rave once and I kind of enjoyed it. I do remember, so the like 2 weird health and safety things I had to do when doing my animal flight PhD and research. So my undergraduate project was working with locusts, and that one I would use a strobe light and then like take high-speed photography using the strobe light. So it would like take very quick flashes and you would be able to freeze the moment, how strobe light works. Then we like upgraded to lasers, and then we upgraded to like infrared LED lights. So far more sophisticated and effective, but less visually interesting from a human perspective. So we would then, I remember in order to use the strobe on my own, they had to make sure that I wasn't going to have an epileptic fit. I don't have epilepsy, but you know, the strobe can sometimes be what makes someone find out they have photosensitive epilepsy. So I remember that I had to like just dial through the strobe light at all of the different frequencies and, you know, make sure that my brain doesn't have a seizure. And then I was like, okay, you're cleared to like use the strobe whenever. The other time I had to do like a health and safety thing. I was only allowed to work out of hours with bees once I knew I wasn't allergic. And thankfully the first day I got my bumblebees, they stung me and I was fine. So I then got to work at Inace hours. Thank you, Doug. I appreciate that. I'm just going to get it one day. My parents had it when they had satellite internet that was slower than dial-up. Ooh, the 2010s. Okay, that is, yeah. I usually start with piano and shoot. Those are good words to start with. I like starting with less optimized words because I just think it makes it a little bit more fun, and I'm always a bit of a martyr and want a little bit more of a challenge for myself. My old words that I used to start with used to be bacon, and then I did human for a while, but now I like the picking from connections challenge. And then it became a meme. Like the one time, there was once I had to use the word boner because it was just the only word that came to mind from what was available. The word was owner. And, you know, when I can't think of anything else to start with, I'm like, okay, that will be the backup word. But I'm gonna ask first. Also, strobe lights always pointed into my eyes. Strobe lights are fun for optical illusion hijinks. I have enjoyed strobe lights. Like I once did go to a rave in Sweden actually, and I remember they did have like very intense strobe lights, and I was kind of like, okay, there is like a fun feeling with this that I kind of get it. Like I do have to be in the mood for it. Ad starting in 3 minutes. I think after that I'm gonna start, like I will just poke my nose into Racco's stream and be like, I'll start up the virtual camera and start setting up the stream together in a very leisurely fashion. But let's do connections. And I will also... Inace might do like a break for once, because I will, you know, do a little bathroom break, make sure I don't need to go during the science portion. I might make a little hot chocolate for myself. Responsible. So responsible of me. Okay, so there's a lot going on here. Xanadu, wasn't that a like social media website from back in the day? Wikipedia, Xanadu, those are two websites. PayPal is also a website. I'm not sure what the other website is. Shangri-La is a hotel, I think, as well as, you know, character. Inace, it rhymes with escape. Inace, it rhymes with sometimes taking a break. Strobe Lights always make me think of Twin Peaks. I haven't watched that, but I know it's good. I've almost finished watching season 1 of Arcane. I think today after stream, maybe tomorrow, depending on how late we end, I will finally watch the finale. I'm enjoying it very much. This is like Inace joins in on pop culture. She's watching a thing. Watch someone collect all past games and boner to be found to be the most efficient word. We could ask the Wordle bot, actually. It probably will have an opinion on the matter. Okay. I'm seeing Ketchum, Ash Ketchum, which I'm assuming probably is a red herring if it goes with Pokemon, but Primate, not Primate, though. Is Xanadu a website? I think of it as a movie. I don't know, actually. Okay, if it's a website, what I remember is it being referenced in a book as a social media website. So I don't know. I've never used it myself. Snow Globe has lots of little tiny bits in it. Hairspray has lots of tiny little bits in it. It's legitimately one of my favorite things ever, original and returned. One of my big faves. Is it on Netflix? Or which streaming platform is it currently on? Again, Inace is on a quest to, like, be current with pop culture. Jazzercise, what is that? Jazzercise, Paradise, does that rhyme? Salad dressing, Magic 8 Ball, Paralympics. I'm not sure. I have no idea what I am reading right now, honestly. Wikipedia, Snow Globe, Seventh Heaven, Shangri-La, Paradise, Seventh Heaven. Those are things that are, you know, high up, right? I feel like I think I'm kind of reaching a little bit here. Like when I think of Shangri-La, I know there's a hotel chain called Shangri-La, and the only reason I know this, the very first time I went to Malaysia, I remember I got propositioned by a sex worker. She was like, and I'm not making fun of her accent, like she used this accent on me. She was like, "Oh my god, you speak English? Would you like us to visit you in your hotel afterwards? It'll have to be in a couple hours because we're going to Shangri-La first." And I was like, why am I, as a 19-year-old woman, going to a hostel? Why am I being propositioned? I mean, I'm flattered, I guess, but also no. But I remembered, you know, they were like, we're in Shangri-La, so that just always comes to mind every time I read that word. I'm like, oh yeah, that one time in Malaysia. But I am still none the wiser for this one. I'm also gonna take my trophy of Lego pieces off the table before it falls. Jazzercise, Paralympics, Pokemon, Wikipedia, combined words. Actually, yeah. Well, I've got no other leads, so I'm with you on that one. So let's try Jazzercise, Pokemon. Oh, but could it be Hairspray is also a combined word, or is this not quite in the same way? I'm struggling to find connections today. Same, and we've got 10 minutes to do it, so... plus I need a little, like, short break before starting, so we're gonna try this. Oh! Proper noun, portmanteau. Good job, Bradman. And good job, Tassie. Okay. Ketchum, is a salad dressing with a different letter at the end. But I don't think that's Hairspray movie, Xanadu movie, Shangri-La movie, Primate movie. I don't actually know. I'm just like spitballing here. Hotman words put together. You put ketchup on salads? No. Oh no. Also like just random little story. My mom used to for supper, she would always make me like a little bit of bread and butter and cheese, and then a salad, and then she'd give me strawberries with hundreds and thousands, which are like the little sprinkles, or like sugary sprinkles that you put on top. And I remember once her wires got crossed and she put the sprinkles on the lettuce and the olive oil on the strawberries. It did not work, but it was very funny and very cute. Rosebud is a famous movie item. Okay, a snow globe, is that something that's famous in a movie? Maybe a Christmas movie? Rosebud, I don't even... What would the other one be? Paradise? Isn't Primate Planet? Planeta Simio? El Simio? Was that the ape? I don't know. You see, growing up in Spain throws you off. You're just not Americanized when getting things, when trying to do these things. Also, PayPal. Like, how does PayPal integrate into all of this? Seventh Heaven. Rosebud and Snow Globe are connected in Citizen Kane. We did say hello to a Kane earlier. What's Ketchum? I'm thinking Ash Ketchum from Pokemon. One letter away is ketchup. Yes. Well, you know, get salad dressing and like other like dressings for food in little cups. I've seen Magic 8 balls used in parody. Okay, what else would be linked to Citizen Kane? As someone who has not watched this movie. Xanadu Paradise. Ah, yes. Seventh Heaven. Shangri-La. Okay. Utopia. Nice. Good job, everyone. Thanks for carrying today's game of connections. Okay, so one of these is the super hard one, and one is not so much. But let's see. Hairspray, musical item. Is there 3 other things invented by Indians to match with PayPal? Hairspray? No. Salad dressing? Alright. Citizen Kane. To my movie buffs in the chat. Any other words that would go with that? Cause yeah, I am not sure. I'm kind of at a loss. I would have. I don't even know if I wouldn't have even known where to start with this one. And we've got 10 minutes. Rosebud, 8-ball, snow. What's it? Wait, Rosebud is a toy? What is a rosebud? I realize I don't know what it is. I'm just thinking like, you know, a rose that hasn't opened. Words with friends in them. Oh! Gosh, you're so good at this, Rotman. I bet that's purple. That has to be purple. Smart. Yeah, I think that's probably it, actually. Should we spoil Citizen Kane? Ending in cinnamon. Very good spot. That is usually like the kind of ones that I like to get. Hairspray, salad dressing, magic 8 ball. Are these Citizen Kane things, or is this hairspray something you apply to something, salad dressing something you apply to something, magic 8 ball something you apply to a situation? Ketchum. Oh, a chum. My chum. A very slang word for friend. Anyway, I do kind of need to get things ready for this like collab, so I'm just gonna lock that in. Things you shake. Oh, I didn't know you shook a ball. Oh, someone said that earlier. I'm so sorry. I was just thinking like a handshake. I'm sorry. I think you all win this one. I'm gonna take a super duper quick break then I'm gonna like drop into Racco's stream, and we will start with all the brainy stuff. And yes, I know Hairspray is a musical too, which also is what I was thinking of. So I will be right back. Be good, everyone. I just need to make sure I'm ready. I agree. Okay, I have a hot chocolate becoming the hot part of its name. I have never gone to the bathroom with a lapel mic, just to make it clear. It's not the same. Pokemon Ketchup and Rosebud were devious red herrings. They were very devious ones. I should import that Be Right Back screen over here. The problem is the one that does have that, the like frames are rotated. I'm gonna go pop into Racco's stream. So I know I'm here, but actually I'm not exactly here. I'm setting up. So I gotta pull...
Today, in just a few minutes, I'll be joining and joined by Draw Curiosity.
Oh, speaking of.
A
right on cue.
A PhD
I do need to
in
introduce
insect flight biomechanics, who got her degree from Oxford. She is a sort of full-time science communicator, award-winning science communicator, does science content on YouTube and on Nebula, so check out her channel.
Okay.
Check out her channel. She is live
timing.
right now.
Do you have whipped cream? I don't. I just have milk.
Curiosity. There
Giving
we go.
the microwave.
So check out her
on
channel.
the
She's live right now. We're about to co-stream.
Oh,
check out her
biological
YouTube
horror
channel.
detected. Okay, I'm gonna mute him for a moment so I can figure out the. Inace is thinking very hard. Okay, I need to start virtual camera. Start virtual camera. Then, do I like? No, that's, there we go. Is that the thing that I have to do? Yes, that is the thing I have to do. Guys, behave. They're very welcome and lovely guests. Okay, I'm gonna unmute this for a moment.
And all that. And I'm being invited. So let's see. Start virtual camera.
One second. I am still setting up.
This works.
I just like
Ken
clicked.
Started.
Ooh. Okay. Shared chat started. I think we have a shared chat now. Hello, Al. Welcome in. Start shared chat. All right. 1 second. We're doing the like stuff right now, so just give me a little moment. Turn camera on. OBS virtual camera. There we go. That is my camera. Okay, it is rotated. Racco, you'll have to rotate it, unfortunately. I don't know if you can hear me right now. Is this the right microphone? Can you... Sorry. Doing the troubleshooting part.
So I have your stream up and I can hear you that way, but I can't hear you on the chat. So I have your stream up and I can hear you that way, but I can't hear you on the chat.
Okay, 1 second.
Yeah, so that's... And also, I was apparently really loud there. I apologize. So
oh, no, you're good.
And also, I was apparently really loud there. I apologize.
Sorry. Test microphone. La 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 la. Testing the microphone. Did that work? I should have the right microphone selected. I can only hear Racco. Okay. And there is indeed an echo. Racco has an echo because he's playing out loud, and that is me. I kind of was worried about the audio part. I thought a lot about. All right, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna switch the audio over.
This is interesting.
I am going to mute Chrome.
Select start virtual camera.
All right. Okay. Oh, wait, there is an echo again here. Why is that? There shouldn't be. I need to turn this down for me. All right, so Racco's loud. How about me? Now I don't hear Racco. Yeah, I muted Racco.
Camera is in use elsewhere.
Oh, have you started the virtual camera, Racco? Because the virtual camera underneath the streaming and recording is what lets it happen. Yeah. Sorry. Bear with us, everybody. I knew that it would take a little bit to set up. It's always the case. It's always the case. Let's see. Copy guest one slot link. I will create anyway the source here for when it starts to work.
This is very peculiar. It's not working. I do apologize. I am very technologically illiterate. It's not working. I do apologize. I am very technologically illiterate.
Okay. I've created a browser source with Racco, but right now there's nothing coming through on it. I think he's echoing because I think my stream is appearing on his. So I need to find out how to get my audio through here. Sorry. Each device will remember its own settings. Is there...
Okay.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah, this is so weird.
Welcome back, Al!
This is so weird.
Okay, how about now? Does my audio come through the shared chat thing? This might be a disaster, but I might try and screen share for someone else.
Copy browser source.
Knows what we're doing.
Copy
Secondary
browser
camera. Source. Display. All right, this is what I'm trying to figure out here. My voice is fine. So I think it's because my stream might be showing in Racco's stream, so maybe his voice is coming back.
No cane, no banning. Don't goof. No cane, no banning. Don't goof.
So this is what Rekko's getting from the virtual camera. This is what I'm getting, which will appear on OBS at some point. It's not letting me select microphone here, but in my settings, there's this disaster going on. I could get the lapel microphone
source.
and set it up that way, so there's a separate source.
Add browser source.
Because I think we're getting double Rekko because, let's see, if I mute here, I can still hear you from here. So that is working.
All right,
right?
that didn't
You
work.
can hear this? Yes? No? I'm gonna retrieve my hot chocolate from the microwave. That's
Okay,
something I
so
will
I've got
Okay.
Draw Curiosity on my stream.
do. Okay. Rekko is now less loud. And I will try and be louder. How about that? Is this better now? Let's
But I
see.
don't hear her,
Okay.
and I don't know how to.
All right. Okay. Let me let me try and share the audio. Give me a moment. Let's see. Voice chat. Why is this not working? If I do audience mix, that's going to be a disaster. If I do, I think it's this one. I'm pretty sure it's this one, right? Microphone, to beacon create mix create. I think it should be this one.
Peculiar.
Okay.
Let's see. So let me catch up on chat just in case somebody has
In the
said
right
something.
corner.
Yeah, welcome in everybody from Draw's chat. I hope you're doing well. I do apologize if my volume is very loud. I don't know how to fix that.
I can just turn it down here. Okay. Hello, Lyldon. Welcome in. You've arrived just in time for a collaboration. But for some reason, Rekko can't hear me, so I think I'm gonna try. I don't know if you can hear me, Rekko. I'm gonna set up a separate microphone. I'm going to set up another microphone for you, Rekko, if you can't hear me. I did kind of know that there would be like a few minutes where things would have to be. Oh, sorry. Okay, his volume is back. His volume is back. Hello, Cat Black. Hello, welcome in. Good to have you here. One moment. Where did my...
Okay, so I've rotated Draw's camera so that she's now vertically oriented on my stream. Let me...
Okay, Rekko, I'm gonna set up a lapel mic, and you'll get the feed from the lapel mic, and hopefully that
I still don't hear Dr. Dawson, so I don't know why I'm not getting audio.
New audio source incoming right now. Let's see, turn this on. Wait, we turn the receiver on first. And then we turn this one on to pair it. Okay, and now I just need to plug this in and then set that up. Okay, that's plugged in now. And then I'm going to shared chat and microphone, and then we are going to try and find the wireless one in this long list. It might take a while for it to appear too, so actually, there we go, here it is. Okay, how about now? Can you hear me now? It must, the sound must be going through now. Hopefully. Let's go set another mic. Okay. Rekko, can you hear me now? I'm just, okay. I guess I should talk a little bit just to like test a little.
I can hear you.
Okay, good. This worked. All right, perfect. Did your camera work? I can show you how I did it on my end if it helps. So what I did in OBS, welcome to the tech stream, on virtual camera, before you start virtual camera in settings, you just put the source that your camera is in. So I put it to my capture card, which is connected to this camera. And then you start the virtual camera, and then that is what I selected here. So you can select a virtual camera, but you can only use a video source for one thing at a time. So OBS will do it for you.
Okay, so how do I... and how do I turn off my camera on OBS so that I can have it as the virtual camera?
So, okay, I already technically started mine, but I can stop it for... Oh, here we go. On this little thing here, it's like output type, you click source, and then output selection, whatever is the name of your thing that is connected to the camera. So in my case, it's capture card, but I'm sure yours has whatever name you gave it.
Yeah, mine is just my webcam. But yeah, so I have that, but it's still not showing up in the together thing because it's saying my camera's still in use. But
oh,
so I think I need to kill that in OBS.
So you don't want to use, like, I wouldn't be using the Elgato virtual camera, although I think actually it probably would work. Or like my HP Vision, you would be using the OBS virtual camera selection here. If that,
okay.
if that appears.
OBS virtual camera.
Yeah.
All right, let's see that.
In the meantime, whilst you set that up, I am going to... Sorry, I've been slacking on my intro duties, and I'm gonna introduce you to my audience. Wait, wrong page. Twitch. Stream schedule. I have a little bio for you. So, okay. Basically, TLDR, this paper came out, and sorry, I'll let you set up and I'll introduce you to my audience because I kind of started a little bit late. So everyone who's here from Racco's channel, you already know him. You already know he's great and cool and perfect for what we're going to talk about today. At the end of November, this interesting paper came out that was basically about how Twitter and moral outrage helps spark the spread of misinformation. And I thought it was really interesting that someone had actually been able to, you know, quantify this and do a whole study on it. Now, Rakadactylus, apart from doing lots of amazing Zelda speedruns, also does science communication on Wednesdays, and turns out he is a grad student researching the field of social cognition and specifically why people believe weird things. So it's literally, if you ask me, a match made in heaven. I was like, I think he's the perfect person to invite to kind of dig through this paper, because I may be a doctorate holder, and it may be a doctorate from the University of Oxford, but it's not a doctorate in social cognition. And you said you were comfortable with me sharing your name, or your audience knows your name, right?
Yes.
So, okay. So your name is Emilio Lobato, graduate student in Cognitive and Information Sciences Department at UC Merced, and you have a BA in Psychology from the University of Central Florida and a Master's of Science in Cognitive and Behavioral Science from Illinois State University. So, you know, I like to share, you know, the actual credentials, you know, if I'm having a guest on, etc., because I try and pick my guests well, and I think that Racco is literally perfect for this. So this is why, you know, we're doing the whole, like, shared collab and having tech issues together. Chat is not being shared anymore. Oh, is it not? Ooh, thanks for letting me know. Start sharing chat. There we go. It's enabled again. Sorry about that.
There we go. Okay, and can everybody in my channel here draw curiosity?
Okay, I'll chit-chat here just to see if you can hear me or not. A bit on the quiet side.
So let me boost that a bit.
Okay. Oh, and I see... Wait, something is saying session session.
I mean, I'm always dubious when my mods have feedback because, you know, mods like to abuse streamers, but you know, assuming Caneby was being direct there. I have boosted a bit, and Doug Sarb, you say levels are good for her channel. Cool.
Okay, good. I think we're mostly set up here. I just need your camera if you want to. I'm also happy with you being like
I think
a
my camera is
floaty
on
voice.
now. I think my camera's is on the stream together thing.
Okay, this is what's popping up for me.
Let me...
Just to... Oh, I can also adjust guest volume. I didn't know that.
Oh, weird, because on mine I'm seeing both.
Okay.
Oh, that is strange.
Should I close and rejoin? At risk of causing chaos, but I could try doing that.
Let's see.
I'm not sure. Network issues detected. That's what it says, apparently. Thanks for spotting that, John. It's okay. It wouldn't be an innate stream if there wasn't, like, at least one bit of tech that goes rogue. Usually multiple pieces.
That is very weird. I don't,
Okay. Let's see. Remove, no, like, remove and add back? I don't know. Let's see. Add to favorites, copy. Include my camera, remove. Joop, joop. This is so odd. I don't know. Stream together updates.
Try. Maybe I'm the one who needs to leave and rejoin.
Okay. I'll let you do that. It's like you hang up first. You hang up. I'll just could join in again. All right. Okay. Invite guests. Racco. Send invite. Start sharing chat. Okay. Your face is still a gecko. Oh, you have a face now. Perfect. Brilliant.
Face acquired.
Okay, and now I need to action. Okay, I don't know what that meant, but right now is where I copy your guest one, I assume. So let me go pop that into here. Paste. Okay. And oh, you have a face. You're on my OBS. All right, perfect. Okay, we're good. I'll switch to this for now until we have like a paper on screen, and I guess I'll just like move your face around as makes sense, and I'm sure whatever you're doing on your stream makes perfect sense too.
Nothing I ever do on my stream makes sense. But yeah,
we can see your face.
Hello, everybody.
And this is for Doug. I saw the pun. I will also say, now that we've fixed the tech, we'll probably be much more attentive of chat. I'm aware we have a shared chat here, so it will probably be like a little mishmash of both of us. Oh, okay, thanks. Thanks, Mateos, for the heads up. I will increase Racco's volume a little bit. Thanks. So yeah, I imagine we'll probably both be addressing chat. I've never done a thing like this where like different people are in together, so be patient with us. I'm sure it will be a very fun stream regardless. There is an ad break currently running on my stream, which I apologize for, but it will be over and done with very soon. Hello, Alethea Crane. Welcome. Good to have you here. I also feel like I should like actually repost on Blue Sky. Like the science portion is starting now, so I might do that if you. I think I dropped in just as you were doing your like intro at the time. You were like, draw curiosity. I was like, oh, hello, I'm here.
Yeah, that's fine. And yeah, I can also do a little Blue Sky thing as well.
Okay, I'm just doing science portion beginning now. Posted, did it. Can you boost to audio anymore? My laptop. Oh, okay. I can also try speaking a little bit louder. I don't know if this has like a... Actually, I'm not sure I can really control the volume, so... You can't spell stream without tech difficulties. Precisely. Oh, and I need to get my hot chocolate. So you're gonna grant me 10 seconds to acquire the best beverage of all time. And I guess those of you on Racco's stream are gonna hear it because you're attached to me. Ooh. Super secret.
How does that sound now, Alethea? Hey, Deadly. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well.
All right. Hi.
Hello.
Oh, good question, Cirque. This is not, but I do have Majordomo Mexican hot chocolate that I got from Mexico.
Ooh, nice.
But today I made a little Nesquik because it needed to be quick and I didn't want to screw up any of the nice hot chocolates in my haste.
But real quick, just to be correcty a little bit, and I do apologize. I earned my PhD this past spring, so I'm no longer a graduate student. I am no longer amongst the unwashed, tainted graduate students struggling to eke by an existence in an oppressive academic system. I am now a PhD who is struggling mightily to eke by an existence in an oppressive system.
Allow me to correct myself. Rhacodactylus Dr. Emilio Lobato, PhD from UC Merced, who specializes in why humans believe weird things. And I apologize for reading an outdated bio that you should really, inform them that you now earned your PhD. And that's even better.
Yeah, no. So the bio that Dr. Dawson found is from when I was a first-year graduate student at the University of California, and it was part of bios that a lot of graduate students were asked to write for a National Science Foundation fellowship to a number of universities studying intelligent adaptive systems. So it is, from my first year, so it was absolutely accurate at the time, with, a little bit of grandiosity, fluff yourself up kind of stuff thrown in, because you always got to pat yourself on the back, I guess. But yeah, so but the program itself has ended, and they just have not scrubbed the website of that. So like a lot of graduate students' bios are still up there, and they are all sort of equally outdated, because these were my cohort members. I've kept up with them. University websites, they're never up to date.
I'm kind of scared to search my old ones because I have no idea what it would say there. I think that's why I was like, just correct me. You mentioned what not to include, but you didn't mention the addition of the doctor. But I should have known. I should have known, and I apologize for that. And also,
No
like
worries.
a mandatory, to everyone in my chat watching, if you don't follow Racco, he does sciencey things every Wednesday. So I think if you enjoy the stream, you'd probably enjoy his streams in general, just putting it out there. I'm also doing my best to keep up with chat. I might ask mods if they're good questions and we miss them, just save them for us so I can make sure that we're keeping track, because I don't want to miss anything, but it is, I know that probably some things will fall by the wayside, but I usually do my best to keep up with everyone in chat. If I miss your puns or your insights, don't be shy to just repost it. I would actually love that. So yes, follow Racco.
And everybody in my stream should absolutely be following Draw Curiosity as well, not just here on Twitch, but on YouTube. They are a YouTube SciComm streamer, and if you have a Nebula account, do check them out on Nebula.
Biological horror detected. Right on cue. Thank you so much, Dudley Wolfguard, for the follow. Welcome. All right, sorry. Okay, so can we spare a moment to admire Racco's magnificent beard? I am absolutely okay to set a timer. 1 minute of beard appreciation. There we go. Beard appreciation.
Well, I'll just be embarrassed for a minute. That's cool.
I used to have a redeem on my channel that was like I would stare awkwardly at the camera for 1 minute, and then I decided that I could not do this, so we just did it once. But now it is your turn. Actually, I just realized that you actually have an extremely long beard that is braided. So yes, thank you, Mateos. I think that was a very, very necessary request. You know, I actually have a policy of no fit checks for guests, but I think that was good for the beard. Sorry about that. Shall we proceed onto the topics at hand? And this is where I awkwardly pull up the little paper which I downloaded through somebody else's institutional access, because even though they published in Science in our Year of the Lord 2024, it's not open access.
Yeah, so let me do that as well. Although I, via my institutional access that I still have, can access it via the browser. I just need to switch over to here, and let's add Draw Curiosity there. And
okay, here is my. I did not know that Microsoft Edge was my default PDF opening device, and I shall rebel against that. I don't know, file viewer?
Yeah, do apologize, chat. I don't have enough room for both of us and the articles and chat, so I'm going to have to disable on-screen chat. I do apologize. But for those who are watching on my stream, I do like to have a references command that links to a paste bin with links and titles to all the articles that I structure things around for my SciComm streams. So that's what's on screen on my channel right now. And if I am predicting correctly the article that you want to start with, it's Misinformation Exploits Outrage to Spread Online. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then we'll switch over to that one. And yes, unfortunately, this one is not open access. Oh, and apparently I don't have access through... All right, that's silly and dumb.
Okay, I have the article up here, if that helps, but if you want to if you wanted to screen share it, I can also try doing it that way. I can also try oh, I can send you a WeTransfer actually that has the article if you would like that. Free access to science. We're spreading it without moral outrage. I
do have the PDF as well.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say,
So
if you need a WeTransfer, I can supply that.
Oh no, just real quick, I'm going through and deleting all my highlights and stuff, because when I go over articles, I like it to just be clean, because I don't know how you are, but when I leave comments and stuff over articles, they're for me, and so they can sometimes come across as curt and a little terse, and I do respect these authors and don't want my sort of terse comments and snide jokey things to come across, so I'm quickly just deleting all those things.
Racco is reviewer number 2. Which for anyone who has the joy of not being a part of the academic community, when you submit an article for publication, it gets peer reviewed by usually at least 2 people, one of which will probably have lovely things to say about your article, and then there's reviewer 2 who will have something objectionable, such as, why did you not cite my paper? This article should just not exist in the first place.
Do you know what's interesting? Yeah. So I very much am reviewer 2 on this, because their behavioral studies are something that I published back in 2020, and I am a little surprised that I wasn't cited, but I would never have insisted that they cite my work. But one of their behavioral studies is almost exactly a study that I got published in 2020 about COVID misinformation.
Okay, so this is also why you are a guest here, because you, this is your area of expertise, know a lot more, and have even published in the field. So rather than me figuring it out all on my own, you might be carrying quite a bit of this stream, and I will probably be just asking you a lot of questions and learning and fascination. I'm also just making your face cam a little bit... There we go. It's a little bit bodged together, but I think the layout works over here. So anyway, this is the paper. I'm just assuming we're looking at the same thing. I realize on this part we will be looking separately, but basically, this paper came out. I did kind of have this little idea, which I completely skipped over, of, you know, just asking chat in general, like, what do you think of when you think of Twitter? Like, what emotions do you experience? Where I'm like clearly fishing for. I feel like Twitter depresses me whenever I open it, and I don't know if that's the case for anyone else. But it's usually like people angry and annoyed about certain things, and that's usually what gets the most retweets, the most reshares, and then the algorithm picks it up and feeds it out to more people. And there's just something about the experience and the emotions that it causes when you use that social media platform compared to other ones. Like each one has its own vibe and feel depending on, you know, what their algorithms prioritize. And it's, you know, kind of setting us up for the question, why is Twitter like that? I trust nothing online anymore, and I just assume everything is a rage bot. That's kind of where the stream is going, potentially. A reminder a former professor gave us, don't use LibGen. Don't use LibGen. Don't use Sci-Hub. Yep. I don't know what you're talking about, Mateos.
I mean, in fact, I was also that kind of instructor for the classes that I taught. On day one, on syllabus day, I would show them Sci-Hub and LibGen to show them what not to use. I would pull it up on the browser, say, do not go to Sci-Hub and put in a DOI like this to get an article that, you know, that's bad. Don't go to LibGen and look for your textbook. I would have to walk them through what not to do. So, reminder everyone, things like Sci-Hub and LibGen, don't use them.
Precisely. So, anyway, back... Yeah, Instagram and Facebook are full of bots. If human would vanish, there would still be images and comments posted on both websites. I think now we're in the age where, I mean, even Blue Sky has bots as well. Yeah. But, you know,
that is the dead internet theory, is that so much of the internet is just bot accounts and things like that basically existing to interact with one another to give the appearance of activity.
Which is definitely like an element of social manipulation, like trying to take advantage of social proof if it seems that lots of people agree with a certain perspective, often political. Probably should have made a little disclaimer, like I don't generally do politics on my streams. I know that you do, Rako, and you do share a lot of political content. Like obviously here we are talking about articles that do kind of analyze case studies that involve some politics. So there will be a little bit of that in this specific stream, just as like a heads up to my viewers, which I was supposed to do in advance, but I was too busy putting a hot chocolate in my microwave. And I don't think we can like talk about Twitter without, you know, avoiding the literal elephant in the room. So
yeah, I do talk about politics, not because I like focus on politics per se, but the science of what I study is political. You know, conspiracy theories are political pieces of information and misinformation. A lot of science and pseudoscience does get wrapped up in political policy, and I've given up long ago the idea that I can talk about science, especially my science, in a way that is apolitical. But I do recognize that there are a lot of colleagues who do keep that up, especially online, when politics usually means like a lot of fighting with one another rather than like nitty-gritty policy on like, here's what an effective piece of legislation would do to decrease crime by 3% or something like that. The lack of a coherent definition for politics means that it's an understandable thing for people to want to get away from.
Yes, and I want to make it clear that whilst it's not something that whilst it's something that I generally like try to avoid covering in like the sciencey things that I do, I mean, occasionally it does come up, and I do commend you and people who do cover political content. I mostly don't, because already being a woman on the internet, I'm like, you know, if I do politics as well, I want to have fun doing my job, and this is also kind of part of how this wraps up into this too, like how misinformation and moral outrage and kind of making you mad on
horror detected.
How how all of this wraps up into, you know, in some way almost warping your emotions to get you to do things to lead eventually to bigger outcomes. So there's kind of like a little domino effect here. This is what these papers are exploring. There was a very, very good Blue Sky thread which I shared, and I will share again. I'll share it in my chat, and I'm sure Racco will be able to do the same. So if you want to see it, I want to make it very clear. They kind of paved the way for this stream. Like they laid it out on a plate, but in the same vein of articles and tweets and posts, etc. They're usually short, like you're just sharing something and you're taking it at face value. And I kind of want to like do what it's trying to get us to do, which is to actually like delve a little bit deeper. How is this study done? Is the takeaway messages that are being shared, is that actually the case or not? How do we do that as scientists? What kind of questions do we have to ask, and how do we test them? And how does this then translate into an article that gets published in Science with all of the backlog of work that is done as well? And Racco, you did mention that you published a paper that pertains to this. I would definitely love for you to talk about it once it like reaches the point of relevancy during this stream. So we would definitely love to have that too.
Yeah, and on screen right now is I believe the Twitter thread you're talking about from Molly Crockett.
Yes.
Is it bad to leave Twitter? Yeah.
Yeah, so that is it's a Blue Sky link. I don't think this thread is on Twitter. I think Molly is on Twitter. I couldn't find anyone else on Twitter. I was like, maybe they're taking a leaf from the article that they have shared. Also, hello Shadia Tree, hello Sally, welcome in everybody. I will try and be responsive to chat, but I'm also trying to be respectful of the fact that it's like a shared chat between both. And I know what you mean, Tassie, yeah. So anyway, hopefully we're all vaguely caught up. I can share the link to the science paper as well, but there is, as I mentioned, no institutional access, and it, you know, we can't, I don't know what Sci-Hub is, and we can't use it, but apparently it is, our favorite pirates have not succeeded yet, so if you have any sort of institutional link or patience, that is currently the way of accessing the paper, by watching this stream.
Alternatively, professors who publish, or I guess scientists who publish, philosophers who publish, people who publish, like they clearly love that research so much that if you email the corresponding author, and you can usually find their email on even like like just the abstract page if it's paywalled. If you email them to ask, like, hey, I'm really interested in this paper, could you send me a copy? 99 times out of 100, they'll say yes. And that 100th time, you happen to catch them when they're traveling at a conference and they don't see the email for like a month. Like, we love people engaging with our work. So even if you don't have institutional access, and even if you don't want to sail the high seas of the internet, just email. We love getting emails. I've responded to numerous emails for PDF copies of work of mine that's paywalled. It is just part of the game, and a lot of us are eager to do that.
And I'll also tell you why. This is what happens when I click on the science article. Where did it go? So this is what it looks like. Dragging it over here. And then I'm like, check access. So I don't have access because I'd have to purchase access to this article. Ooh, this article costs more than a book. Oof, that's a little hefty. And then, welcome to the industry of journals. So, scientist works really hard, employed by governmental institution, most likely, on a pretty average to low, usually, salary, putting in all their hours and dedication into writing the perfect science article, which they then submit to the journal. The journal receives this article and enlists other people to revise the peer reviewers, reviewer 1 and reviewer 2. Now, they review the article, and then the article is ready for publication. The scientist does not get paid by the journal for their work. The reviewers, who probably wasted a lot of time of their life, those 2 people who received it, they also do not get paid for their editorial work. But then, in order to publish, you have to pay money to publish. And then you also have to pay to access the article. So yeah, the emailing route works really well, is all I mean to say. Like, you can kind of see where this is going, where journals are a bit predatory in the capitalistic system, because they're basically, you know, siphoning governmental spend into profit. And that is outrageous. Yes,
yeah, that was actually something I went over a few weeks ago, or maybe a couple months ago, was like publishing and scientific publishing, and I showed off some charts of some actual data. The profit margins for academic publishers like Taylor and Francis or Elsevier or Sage or these major academic publishers, their profit margins are on par or even exceed companies like Microsoft and Walmart and McDonald's. Now, the raw amount of dollars that they make is a lot less, but they also put in less money and resources for the publishing of stuff. They pay to copy edit and print physical copies and so on, which does cost money, but the vast majority of the work of any science article is done basically free labor. I've never been paid as a reviewer. I've been offered coupons to spend less money with the publishers that I've reviewed for, but I've never been paid to be a reviewer. Editors are given a token stipend, if that, and then the scientists or engineers or philosophers themselves, because they're salaried employees at their institution or their agency or whatever, the journals don't pay them to write these articles and publish them either. So these are predatory in a very economic sense of just, they put in very little effort, but they are the ones who reap all of the economic reward.
Yeah, and then, you know, the sort of workaround that they started trying to do for a while is, you know, encourage the scientists to pay to get open access, but then you're paying on the order of $1,000 to $2,000 to publish your article, which is probably more than anyone's going to pay individually to read it, because unfortunately most people aren't reading articles. Like, and this is partly why we're also doing this, because not too many people will read the like primary literature. You'll see what people share about it, or what newspapers or the press will pick up on it, if they do at all. So, you know, that's kind of like part of the labor of science communication. Like, you know, the stuff that is actually interesting and is paywalled and is hidden, how do we make that accessible? And I thought it'd be fun to dig into the methods, what it's trying to tell us, and I think it has like a beautiful intertwining with our social media age that we're in. And some institutions have open access funds, whereas less wealthy institutions don't. And there's also that too, but it's still basically a way for the journal to pocket more money that does come from generally public spend and public funding. And if you can't afford to do it, or you don't have a stipend that will do that, or your institution can't, then you can't make your research as accessible. And I think we should all agree that, you know, knowledge, bar maybe like building weapons kind of thing, should probably be publicly accessible. So anyway, with all that, let's proceed to this wonderful delight that that hit science. Misinformation exploits outrage to spread online. Basically, I think their kind of abstract on Blue Sky was essentially, this is how Twitter attempted to dismantle democracy in the US, how we get people to share things without fact-checking it, and how we take advantage of moral outrage. And this is where I'll probably hand over a little bit more to Racco, because I know I'm yip-yapping a lot, but also he's definitely the expert here. So I'm very curious, like, how do you measure this? What are the methods that go into analyzing social media? How do you like quantify and qualify emotions and shares, etc.?
Yeah, so I mean, all of these are very good questions for which there really aren't great answers. We just have practical solutions for addressing these issues. How do we measure what we're measuring, and how do we analyze it? So things like outrage, Something that these authors have spent a lot of time doing is trying to develop a machine learning algorithm that, on the basis of the actual words in a social media post, whether it's a Twitter post or a Facebook post or whatever, does various kinds of machine learning stuff, a lot of like sentiment analysis or valence analysis of the actual words used, and then classifies them on the basis of what, like, do they tend to be the kinds of expressions that indicate outrage. And a lot of this does, at various stages of development, get a human in the loop to verify and correct and so on, these types of decisions that the machine learning algorithms make. So there is a huge amount of machine learning going on here, which I'm always a little like dubious about, and they are themselves very clear to say, like, you know, this is not perfect accuracy. The outrage detector algorithm that they have is itself imperfect, but that is one of the ways that we can do these things.
For Sally, sorry, Sally was asking when was it published?
Oh, yeah.
29th November 2024. Very recent paper.
Yeah, very recent paper. Yeah, so the techniques that these researchers are using are something that they've had to come up with, which, you know, a very creative solution to study it. But they themselves also recognize that there are some just sort of built-in limitations for detecting outrage. That said, they do supplement their own analysis by using some sort of built-in proxies on some social media platforms. So they look at, say, Facebook posts, and you have the different kinds of emoji reactions that you can have to a post, not just liking, but also an anger emoji, a laughing emoji, a sad emoji, that kind of stuff. So one of their studies looking at Facebook, for instance, they just sort of counted how many anger emojis were attached to any particular Facebook post, and then also looked at, like, is this information or misinformation? Is this high outrage? Is this low outrage? That kind of stuff. So there is this sort of convergence of methods and data, but it's all still just a very difficult thing to study, like, in a concrete way, because outrage, like, how do you define outrage is actually kind of not a settled issue itself. So
Yeah,
you know, yeah. So I hope that can at least get the ball rolling for addressing some of the things that you were curious about, like, how do researchers go about this? Well, it's very messy, because the kinds of things that we typically study are very messy and often actually incredibly context bound.
Because I was definitely thinking,
rather than a universal. Yeah.
You know, there are definitely times where, you know, I'll read a tweet and it will go slightly over my autistic brain, where I'm like, oh wait, that was satire. Wait, is this satire? Are they serious? Is this a joke? Is it not a joke? So even like parsing that, I do recall seeing in the paper that they did have like human sort of verifying to see whether the machine learning algorithm was correctly identifying them. I also, I see what you mean by the like proportions and counts of the different emotes. And I also think this kind of does tie into, I don't have the study reference, but I do know that, you know, negative emotions and negative events are remembered more easily by humans than positive ones. Like, you know, one negative thing, like, you know, one person writing a mean comment or someone saying something nasty to you, has a higher likelihood of sticking with you than like 5 people saying great things. And I think this kind of plays off a little bit of that. Like, if you write something that gets someone angered or annoyed or perceived injustice and you want to do something about it, then it's a good way to get people to share something. And like in a very innocuous way, I have also experienced this firsthand. So like, I remember I made this reel on Instagram where like Alaska Airlines, someone like complained on the flight that I was just wearing a crop top. And so I posted a reel about
biological
this.
horror detected.
Thank you so much for the follow. And for being a gorgeous lady, I appreciate that. And like someone apparently had said that they were uncomfortable with me wearing a crop top, and so the lady came over and said, you know, I have to kind of tell you, like, could you put a sweatshirt on or something? And I said, sure, but then I was like, I don't think there's actually anything wrong with what I'm wearing. Like, I've worn way worse, actually. This was like a really tame outfit, and I was like curled in a ball. You couldn't even see anything. So I posted this, and like it was one of the reels that got the most views ever. Probably because it also made other people annoyed, but it was kind of impressive how like the outrage of that in itself kind of compels people to share it more. And sure, like I wasn't spreading misinformation, and whether it's a big deal or not is another matter. But you know, I kind of knew it would probably do well, and I was like, it kind of feels for the wrong reasons, that you're sort of taking advantage almost of people's emotions and investment in the matter. Like, I still feel there's a degree of manipulation, though.
Yeah, there is a general finding in a lot of the human subject sciences that we have a kind of bias towards the negative. Like, we perceive things that are threatening or disgusting or terror-inducing or anger-inducing. We tend to perceive them a little bit more quickly or a little bit more, extremely than things that are a little bit more positive, happy things, joyful things. It's not that we don't see, certain things. It's that we do have a bias towards the negative. And this is also behavioral as well. It's a little bit easier to induce in some contexts. I guess I should say this part's not universal. It's a little bit easier to induce people to even behave in a way that is motivated by negativity than by positivity. You can get people to inflict real or symbolic pain on others slightly more easily than you can get them to inflict real or symbolic reinforcement or positivity in response. There are some suggestions that this is part of our species' sort of phylogenetic history, that on the plains of the Serengeti, if there was rustling in the grass behind us and members of our species overinterpreted that as a potential predator and ran away, they were more likely to survive and reproduce, whereas members of our species who were like, oh, that's probably nothing, were a little bit more likely to get eaten. So that's a kind of supposed causal mechanism for this bias that we have towards the negativity. And now you fast forward us a few 100,000 years, a few tens of thousands of years into a digital technological age where we are bombarded with stimuli and bombarded with action opportunities, even something as simple as liking a post or sharing or re-skeeting or whatever it's called on Blue Sky. We have this sort of supercharged illustration of these biases. But perhaps in kind of a good way, and maybe we'll get to this with one of their other papers, is that even their own research findings show that these effect sizes are relatively small. It's just when you start thinking about small effect sizes at the scale of, say, an entire user base of tens of millions or hundreds of millions of users, that small effect can add up. But it's better than if these effect sizes were huge and basically deterministic. There's a little bit of all of it going on. We're influenced by it. It's not a huge influence, but even a small influence still kind of matters in terms of perceiving negativity and then reacting negatively.
Yeah. I was gonna chuckle a little at the specific mention of the Serengeti. Again, not to like drag a personal anecdotes into things, because we're doing science to not use anecdata, but I always like using examples because they help humanize things. But I was in the Serengeti recently, and it really did put into perspective, because you always have this imagination of what it would seem like. Is there actually as much perceived threat? Like, how anxious does a herbivore need to be? And truly, like, it was very interesting to see, like, there are some animals that you just never see at all. Like, you have to really have a hawk eye and you'll see them far away. Those are the animals I never see the lions dining upon. The ones that seem a lot more chill and a lot happier to get closer to the cars and the humans also happen to be the ones that end up being snacked upon. So definitely in a situation where your, outrageous event would lead to your death, such as a predator hunting you, etc., it does pay off to do that. And I guess it will always pay off to be overcautious. But then when you create a situation where online you can be bombarded with events that trigger that same level of anxiety, negative emotions, etc., then that would also, you know, play into wanting to contribute to mitigating those actions with, you know, life or death action, whether it be resharing something because you think it will help someone else, but you know, the emotion gets there before before your brain thinks through it and fact checks it. People share things based... Oh, sorry, I'm just reading Sally's comment here.
Oh, yeah, no, I was going to say Sally's bringing up a very fantastic point. It is also mentioned by the authors and also reminds me of another line of research that is very related that I'm a little surprised wasn't cited, but I guess I should stop that because no scientist or no scholar can read everything, so just some things are going to get lost. But yeah, people do share things based on how it makes them appear to others. This sort of impression management is part of their own research because they did draw a distinction between what they called epistemic versus non-epistemic motivations for sharing behavior. In some of their research, where epistemic they're taking to mean like we're interested in the facts and the accuracy and we're sharing it because we want people to know things, versus non-epistemic, which they use to mean basically any other reason, including signaling who your in-group allegiances are to, who your out-group allegiances are against, that kind of stuff. And this is another kind of long-standing part of like science communication and understanding science denialism and misinformation, is that people do things for a variety of reasons. Only some of them are because we care about what's true. A lot of us do things because we care about what our friends will think, or what our spouse will think, or what our boss will think. And these are not about facts or truth or logic or rationality. It's about social bonds, because we are a very social creature. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Some of the outrage behavior and that sharing behavior and reactionary behavior is people just sending a signal out into the ether. This is what my value system is. These are the kinds of people I'm aligned with and aligned against, etc. So, like, absolutely stellar point, Sally. That is, yeah, absolutely 100%.
I also like kind of, because genuinely whenever I'm sharing something, like I used to be very quiet on Twitter because I would always be over analyzing anything, and I guess like a lot of these things would be on my mind too. Like I know that this is more of a kind of alt-right co-opted term, but like the whole virtue signaling, like, you know, I generally want to share things from like a factual perspective and not because I'm you know, trying to prove that I have the correct opinion or it's the right thing to do socially. And again, that might just be an autistic thing, or I'm being overly scientific about something, and I feel like, you know, the stuff I make, partly due to it not being political, etc., is I'm trying to like generate interest without like triggering people's emotions a lot, because I feel like that is something that is fundamentally quite manipulative, and I always feel a little bit dirty when I have to do something like that. But it also kind of makes me realize, like on social media, a lot of people maybe don't quite realize the motivations behind why they do things. So yeah, very stellar point. Oh, and thanks for sharing.
I just threw into chat, so you should be able to get the link. There's a philosophy paper from a few years ago by the philosopher Neil Levy, and it's just titled "Virtue Signaling is Virtuous." It is a nice philosophical treatise on sort of the incoherence of the label virtue signaling, but does argue that, like, actually it is kind of a good thing when we signal our values. Like, it's probably actually kind of good to signal good things about us. Yeah, sorry, when you said that the right has co-opted the term, it reminded me immediately that, like, this is also something that scholars have been tackling to try to understand, like, what is virtue signaling, and like, yeah, actually it's probably not that bad.
It's interesting you mentioned that, Sally, specifically, because it's true. One of the reasons I was very resistant to starting on Twitch is I do have very strong opinions on like the health of parasocial relationships. I think eventually I went for, I think actually everyone's an adult and smart, so should have an understanding of that, but very salient point. Okay. I have your virtual signaling paper open right now, but we can go back to the
It's fine. I have no problem going down rabbit holes if you want. Yeah.
Because Racco is very, very good at diving as deep as you want. Like I said, he's like completely the right person to do this and to ask any questions to. So I would just urge my chat, like, this is your chance to like really find out
in spite of
everything.
my reviewer 2 tendencies, I do kind of know my stuff about this a little bit. And thank you very much for the follow, Sally.
I think the individual significant failed to criticize the disingenuous kind. And there's also that too. Like I always feel, when I'm sharing or making something, there's always a decision. Like, I really hate the feeling of like I'm making someone do something because I'm making them feel something that is anything other than, good intentions of making them feel good. Maybe this is like a bit, not that I'm trying to be like morally superior in any way or anything, but I was feeling a little dirty when it's like something that doesn't follow that, and was very, very interested when I saw that this actually, came out essentially as a paper. Where did my PDF go with the study? So in this original, I don't know if we want to do like the lore that went into the research that led to this paper, because they did actually share like all the groundwork that came beforehand. You also mentioned that you had perfected some methods that
not perfected, but just done some similar things. Yeah. I do my own sloppy science.
Also a very good question from Sally. If anger and misinformation spread faster, how can we co-opt those techniques to spread real information?
So I want to interject real quick. Anger, like only one of the distinctions that they made was between misinformation and true information. But the researchers are also very aware of the fact that some of the genuine information is outrageous, is about things that stoke our anger, and we perceive injustices or harms that are done, and that makes us angry. So a lot of what's going on with social media and emphasizing anger or outrage isn't necessarily about promoting misinformation per se. It's just about promoting anger and outrage because that's what triggers or motivates engagement. Insofar as true information is also anger-inducing and outrage, social media algorithms will promote that as well. So those techniques are already being used to spread real information, but the objective isn't to spread any information. It's just to keep engagement on the platform because that's where ad revenue comes from. That's, like they have these sort of corporate interests for doing that. So a lot of these techniques are already being used by people to spread genuine information, but like there are still problems associated with that too. And real information sounds like misinformation to a misinformed person.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's true. Yeah.
Mateus's comments. Yeah, how it motivates to keep you on the site. I mean, I guess yes. Like, people can be united very well by fear as well. So like something that is scary or something that could change, etc. Like I feel like again, all of this kind of taps into that little primal, more primitive instincts of we should do these things to stay alive. And as I said, I do completely agree. Like there is definitely. Like, there are things that spread that are morally outrageous that are also, I mean, they're true. Like, there's no denying it. You can't turn a blind eye or, like, turn how you feel about it off. Like, it's true and you get to read about it. But I can definitely, sense that when that is the sole feeling that is amplified, that it is being employed by a platform. I do recall, I think they did have like I think it was more of a comment than an article. I'm going to click on it and open it and pull that up on screen. It's their 2017 paper.
Moral outrage in the digital age.
Yes, because they defined what they would consider moral outrage. And this is a link I can share because this looks like it's hosted on their website, so everyone can access it. There's a little link there. Does the paper look at who it reaches? Is outrage more likely to stay within a bubble echo chamber versus reaching a more diverse audience? That is a very good question. I will hand over to Racco here, because I also wonder how much of this is about like keeping appearances and maintaining an in-group and out-group positioning, given the fact that when people tend to get into arguments, say vaxxers versus anti-vaxxers, like, you know, usually there's no desire to like check facts or actually change opinions, but it's more about defending the side that you are on, as is commonly the case with arguments.
Yeah, so the paper doesn't necessarily look at who it reaches per se. It is looking at like just people's direct engagement with the information, but the implication is that when they present evidence for these social signaling motivations for expressing outrage, the implication is that this is very much for their sort of social in-group and their networks of people. It's to put on display that. So it may stay within a filter bubble or an echo chamber, although those terms are also kind of problematic for some interesting reasons, rather than reaching a wider audience. But that in part is just an artifact of people on social media. Despite these being very public platforms, they just have a set list of followers and people who are following them. Like that seems to be the pragmatic reason it tends to be more for their in-group rather than the wider audience, or reaching a wider audience, rather than like the intention is to signal only to the in-group rather than the out-group. So they don't look at it directly, but it is by proxy an inference that they do kind of make with some of the data they have about these being, you know, in the echo chamber, so to speak. And we can get over some of the specifics later to really dig into that, because that's a really good set of questions that you have there.
Yeah, and I also think, and again, I'm kind of like dragging the content creation into it, because I know that, you know, I make stuff for YouTube. Sally, you also used to make stuff for YouTube. Dang Umbrella mentioned above in chats, like a lot of, you know, each social media platform kind of does have its niche on the political spectrum and the kind of people who inhabit those spaces. And I definitely, like, in a lot of creator circles, it is pretty, you know, there's always the question of, okay, what platforms do you post on? Like, how are you going to just niche down in one platform, or do you want discoverability elsewhere? And like, where do you go? Like, I remember it being a discussion where people were wondering, is it even worth like going to the more right-wing websites to see if any of the science sticks, or is it something that would probably, you know, the returns would not be worth it because it might attract trolls or put a target on your back? So I feel like, you know, those questions as well also kind of, again, looking at it through the lens of like, you know, what I do, what you do, what those of us who put things out on the internet, it also kind of intertwines with that and the sort of moral decisions that we make, and how important is it to mostly just appeal to the in-group and people that don't need persuading of a baseline, or are you trying to change someone's mind? Are you trying to radicalize them? Are you trying to push them in a certain direction? And again, all of that, a lot of the pushing people in a certain direction generally does involve evoking strong emotions. Sally says, I'm just thinking back in the old days when a video would hit the front page of YouTube and get the attention of the opposing tribe and take off in numbers but become a cesspit of vitriol. There's definitely a feel when something breaks out of its usual group.
Yeah, I mean, in some cases, a lot of the algorithms, especially like recommendation algorithms, they're opaque to every single one of us who's not actively involved in maintaining and updating these algorithms. Like, so you do get recommended things based on like your watch history and whatever demographic information they have about you. And there was actually a recent expose or report that was published just in the last week on how YouTube in particular ends up with like just like a few clicks of recommendations or a few levels of recommendations ends up pushing like adolescent girls to content that encourages the adoption of eating disorders like anorexia and bulimia and the development of body dysmorphic and body hatred and things like that. These algorithms are not like YouTube doesn't want these teenagers to end up dying from an eating disorder. They just want engagement, and the algorithms are designed in such a way that just happens to be a way to foster engagement among that demographic of people, is just within a few clicks put them in front of something that is encouraging starving yourself, things like that. So there is that goes on with the algorithms, and we just don't, from outside of YouTube's designers, we just don't have access to why it's happening that way or how it's happening. So you do get that sort of push and recommendation that way, and it is sort of agnostic to any sort of tribe, because it's not just people who are pro anorexia or pro bulimia that are pushed towards this. It's people who are just going on YouTube to look at like cat videos, but they happen to be in that demographic that gets pushed in that. It's actually kind of scary, just how much like effectiveness it can have. Like going back to the thing I said earlier, like these may be small effects, but when you look at it at the scale of a population of users, a small effect still translates into big outcomes on the other side, and it's terrifying. Like this is why I generally like want to encourage more adoption of like political regulations of these companies to make their methods more transparent, but also to protect us from exactly that kind of stuff. Protect us from algorithms pushing us towards conspiracy theorists and pushing us towards the adoption of eating disorder stuff. It's just awful. And welcome in, Stavros. Hope you're doing well.
And I also, I mean, kind of on that note, like the truth is, and maybe this is like some personal opinion coming in here, but I think social media platforms could sort of get away with what we didn't know. The algorithm is blind, etc. But the truth is, like, especially now, YouTube has a very good handle on what content entails. Like, they know if you say a swear word, and they can demonetize it. There are certain trigger words that they know should not be associated with advertisers, because they wouldn't want to be, put on content that might reference troubling subjects. So the truth is, they do know this, and I know that sometimes can sorry, I almost stopped the stream as I dropped my keyboard. A new kind of mic drop just dropped. Train of thought, where did it go? So yeah.
YouTube knows what its algorithms are doing. YouTube and other platforms, like, Instagram knows when something has self-harm. Instagram knows when something has nudity or a butt. So it does feel like a choice, or an ethical choice, when things that are known to be harmful are allowed to proliferate, especially to populations that might be more vulnerable to it, such as what you said about adolescent girls and being exposed to distorted imagery that might make them feel like they're supposed to be thin or supposed to look a certain way in order to fit in. But again, this is more of a side comment than actually at the task at hand. But, technology has evolved a lot. Like, pretty much every social media platform can scan whatever image, content, text that you're submitting and
likely know what it is about. So to an extent, there isn't really much of an excuse. It's a choice.
Oh, right, absolutely. I meant that like these algorithms are opaque to us from the
Yeah.
outside. YouTube
Yeah.
and Facebook and all that definitely know what's going on there. And on my screen at the moment, I pulled up the Wikipedia page for a recently published book back in 2020. It's called The Alignment Problem. And it's by Brian Christian. And part of the book, a major theme of the book, is that a lot of machine learning algorithms and what we would today call like artificial intelligence algorithms, there is what he calls the alignment problem. The eventual outputs of these algorithms seem to not align with the values that we say we have as a scientific community or an engineering community or company. And he uses examples like image classifiers that classify light-skinned people as human and dark-skinned people as non-human primates, or decision algorithms for resumes, where resumes of men are shuffled off into the pile to be interviewed, but resumes of women are shuffled into the don't interview, don't hire them pile. And he talks about how there are these alignment problem issues where what are they picking up on? What are they doing? And how do we keep ending up with these sort of same problems with these machine learning outputs? It's an interesting book. I don't agree with a fair number of it because I think if this stuff keeps happening, what it suggests is that there actually is alignment between the people making these algorithms and their values. They just don't want to say their values out loud. So when YouTube does start recommending to young teenage girls and well, really just teenagers, eating disorder content that is known to motivate them to engage in that, or pushing young men to the alt-right pipeline and the manosphere and all that, it's because they themselves, as the engineers at YouTube, kind of value that stuff. Not because they value it per se, but because they value the lucrative nature of doing so. And then they, some of them also are racist, sexist, etc., who just want that because they value that content. And that gets at this disconnection between what we have access to regarding their algorithms and their values and what they have access to regarding their algorithms and values. And the work by Dr. Crockett and her colleagues is looking at things just from our side. Like, what does it look like to us when morally outrageous stuff gets shared online, and how do we end up perceiving the outrage and how do we respond to it? And so that's just sort of the world that we're in with this research. And it does kind of suck that these companies are not transparent, so that we can't actually come in and say, like, no, you don't get to do that because that actually gets people killed. Kind of getting to Sally's comment about like who gets to regulate. Well, governments get to regulate, and governments do regulate. The United States does have regulations for operating in the United States. The EU has regulations for operating in the EU. Countries get to do that, and therefore the populations of those countries voting in their governments get sort of by a step or two removed the ability to help shape regulations, which isn't a nice answer. There's no one all-seeing regulator that is going to have everything perfect. It is going to be a hodgepodge of here's how things go in the EU, here's how things go in Canada, here's how things go in Australia. But we get to participate as members of just the species.
Yes. Also, hello, Alex. Welcome
Yes.
in. Mr. Doritos, I wonder what the Dark Triad's role is in all of this. I mean, I think that's the thing. Some people are oblivious. I guess, the first time I learned about, how alt-right pipelines are happening on social media wasn't something I had thankfully been exposed to, and hadn't met anyone who had gone through that pipeline at the time. So, there's definitely a new thing develops, and it takes a while for people who are not exposed to it to learn about it. But then there is the decision of, do you do something about it or not? Are you deeming it something that's important or worthy of doing something of? And as for, Dark Triad, I mean, it is generally known that people who are in the pursuit of power generally are more likely to possess those character traits, because it would make you prioritize certain things over, you know, slightly more moral behaviors and actions, and would put you in a position where you might be more likely to attempt to exploit that in your favor. This is an interesting conversation. I need to pop up. Thank you so much, Sally, for hanging out with us, and thank you for all of your thoughtful comments. I do know that it is sort of going to bedtime soon. The VOD will be available on YouTube and on Twitch, so if it is something you want to pick up again in the future, we'll be glad to have you here. And thank you so much for dropping by. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, those are fantastic questions. Thank you, Sally, and have a wonderful rest of your night.
So yeah, one of the questions that I remember having when I started reading this paper was actually, you know, what is moral outrage? Like anything that pertains to emotions, to quantifying them. You know, I feel like different people would come up with different things, and this is why I thought this particular paper, which was the immediate follow-up, was interesting, is because they do. Was it this one? Oh wait, no, it was actually the paper that came after this one. I got ahead of myself. But they did define moral outrage in that one. But I figured that might be a good place to start with, or lead into, as we're not really starting, as it's like an hour into this now. So I'm quoting, let's see, I think this one is open access. I'm once again gonna open it, and I'll drop the link in the chat so that everyone else can also see it on their screens as well, should you want to. And if you had a paste bin, Racco, I'm sure this link is in it as well. So this paper, you can always go back to the other one before, but this was the one that had, sorry, excuse me, the definition, which I did copy and paste separately, so I might just read my copy and paste bin myself, which was, a person can be viewed as expressing moral outrage if, 1, they have feelings in response to a perceived violation of their personal morals, 2, their feelings are composed of emotions such as anger, disgust, and contempt, and 3, the feelings are associated with specific reactions, including blaming people's events, things, holding them responsible, or wanting to punish them. And I also remember that they maintained this as distinct to trolling. Oh, here we go. This is exactly what I was just reading. And yes, and they made distinctions in their supplementary material between that and other related concepts such as trolling, which could also like tie into sort of dark triad type stuff, like, you know, what makes people troll or kind of, you know, act in what I would call maybe a spiteful way, where, you know, you're wasting energy doing something that doesn't accomplish much, for example.
Yeah, sorry, I was pulling up the article on my stream. Yeah, here we go. Feelings in response to perceived violation. Feelings are composed of emotions such as anger, disgust, and contempt. That's oh yeah, just as a brief aside, that is something that I did want to like covering a lot of this research. They really do focus on comparing specifically like anger and outrage to a lot of like neutral or non-valent stuff. So even here where they say disgust, I actually kind of wish that they had unpacked that a little bit more, because disgust is a different affective state and physiological state than anger.
Yeah.
And it was interesting that they had them both here in the second part of their definition, but it really, at least to my read, wasn't unpacked a little bit more. And I don't know if that was just my lack of careful reading or what. But I did want to highlight that a lot of this is just emphasizing the anger and outrage side. There is still tons of research and prospective research on the sort of positive emotional side of social media, you know, whether that is the positive sense of social connection and anything like that. So a lot of what we're going to be talking about is a lot of the negative side of emotions and social media and misinformation, but that doesn't mean that it's exclusively that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I recognize that there is this big conversation going on in and outside of academia on like how dangerous is social media for children, especially children in this regard. And it is like it's a mixed bag. At the end of the day, a lot of this is just a mixed bag, and we just need to recognize the benefits as well as the costs. So sorry, that was a little bit of a tangent, but we can get back to what you were saying. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was actually like just like I'm in listening mode now, because you like I said, I'm very cognizant of like the difference in expertise here. So I do feel like you are the person who can like. I feel like I can, ask questions and wondering. Like I remember when I was reading that, I was thinking, interesting that they have discussed, because that's definitely a very different emotion. I was kind of surprised that they don't touch too much upon fear, because I would have thought that would be something that is kind of an emotional manipulation tactic that maybe is a bit more obvious, like getting someone to fear the unknown, etc. Maybe people are better at identifying or realizing that than anger, which you can perceive as, your own personal morals that were already there, but this is me adding additional reads there that are not provided by the paper. So I'm definitely, I'm curious, like how, if you were designing this study, like how you would quantify or partition different emotions, and what determines if you count one within moral outrage, or how they distinguish it from other social media emotional experiences.
So when I design research, my grounding is always what is the lowest tech possible approach to doing the research, because I think the more that we include a lot of technological interventions and measures and so on, it can balloon into uninterpretability. And so I like taking like posts and comments and like having humans do the coding rather than run it through a classifier the way they did. But they're also working with tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of data points here. And to automate that to work at scale, they have what they called a digital outrage classifier. And they have trained this machine learning algorithm to detect, kind of like I said before, like the presence of certain words that have a known sort of valence with regard to outrage. And then they classify these tweets or these Facebook posts or whatever as containing outrage or not. And they have some examples in their article, in one of their tables, in table 2, of example outrage and non-outrage tweets as determined by their classifier. So, for example, they have a tweet on table 2 with regard to the Brett Kavanaugh confirmation hearings in the United States Supreme Court a number of years ago. An example of an outrage tweet would be, at Senator Gillibrand, "You are a disgrace. Shut your lying mouth. There is no evidence of assault." By contrast, an example of a non-outrage, or a tweet that doesn't have outrage as determined by the classifier, is at Senator Jeff Flake. "Thank you for stepping up. Don't let them do a poor job in the investigation." And you can kind of hear, just reading those things out, that there is a different tonality to them. So that's kind of what they did at scale of whatever it is, 20,000 tweets or 30,000 tweets or something like that. Whereas if I was designing this, would actually very much focus on a smaller subset and have a bunch of human coders who are specifically trained to do this go through and go with each one, and then do what's called inter-rater reliability, just to make sure that all of the raters are actually reliably coding in the same way, which they only kind of partially did by having some human coders come in with a subset to supplement their machine learning algorithm. I'm not saying that one way or another is better. It's just one way works better when you have 20,000 tweets versus, say, 50 or 100. So these are pragmatic decisions. So that's how they designed theirs. I would have scaled this down a lot smaller, but that's just because that's what I'm comfortable working with.
Yeah, and I guess, in the Blue Sky tweet, or skeet, or I want to call them flutters, actually. I like the idea of them being called a flutter. In the flutter that they shared, it did seem a little bit like butterfly effect, hey, where they were kind of implying, you know, okay, so how this leads to spread of misinformation, how this ends up to the dismantling of democracy. Like, obviously, you know, my personal science brain is always immediately like, I see that, and I think, okay, that's a big claim. We need to verify this. Like, I get where they're coming from, but does that count as sensationalistic? Is it kind of triggering an emotion, etc.? And obviously, that's what made me want to read the paper, because, you know, before sharing anything, I want to see. Also, I do want to point out Tassie's comment. You know, in Australia, there's been a social media ban for children, and so we're going to find out, like, what the effect of that is, if it's positive or not, and or if it's even possible. I also think it will be interesting because I guess most generations until, you know, millennials and Gen Z, etc., I guess technically have grown up without social media. So an interesting question or thought, and also one that could probably be incorporated into the discussion. I do have here on screen the tweets that you were reading and how the classifier treated them. I'm sort of in two minds about it, because obviously the more data, the better. And also, of course, you know, if you're making a claim like, can something dismantle democracy, I would definitely want such a claim to be made on a very large data set. But also there's, you know, the human labor involved in kind of actually like fact checking that your machine is doing the right thing. And at the same time, if we're also criticizing algorithms for potentially having biases that are carried, you know, will that actually manifest in the methods shown? So it is sort of a catch-22, and I am sort of with you that I do like being able to work with data sets where I do know I can manually verify everything. But I think it is, but I do remember that they did have checkers who checked a vast majority of it. I don't remember what if misclassifications happened, or like what the percentage would be. And even if there's discrepancies between humans, because I mean, I don't know, like, thank you for stepping up, don't let them do a poor job in the investigation, non-outrage. But if you read it in a sarcastic tone, I don't know, maybe it could be like a slightly incendiary tweet depending on the context, which is also...
Oh, actually, if you look two down from that one, the non-outrage tweet that says there are good people on both sides. So the topic that this tweet was in reference to came out occurred just a few months after the neo-Nazi rally in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Donald Trump had come out and said there are very fine people on both sides. So you could obviously go through these things individually and go, well, maybe this is sarcastic, and it's, you know, like that is the way in which a kind of outrage is being expressed here. So these classifiers are always going to miss some nuance that humans may be able to read into it, but that clause there at the end, humans may read into it. Maybe there's actually no sarcasm there, and I'm reading into it because I happen to know that event occurred following just a few months Donald Trump saying there are good people on both sides. So this is why the sort of machine learning algorithms can be a nice complement to human coders as well. You know, the idea is, as you know in your own field, no single study determines the answer to anything. We need lots of studies with lots of methods and lots of approaches, and the convergence of evidence helps us, you know, sift things out. So any criticisms that I may have, or any criticisms that anyone may have of any of this research, well, that actually is just a motivator to do another study in a different way that addresses that particular criticism, and then it builds the body of record in science on these issues. So it is a good thing to notice these things and like you say, like, oh, I wonder how accurate the classifier really is. Like, that's a good thing to point out.
Yeah. And also, again, part of the goal of this, like, you know, when we get this would be turned into a press article, right? And it would be like 3 little paragraphs that summarize everything. But, you know, where does all this come from, and how much of this is an extrapolation of the results, etc. But that's the purpose of our still to retain plausible deniability, like the okay. That's an interesting question, because I know here they're measuring moral outrage, like emotional expression of like being vehemently against, or I guess for some action. But I do wonder that, like, you know, would it be successful at classifying a tweet by like belief, inclination, political standing, etc.?
There are some people in this field who would say yes, but then there are a lot more of us who say yes, but in very limited contexts, if you have classifiers that are specifically trained to detect that specific subtle dog whistle or shibboleth, it can eventually get good enough to detect that kind of stuff, but then it also loses the ability to detect so much else, because it would specifically have to be trained on, say, the anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists' use of particular phrases to subtly mean Jewish people, rather than, because they'll use terms like globalists or bankers or things like that, or lizard people, because the lizard people conspiracy is a way to launder anti-Semitism in a slightly less anti-Semitic way. So you'd have to train a classifier specifically on those terms, but then it loses the ability to detect anything else because it's so hyper trained on one thing.
Yeah. Also, Real Critical also had an interesting comment above, which I'll also just read out so we can commit it to our memory. I'm quite interested in a comparison to pre-social media environments, optimally pre-propaganda of any kind environment, or in other words, whether people would ever get to the state of outrage if they hadn't built up their anger in previous filter bubble conversations. The term propaganda being used loosely here, not necessarily as the term to describe state-originated action.
Yeah, it's I mean, that would be a great set of things to study, but like there's a kind of temporal problem with doing that, is that we didn't have the ability to take these measures back in a pre-social media environment to be able to do the like pre-post comparison thing. The best we can do is at this point, and I do mean this sincerely, lean on our sibling scholars over in history and in the communication disciplines who do this kind of stuff. They do this archival work and track the change in society and feeling and influence of technological advances over time. I do sometimes worry that scientists put science on a pedestal and think that it's only true if scientists say as much, and it's like, nah, history is at least as empirical as science is, and we should be relying on and collaborating with and communicating with our colleagues over in the history departments a lot more, because they can help us to formulate answers to those kinds of questions exactly. They have tools and techniques and research methods to help us do exactly that kind of stuff. And unfortunately, as somebody trained in scientific disciplines, I don't have expertise in those methods, so I couldn't even begin to answer that. But it is a really good question, and I would love to chat with historians on extremism and propaganda to be able to get a handle on it.
I did actually I did find some history streamers. I would need to remember how to spell the name, but I did find some that I'm like, would have as a guest if they have the energy to like basically do the same thing that I'm doing here, like enlist a fellow expert to dive deep into something I find interesting.
Yeah, like the closest I could come to an answer is that social media isn't qualitatively new in terms of what it's doing to people and how people are engaging with it. It is just sort of quantitatively new at the speed at which we are interacting with one another, quantitatively different in the amount of people we're interacting with and being interacted with in return. But a lot of these same conversations actually did happen with the advent of radio, and the advent of the television and the advent of the telegraph and the advent of the internet, even pre-social media days. There have been a lot of people who do this kind of research on propaganda, persuasion, and so on across media platforms and media channels. So, like, there are people out there who can begin to address that, because like, history doesn't repeat, but it sure does rhyme, or whatever the saying is. Like, a lot of what we're seeing people discuss with regard to social media are echoes of conversations people have had about the benefits and drawbacks of just the radio. for example, or even the printed, like the printing press and the proliferation of print media and things like that. Propaganda is as old as persuasion is, and that's as old as humans are.
Yeah, and yes, also what Doug said, pre-social media, it's harder to find reinforcement for your ideas, but you would still have those methods. I guess, yeah, probably where I would stand in my opinion of like, what to do in the face of, is it, does it make sense to ban social media for children, or like, what do we do in the face of people giving into outrage? I think it's very much in the same way that, scientific literacy is a good thing. I think also, having literacy in understanding, what makes a news article sensationalistic or not. Like, learning to detect if something is being made to make you feel something, which is not to say you don't have to consume that media. I certainly, read things from all sources, some of which is pretty incendiary, but I always have to kind of remind myself, like, okay, this is written in a way to kind of evoke an action. So it's probably not something that I would personally share, regardless of where on the, within my own moral beliefs it lands. But there's kind of, there's got to be some self-awareness that this has been written to make you feel something, and consuming that with the knowledge of it is maybe more effective at combating that than like having a social media platform that doesn't even have that to begin with. Like, if you develop that immunity or awareness to it, then you will be less likely to give in to manipulation. Then I guess there's still the question of bots, because they will still do what bots do, but I'm getting carried away here.
No, that's fine. Yeah, especially once we start including like automated accounts that are set up, like things do get a little they do get a little hairier in this kind of stuff. But the same sort of, well, maybe not the same. I don't know. There was one of the articles where they talked about the importance of studying this in a social media context, like the reinforcement learning side of things and the moral outrage learning side of things. And they had a phrase where it was like, it's important in part because like these things are dominated by corporate interests in a way that the rest of our reinforcing environment is not. And I bristled against that, because we are, like, even outside of social media, we are constantly surrounded by corporate interests reinforcing and structuring the entirety of our environment. No device that we have doesn't have a brand logo on it, for instance, and that is a way for the company to facilitate its corporate interests and reinforce positive brand associations we have with Sony or Black and Decker or the car you have or anything like that. Social media is, in a lot of ways, the biggest advantage of studying this stuff in social media is it is a lot easier for us to get at the kinds of things we're interested in a platform that not only has the stimuli that we're interested in, but also the behavior that we're interested in. And we can do our best to draw the associations between those stimuli and those behaviors in a way that is just so much harder if we wanted to look at, say, misinformation in broadcast media and subsequent behavior at the grocery store or something like that. Researchers have done things like that, but it is a lot smaller scale, a lot longer to do, and social media is a way for us as researchers to get at that a little bit more quickly. And we should probably frame it as that. Like, there isn't too much vastly different about social media that distinguishes it from everything else. The scary thing about social media is the quantitative side, the scale at which it works, and the number of people we interact with, and the amount of stimuli we're bombarded with. But then again, I've been to Las Vegas. I get off the plane and I'm bombarded with more stimuli than I get on Facebook or YouTube, and that is also done for corporate interest reasons. So, all of this is not to say that there's anything specially nefarious about social media, but there's also nothing especially good about social media either.
Yeah, and that was also one of the like in the very first paper, the one that was recently published. Like I believe it opens with kind of precisely what you're saying, the volume of events that you encounter on social media. So events that cause you moral outrage. I mean, hopefully I will be encountering zero today because I probably won't leave my house. Because I got up, I streamed, will probably end late, and I'll probably go to bed. So I'll probably have, hopefully, bar anything bad happening in chat, probably have, which is technically social media, we'll probably have a jolly good day where no one did anything that would make my morals cringe. So I think it's something like less than 5% of people will encounter moral outrage events on a daily basis, and I highly imagine that would be skewed towards certain professions that you have to be equipped to deal with that. If you're dealing with accidents, paramedics, maybe therapists, those are probably people who will be encountering that sort of event more likely on a daily basis, or ones where you're dealing with a lot of people. But on social media, I mean, it's kind of a good thing, I guess. You get to find out about the bad things that are happening in the world rather than turn a blind eye and be oblivious to it. But it might also seem like it's hard to quantify the actual rate that they're happening at. Like going back to like the Serengeti example that I was using earlier, like before I went to Africa, I didn't know how easy is it to see an animal. I didn't know if you had to be driving around for ages and you encounter an animal, or you just drive and you encounter them. Like I don't know what the encounter rate of this event. I see photos of Africa on social media and I could believe they're everywhere, or I could believe it's a really rare thing. And I think it's similar with negative events. When they're posted, you might be led to believe that they're a lot more frequent than they are, or vice versa. But usually the moral outrage is trying to drive the fact that this is a big terrible thing and happens a lot more than usual, and action must be done, which in many cases action should be done. But how do you distinguish one that is manipulating you for capitalistic gain versus one that is for the good of the people?
Well, actually, I mean, that's a great segue into their Nature Human Behavior paper, over perception of moral outrage, where, although not in the case of behavior, it is, or perceiving the likelihood of certain outrageous events. But in that study, they looked at how people end up over perceiving how outraged a tweet or a Facebook post user actually is. Just based on the presence of any outrage in there, where people will, as a member of an outgroup or just a member of an observer, say, oh, there's outrage in this tweet, they're probably really angry. And then you actually talk to the person, which these authors did, and it's like, how angry were you when you tweeted that? And they're like, I was kind of angry. But you do get this over perception, this sort of overestimation of how angry other people are, and this can facilitate siloing effects where it's like, oh wow, those conservatives are really angry, or oh, those liberals are really angry. And it's like, well, they're probably kind of angry about what they perceived as a morally outrageous injustice, but like they're not foaming at the mouth. But social media, they argue, helps facilitate the perception that everybody on the other side of the screen is foaming at the mouth. And they have some data to suggest that, like, yeah, that they're kind of designed to do that, and they're effective at doing that, and it's probably bad, because that's only going to make intergroup conversation and communication much harder if everybody's just assuming everybody else is, seething mad.
I mean, my other follow-up question to that, and that I did wonder, I admit this one I did skim a little bit more, so the answer might be in the paper and I don't know, but because they talk about the author of the tweet that's getting reshared and the overperception that they're outraged. So either you might be very good at like picking the right incendiary words, or someone's reading more into, oh, this person is expressing emotion, so they must be really feeling this emotion. Does it also translate to, if someone is resharing that and experiencing outrage, are they feeling more outraged than they should be? Like, is it just everyone is cosplaying being angry, but actually everything is fine emotionally? Or is it someone is pretending or seemingly angry, and that is causing a lot of other people to be angry but under the mistaken perception that their leader tweet or whatever is as angry as they are. That is the question or distinction that I was curious about, and I'm not certain that it's like explored.
Yeah, I don't recall too much that could directly speak to that from their paper, because they were largely focused on like, all right, I tweet something, and then I have whatever affective motivation for tweeting it, and then other people are asked like, how, like, what do you perceive in that? And they asked about like happiness ratings and outrage ratings, and what they found primarily was that readers will overestimate outrage but not overestimate, say, like happiness in a tweet. Whether or not that is related to what you were talking about of like putting on the performance for the purposes of signaling to an outgroup, I don't think that was explored much. That would actually kind of be an interesting study, because it is downstream. It is the users themselves are also going through various forms of impression management when they tweet, just like viewers, just like everybody is. And it would be interesting to see the sort of like downstream effects across multiple levels of analysis.
And because I do think it does make, I do think it makes a difference. Like if it is influencing other people's emotion, like if you're creating a sticky emotion, even if you're unaffected, like I was definitely guilty of this many years ago, but I would always be very nervous right before exams, so everyone would quarantine me away because I would be very verbal in expressing how nervous I was about things, and then I'd make other people nervous. So it was best for me to stay away from people during exams so that I wouldn't make them nervous too, even though me expressing the nervousness was like talk therapy. It kind of helped me not, so probably I was perceived to be more nervous than I was. But obviously there's a difference between someone expressing an emotion and that being contagious or amplifying or magnifying itself than it is to I'm sharing nervousness and people are repeating the message, but in practice no one's feeling anything. So there's just like a lot of chatter, but it's, there's no change in emotion. I feel like there's a big difference in psyche and effect between those two, and that was something that I was genuinely interested in, because also, again, if you're kind of linking it back to, can Twitter or a social media platform through social manipulation do lead to other outcomes? Like, does it, I do find Twitter like a not very fun experience when I stay on there for too long, but, to what extent does it affect my emotions? Is this global, universal? Does it actually, amplify outrage across people? And I'm not sure, again, skimmed it, but I don't think this explores that, and I'm not even sure how you would go about exploring that. Like, would you contact each person who retweeted it?
Well, so so they didn't explore too much in the overperception of moral outrage paper, but it is kind of touched upon in the How Social Learning Amplifies Moral Outrage Expression paper, because there was a study that they did where they gave people like a simulated social media environment. And they assigned people randomly to one of two conditions. One was an outrage condition where like 75% of the simulated social media content that was on there was of a morally outrageous sort of nature, and 25% was sort of morally neutral or valence neutral. And then another condition that was just neutral, like all of the content there was not meant to evoke sort of outrage or emotion or anything. And then they had people do they basically gave people this environment to get used to, and then they asked people behaviorally, all right, we're gonna show you some links to some news articles, and then we just want you to say whether or not you would share these or not. And what they found was that whatever social media environment people had, their sort of responsive behavior was in line with that environment. So if it was an outrage full environment, they're more likely to share outrage links and outrage posts. But if their environment is sort of not outrage, it is neutral or anything like that, they were more likely to share the neutral framed or the neutral posts or the neutral links or anything like that. But that over time, things exacerbated even in the neutral condition to people becoming over time more likely to just share the outrage So that does kind of speak a little bit, the outrage link. So that does kind of speak a little bit to what you were asking about, like how the environment can feed back onto people's subsequent behavior in two interesting ways. One is that in an environment that is not full of outrage, people are less likely to express outrageous behavior or to share outrageous stuff themselves or to do that. But that just social media in general, over time, given people multiple opportunities to behave over time, etc., people will just eventually drift towards that, at least a little bit. But it's not as extreme as if their environment was very full of outrage to begin with. There, it goes haywire right out of the gate, and it just gets worse from there. The idea is the environment of our social media platforms set a kind of normative expectation of what is permissible and what is even expected of us. So if you are in a social media environment that is full of people sharing outrage, the expectation that we learn is not only is it acceptable to express outrage ourselves, it's actually a kind of desired thing, even independently of how much we ourselves may feel that outrage. And so the other science advances paper of theirs from 2021 gets at that a little bit more, which was a fascinating set of studies that they did.
Yeah, and yeah, kind of what Malignant Shield says too. Seems that people are measuring the thing that will garner attention and act accordingly. Because I was like, okay, if there's an environment that primes you to do something, then the whole like fitting in, like. If I need to complain to a company, I'll probably do it on Twitter because that's what people do. That is the place for the emotional dumping. And, I probably would feel embarrassed posting that on any other social media platform. So I'll go to the one where it's socially acceptable because Twitter's made it socially acceptable to post that. And then, I guess also tying into like spread of misinformation, like does outrage specifically make people share things without reading the link or without delving in? Because, does it trigger impulsivity? Does it trigger higher trust in the source? Because, again, that if we're thinking about impact, etc., like, certain things make sense that you might be more likely to share them, but if they have no impact, if no one checks it out, if people, like, check their sources, etc., maybe it doesn't matter too much. But if certain things do lead to, you create a sensation of trust, like, imagine you're like, okay, we trust Dr. Inés, like she always says things right, and I'm like, okay, at some point I'll like drop some fake news that will benefit me, and everyone will trust me by then, so then I can just like slip it in, and it's like plausible deniability. Like, is this something that is happening? How do you go about testing that in a study? What even is the way we get to find that out?
Yeah, I mean, there are people who do that kind of research on like charismatic leaders of how they get a following, and then how they can eventually sort of cross over into being exploitative of that following that they have. It at least the stuff that I'm kind of thinking of is a little bit more sociology than cognitive science and psychology, so I don't want to say anything because it's just outside of my field of expertise. But there are people who do study that kind of stuff. It's just very, very intense to study because you don't actually know ahead of time all of the things that are really going to matter. So you kind of have to be paying attention to like everything that is happening with say a charismatic figure and their audience, and the interactions and the social and parasocial relationships that form as a result. But also, like, interestingly enough, a lot of this just happens with marketing and advertisement. You get a positive brand association with, say, Sony. And so if you're looking to be in the market for a new something that Sony sells, you're going to be a little bit more responsive to some of their persuasive marketing tactics that are a form of propaganda to get you to buy a new Sony product as opposed to a new Microsoft product or Magnavox product or whatever their competitor is. A lot of marketers and advertisers have figured a lot of this stuff out a long time ago, and it just becomes a way to divest people of their money. And that is not necessarily bad for the consumer or bad for the viewer, because they are actually getting something they want out of it. A new TV, or a new factoid, or a subscription to Draw Curiosity's channel so they don't have to view it with ads for a month, that kind of stuff. Like, they're getting something out of it too, but it is asymmetrical who's getting what out of it. And yeah, like, personally, I wouldn't know how to study it, but there's a lot going on there that I know people do study.
And also, TC Matthews was also saying, I was also sure the algorithm in social media is often set up to show outrageous things to increase clicks, which, yeah, I feel like we were definitely starting from there as a little springboard. Mateo Sinesa's long con. I promise I wouldn't do that to you. It's a very, very long con if it is. And then Real Critical, as an IT guy, I have to say that trust is a horrible concept for verification, which is kind of one of those things, like, whilst I appreciate that, people take what I say at face value, I'm always like, don't trust me though, check it out for yourself.
Well,
but
there is that saying,
yeah.
trust but verify.
Yes.
Like, we all have to trust people. Like, trust is one of the glues that hold us together. We have to trust each other. You trust your mechanic to correctly diagnose the noise that your engine is making. You trust your dentist for whether or not you need a filling. Like, nobody can be an expert on everything, so you have to put your trust into other people. But part of trust is vulnerability. Like, if I trust a friend to pick me up from the airport, I'm vulnerable to them forgetting, and then I'm stranded at the airport. If I trust my dentist to let me know when I need a filling or whatever, I'm making myself vulnerable to them being either incompetent or deceptive. Like, trust entails vulnerability, and that's where verification and those types of additional steps come into play. Certainly make yourself vulnerable to each other. Like, vulnerability helps breed human bonding and everything, but don't stop. Like, yeah, absolutely, don't just blindly trust what either Draw Curiosity or I am saying. We hopefully are giving you tools to allow you to check the things that we're saying, the links to these articles, for instance. But if you're not able to do that yourself, it doesn't intrinsically hurt you to trust another person if you can't necessarily verify them. That is always going to be very context and event and instance specific. And over the course of all of our lives, we learn to what degree our environment is trustworthy, to what degree individuals in our environment are trustworthy, and so on. And we just have to build from there. Trust is not a dirty word, and I do want more trust to be fostered, but the recognition that trust doesn't stop at trust, it continues on to verification, is a necessary step in the conversation that we need to be having more.
Not Racco uncovering my trust issues and making me reflect on them live on stream.
We've all been stabbed in the back in a proverbial sense. A friend who's let us down, or a family member who's betrayed our trust, or somebody we lent something to and they never gave it back, or they gave it back to us damaged, or a coworker who's scooped our work. We've all been infringed upon. We've all had our trust exploited. It is unfortunate, but that is just a shared human experience, and it sucks that's happened to all of us, but it is a human experience.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose in the examples that you've given, these are track records. Someone's a dentist, they probably studied to do stuff to your mouth. Your friend, you probably know them quite well. I guess when it steps into the realm of social media, there's the being aware that there is a persona to an extent. They might have an agenda. There might be, even when I'm posting my videos, I want you to watch my videos. There is a self-interested agenda there. And I guess it's when, which is not to say they can't be trusted most of the time, but, knowing how to verify, or having the tools to maybe, get a second opinion, or see from other sources knowing how to detect if material is biased or unbiased, or what would be like the red flag that, you know, this is a bogus article that's being shared. Chad is moving real fast.
Yeah. Actually, the Malignant Shield earlier has a very important point that dovetails from something I said, that you know, once you're sort of beyond your own knowledge, you cannot verify. And referencing a comment earlier, facts can look like misinformation to the uninformed. And this actually gets to a parallel line of research, or I guess a parallel line in philosophy of science. It's a paper also by Neil Levy. It's called Due Deference to Denialism. And in there, he talks about how some science denial is motivated by that sort of breach in trust. It's not a real breach in trust, but a perceived breach in trust that scientists don't have your best interest at heart. And so all those scientists about global warming, they're just in it for the money. What people are relying on in these instances are heuristics that we use to allocate our trust to the people in our environment who we can't verify. And this gets manipulated and exploited by science deniers and political extremists and the anti-vax movement and so on. But it is something that we all do, because I can't verify climate change information. I'm not a climate scientist. I just happened to have lucked into trusting people who seem to have a good track record of knowing how to engage with that material. And we can foster an environment that moves more people towards having legitimately trustworthy sources rather than the exploitative sources that they end up trusting.
Sorry, I'm still catching up on reading on the chat.
Yeah, no worries. I'm trying to do the same thing. Yeah.
I'm just leery that the verify part for a plurality of the population is the first Google result. The do your own research line is just as capable at spreading info, since they have the motivation to flood a given. That is also, I guess that's one of the interesting things I found, the moniker of, like, you know, facts above feelings and do your own research, which often comes from people heavily swayed by their feelings. Specifically,
you have
Outrage.
confirmation bias there. Yeah.
In there, I've never met a dentist without a persona. I was gonna say, I feel like I don't trust the dentists I've had in corporate America. They always try to sell me something I don't need.
Well, I mean, let me bear myself to your audience for a moment and give you a reason to not trust me. Now, I've shared this with my audience a few times. I am deliberately putting on an act on my stream to be family friendly and to not use swear words and curse. Now, anyone who knows me offline, even just off, like on Twitch, but in other channels, I am vulgar and profane like nobody's business. I am very much that kind of person. But on my stream, I'm putting on an act. I'm putting on a persona, a non-representative part of a person I can be, but that I'm not in most instances. I don't know exactly why I'm doing it, but I am putting on an act on my stream. Does that make me legitimately less trustworthy?
You did say a swear word earlier when you read that tweet.
I did.
Point. Sorry, I don't mean to troll. I feel like that is my little personality aspect. I'm always trolling a little bit.
I know that there were swear words in some of those tweets, but I thought I had managed to avoid reading any of those.
Oh, maybe you didn't, and I filled in the blanks because I knew what they said.
Could be wrong. That's fine. So you know, this just goes to the impression management side of things. Like, for whatever reason, on my stream, I'm trying to manage my impression as a family-friendly streamer. But when I'm not streaming, I'm not family-friendly unless I'm in somebody else's chat where they're family-friendly. So I think that's the case on your stream, because I don't think I've ever heard you like go on a curse word laden tirade before. So you know, I'm putting on an act, but we're all kind of putting on an act a little bit. It's just, what act are we putting on in which situations? So yeah, your dentist has a persona, and every YouTuber wants their stuff to be boosted by the algorithm because they get paid, and like, it's not wrong to want those things. It's not wrong to want business. It's not wrong to want a bigger paycheck or any of that other stuff. There is a tricky situation we have to navigate, because there are some people who are grifting and others who are honest about that. And that's just a tough road to go down, because humans are notoriously very bad at detecting deception. Um, like it is comical how bad humans are at detecting somebody trying to pull one over on us. None of us are actually any good. The research is almost universal. Humans are only as good at chance at detecting a lie versus the truth. Um, but it is an obsession we have, because we don't like to be taken advantage of. We don't like to be misled. And we've also moralized believing a lie and being misled and being scammed. We have moralized to the point where, like, if you're hit by one of those, like, the stereotypical, like, email scams, I'm the prince of some foreign country, that, like, oh, you fell for that, you must be pretty stupid and gullible. And it's like, don't do that. Don't be mean. Don't moralize that. Scammers dedicate their lives to trying to fool people. And if you're not dedicating your life to specifically trying to avoid being scammed in that way, you are going to get taken advantage of at some point in your life at a wrong moment. That doesn't mean you're stupid or gullible. And we need to stop moralizing that, because it is just something that we are all going to fall prey to at some point. And I don't know. I have gone on a bit of a tangent now, but that is something that bothers me. Is we moralize people being misled, and I think what we should be doing is moralizing those who choose to mislead, and not the people that they've misled.
Which would also cause moral outrage. Those who scam
yes,
the elderly. Those who scam and grift their audience. But yeah, sorry. We're coming a beautiful full circle. I mean, on the topic of personas, I feel like we obviously all have our personas and voices. Like, I imagine you would probably also be very, when you were defending your thesis, I'm sure that you were probably not cursing at the advisors. Unless.
Not at them. So I will say this is the only curse word that I really allow myself to say on stream, because there is a scholarly technical definition. But the philosopher Harry Frankfurt, a number of decades ago, proposed a philosophical line of inquiry into what he calls bullshit, which for him is described as utterances that are made without regard for the truth, which distinguishes them from a lie, because a liar is concerned about the truth to move you away from the truth, whereas the BS artist may actually end up saying things that are true. They just don't care. And so there is a fruitful line of philosophical and social scientific research into BS, who's vulnerable to it, who promotes it, who pushes it. So that is the one swear word I will allow myself to say. And it actually has come up in presentations I've given, including, I think, actually, yes, it is in my dissertation. I cited Frankfurt in there, so it did come up. So I do curse, very much so, with my colleagues, but I try to at least make it either very funny, like it's part of performance art and it's for emphasis, or it is in the technical sense. That's how I'll defend myself there.
And when we're around family members, I mean, yes, I no potty mouth when I'm near my parents or near children. I mean, I guess I don't swear much in general, but I feel, we all have our personas and, like, parts of ourselves that we turn up or down depending on the context in which we are in. And I think, I think we should be more cognizant that it is a thing online, which can also, lead to blind trust or putting people on pedestals who maybe that should be reconsidered. So I'm catching up on chat. I'm also really hoping that we will get to see your research, even if it's just personal interest here. So I'm hoping we'll find the right segue to have your article shared out here too.
We could jump on that real quick, because in the most recently published paper, the Misinformation Exploits Outrage to Spread Online, their behavioral studies, their behavioral studies are something that I did back in the beginning of COVID, where what they did, what Crockett and colleagues did, was they basically just gave people like, here's a headline, are you likely to share it or not? And what they found is that misinformation and outrage sort of headlines are more likely to be shared. Very much in line with the sort of body of work that they provided. But back in 2020, around the start of COVID, an applied mathematician colleague of mine and I did a study where we took some of the most outrageous pieces of not outrageous morally, just outrageous, like, can you believe anybody believes this kind of thing, about COVID. And we just asked people, how likely are you to share this on social media? And whereas these authors drew a distinction between information versus misinformation and outrageous versus not outrageous, we drew a slightly different distinction over whether the content of the misinformation, because it was all misinformation, was about different qualitative features of the COVID pandemic. So misinformation about how the disease spreads, or misinformation about how to treat the disease, or conspiratorial misinformation. And what we found was that the conspiratorial misinformation was more likely to be spread by people who expressed a higher degree of what's called social dominance orientation. That social dominance orientation is this construct in social psychology and the social sciences that is related to how much we think society ought to be structured hierarchically, or that it is natural for society to be structured hierarchically in terms of like who has the power and who is powerless, who has the privileges, who doesn't have the privileges, who basically dominates who else. And it was interesting that the conspiratorial misinformation was more likely to be spread by the socially dominance oriented individuals. So it was similar in the sense of like what information is more likely to be shared, but we dug in a little bit more of what we ended up calling the socio-cognitive profile of sharing misinformation.
And how sorry.
Oh no, go for it, ask.
As I say, out of because I'm just like accumulating questions, because like one of the ones is, what sort of effect sizes are these? Like, is it a significant difference? Do people outside, people who don't have that social dominance orientation, what's the comparison? Was it sort of a spectrum or like a binary choice as to where they fall?
Yeah, it was a spectrum. So this is a sort of continuous variable, because we all fall on some range of social dominance orientation measures, because they basically range from I hate hierarchies and they're bad and awful to like hierarchies are the best. So, and there's just like everything in between. And what we ended up finding was that it is just the less social dominance oriented you are, the less likely you were to share conspiratorial information. The effect sizes were let me throw a link to the article in chat, and this is open access, so people can read the whole thing. It was published in Frontiers in Psychology back in 2024. And I'm simplifying it a little bit, but it did seem to explain a reasonable chunk of the variance about the effect size in our study was about 0.4, like an R squared of 0.48, with the social dominance component representing about a third of that. I'm simplifying it almost to the point of annoying myself, but that's kind of where it is. So social dominance seems to be a contributing factor to it, but it's by no means the only factor, and by no means the biggest factor, and so on. But it is, yeah, it's a continuous variable, as well as sharing behavior is a continuous variable. I mean, I know the decision to share or not is binary, but like the distribution of it over a population is semi-continuous.
Yeah. I guess I was curious, like methodologically, how how much of a quantification versus qualification. I know that the stats on that would be horrendous. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, we've got some R squared numbers. Sorry, I'm just looking at the stats.
No worries.
As someone who would probably, I'd probably spend like 4 months trying to think of the best way to run the statistical analysis on this. I'm curious how you did it.
So I ran it using an analysis called a canonical correlation analysis, which is part of the general linear model family. So if you think of like regression analysis, it's a regression is a special case of canonical correlation analysis. So this is a sort of bigger level. It's about identifying multiple models sort of independently of one another in the same data set, whereas regression is really specifically testing a selected model. So
Okay.
it is exploratory work, but it is statistically complicated.
Yeah. So I'm seeing here, like there are some effect. I'm gonna say they're effect sizes. I'm not sure. Like conspiracy mentality 0.29, social dominance minus 0.33. Other ones with little asterisks, like the P under 0.05 or.
Oh no, yes. Sorry. So yeah, let me pull it up on my stream as well, and I can walk through that.
Sorry, not that I'm trying to like do a redo of your PhD defense. I'm just curious.
No, that's fine. Let's see. Just trying to pull it up on my stream as well, so people could follow along. Yeah, there we go. Why does my preview window not work? What does it look like? There we go. So in this analysis, are you familiar with regression analysis? I guess I should say, because it's not necessarily something that matters for every science.
If you're asking me, yes. If you're asking chat, I would assume some people have heard of regression analysis, but I imagine non-scientists would have no reason to have encountered regression analysis.
Yeah, that's fair. I was asking you because then you can help supplement my explanation. So in a regression analysis, what we're looking at is how predictor variables associate with the magnitude of an outcome variable. And in a regression analysis, you can throw in a ton of predictor variables to measure their association with a particular outcome variable, and we assess the strength of that association with sort of a linear combination of the variables to be the sort of synthetic predictor variable. And what you're seeing in that figure is the synthetic predictor variable on the left side of the figure, which is basically the way it is in a regression analysis, where those are not like significance values. Those are like the beta weights, the strength of the contribution of that variable to the combined synthetic predictor variable.
Right.
So the conspiracy mentality is weighted at 0.29. The credibility of science scale is weighted at negative 0.27 for this linear combination that becomes the sort of regression predictor variable. But in canonical correlation analysis, you can do the same thing with your outcome variables. And this is what allows it to make multiple models at once. Because you just create different linear combinations of both your predictor variables and your outcome variables and see how those are correlated with one another in much the same way a sort of regular regression does. So imagine, all of these are kind of abstract constructs anyways, but imagine we were able to make a cup of coffee with 0.29 weighted sugar and negative 0.27 creamer. Like it becomes a statistical abstraction at that point. But imagine that we just filled the ingredients of our coffee cup with a different weighted combination of these variables, and that becomes our predictor. That becomes our cup of coffee. And then on the other side would be, our engagement with the cup of coffee, the way it smells to us, the way it tastes to us, how hot it feels to us, etc.
Right.
And those become different combinations of experiences as well. And then we're just looking at what is the relationship between that set of ingredients and that set of experiences.
I think you explained that pretty beautifully, actually. I like math, but I'm not the biggest statistics fan. And I think you did a much better job at explaining that than I would have had to if I had to do it on the fly. Okay, because yeah, I guess I was just, because yeah, I've obviously done regression analysis in biology, but not, not exactly the same models that you had done here. Sorry, I'll let you continue talking about your paper.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine. Well, I mean that's kind of it. Is the paper we did, we were just asking people these facets of their personality, facets of their cognitive style, facets of their sort of worldview, and how much those predict their willingness to share misinformation about COVID. Where we categorize the misinformation along the lines of like how serious is the pandemic, or how to treat the disease, or the conspiracies around it. And we even like designed it in a way that the conspiracies were sort of balanced politically. Like there were anti-democrat conspiracies and anti-republican conspiracies, but that didn't seem to matter as much. It was the people who were socially dominant were just were willing to share the conspiracy sort of regardless, which kind of makes sense because conspiracy theories do tend to reinforce social hierarchies, an us versus them, a powerful shadowy they that has this sort of dominance over us that must be resisted, kind of thing. And this approach of asking people, are you willing to share this misinformation or not, is very much something that Dr. Crockett and colleagues used in their most recent paper, but at a larger scale and about misinformation and information generally, rather than organized sort of categorically, like what is the misinformation or information about. So it's a variation on a technique that a lot of us use. So it, like, their approach behaviorally is something that is very familiar to me.
Yeah. I know we've skipped over a lot of chat. I want to say I have been seeing everything everyone has been messaging, even if I haven't read it out. Danganbella says like layers in ML machine learning. I'm assuming in reference to the regression analysis that you were explaining. I was also kind of like skim reading as quickly as possible, like the discussion, which you then like went on to read exactly what I was highlighting, like, and I guess essentially one of my thoughts is, saying, the results of our canonical analysis add to the growing body of literature that suggests that political conservatism, at least within the US, may be partially defined by a conspiracist mindset. Again, going off on a tangent here, but my, immediate read and speculation of this is, perhaps in the US, there is sort of the seeking of, hello Mia, welcome in. There is sort of this seeking of a theocracy, so to speak, and whether conspiratorial beliefs taps into that, of some sort of like mysterious, unknown, but to be feared force that is in opposition of God, and that must be, I don't know, crusaded against.
Yeah, so a few things about that. So the way we framed that in our paper was because we asked basically a number of different dimensions of political identity. We didn't just straightforward ask like liberal, conservative in that spectrum. We asked like social dominance orientation does tend to distribute itself such that the more socially dominant you are, the more conservative you are, but it's not universal. That is sort of a separate thing. But we also asked people to fill out something called like the political issues index. Like, do you agree or disagree with this political policy, like legalized abortion or legalized cannabis or gun control regulation? And that was sort of a multifaceted way for us to tap into aspects of political ideology that are not these sort of like gross labels of liberal to conservative, because most people are not actually liberal or conservative. They're blends of everything with just like more of one than the other. So we tapped into that, but then to wrap it all up, we were just like, it seems that this is more aligned with conservatism than not conservatism. So it was a little bit of a kind of simplification on our part which I kind of regret doing, but also we did the research in April of 2020 and we got this published I think in what was it, July of 2020. So like it was very quick turnaround time, and I kind of wish we had sat on it a little bit more, but it was during that rush of time where like all the scientists were rushing to get everything out about anything about COVID and how we can deal with it, because it was just a chaotic time.
Yeah.
And I have the benefit of 4 years of hindsight now to go, I wish I had done things differently. So that, you know, I feel a little bad about that, but it still is something I can stand behind, but with caveats. But the
Yeah.
other thing you said is about the sort of seeking out of conspiratorial information in a conservative circle might have this sort of history to it, and boy howdy does it. In fact, I've taken to saying lately that a history of conspiracy theories is a history of anti-Semitism. The earliest conspiracy theories that we have record of in history are anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. And they have always been a mainstay throughout our species history. And it sucks. And a lot of it is motivated by theocratic hostilities among, say, Judaism and Christianity, Judaism and Islam. Like, there is a lot of that going on, and anti-Semitism finds itself in pretty much every conspiracy theory that you can think of that is false. And that is an important caveat, because some conspiracies do turn out to be true, but all of the ones that we have reason to suspect are false have an anti-Semitic component in it that does help feed this kind of theocratic worldview. And this becomes a sort of self-reinforcing cycle of believing the conspiracies because it reinforces the religious aspect, which then reinforce the anti-Semitic aspects of the conspiracies, which reinforce the conspiratorial aspects of the conspiracies. And it is just this sort of like hate-based Ouroboros, and just So yeah, I think you're absolutely onto something, that there might be this connection to those sort of movements that are theocratically oriented and using conspiracies.
Yeah. And sorry, this was another question that I had earlier, so it's not exactly a perfect run on to this. And I, you know, if chat has add-ons, I definitely want to follow this tangent, then like immediately change topic. What characteristic draws to anti-Semitism being more prevalent or prolific than others? Why doesn't it stick to other people just as well? That's also a question that I have.
Yeah, so it's just sort of a historical artifact that it does tend to cycle down to anti-Semitism at some point. But a lot of conspiracies, I would go so far as to say the majority of conspiracies are also prejudiced against some other marginalized community. Whether that is anti-Black conspiracies, anti-trans conspiracies, anti-immigrant conspiracies, and in countries and parts of the world where, say, like white people are a racial or ethnic minority, anti-white conspiracies, because these are all sort of socially and culturally contextually bound. And they do have sticking power. They do have staying power. The COVID conspiracies, for instance, do tend to implicate, say, East Asian, particularly Chinese individuals and organizations like the Chinese government in a very prejudicial way. And those have stuck. So the specific component of anti-Semitism might just be historical artifact rather than anything special about anti-Semitism as a prejudice. But they absolutely do have staying power with other prejudices as well. You know.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, I feel like I've forgotten the other question that you said that you'd wanted to ask.
Oh, I didn't actually ask it
Oh, okay.
because I read, well, Malignant Shield comment came in, and I was aware that this question I had actually sort of preceded like going to your paper. I just remembered it again, so it was more of a didn't want to let the question forget. Also, interesting what you bring up specifically about early 2020, because I you know, when COVID started, I was very plugged into all of the scientific news as it was coming out, and I was definitely not blind to the fact that like US viral tweets on the perception of COVID would fall into one of two. Either American exceptionalism, where COVID is no big deal if it hits the US, either because we're going to find a vaccine or it's no big deal and we're overhyping something to try and keep people at home for no reason at all. Or people are dropping dead in the cities of China because people in Asia do horrific things that leads to the spread of disease. And it was kind of interesting to like see the exact balance, polarization, and amplification of both actually opposing perspectives. Also fueled, I guess, you know, if we dive deep down, by bigotry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I mean, one thing about one thing about a lot of sectors of misinformation, conspiracy theories in particular, but also prejudice and political misinformation, is that these are not coherent ideologies, and they do often manifest in sort of mutually exclusive and contradictory ways, because the goal isn't accuracy or facts, it is these sort of non-epistemic motivations, to sort of dovetail back to McLaughlin and Crockett and all them's work. People are signaling in a way like what their allegiances are, what their values are, and you can do that by expressing completely contradictory things in kind of the same breath, because humans are not, like, we are not wired to be coherent. That's not something that matters for survival, so it's not something that evolved in sort of any species. We take things as they come and we react to them, and we can build a sense of coherency and constancy over time and context, but we don't have to be bound by that. So yeah, you can absolutely see a lot of misinformation that does take completely contradictory or polar opposite approaches, but are ultimately driving towards the same, like, conspiratorial goal or misinformation goal or undermining American democracy goal, if we're talking about foreign interference in our election, or another country's election integrity when you talk about American interference in their electoral processes and so on. So you can absolutely see all of this stuff. It is important to just not take it at face value, like, as the thing that is motivating them. So, yeah, once you start seeing it, you start to see it a lot, because the tactic becomes pretty evident at that point.
Yeah. And my question that I still didn't get around to asking, because I kept getting sidetracked, but I think might actually link in quite well here. So something else that sort of came to mind is, are different, you know, are all cultures equally prone to sharing misinformation, or is it more likely to happen in some than others? And what I'm thinking specifically here, to give very specific examples, like, you know, growing up in Spain, I felt like people are a lot more likely to express how they feel and emote about something, whereas moving to the UK, people were a lot less likely to express how they feel. Does this also translate into online behavior? Say, is there someone living in the UK more or less likely to share a headline with emotional content versus someone in Spain? And, you know, not that I should like give an answer to the hypothesis, but I guess what I hypothesize is actually that might not be the case because of the like epistemic mentions that you are adding. But I'm curious, like, how would we go about distinguishing that and figuring out if that is the case or not?
Yeah, so it's a fantastic question, and one that people have studied, although not necessarily. Actually, no, sometimes directly as such. So there is no universal pattern of misinformation sharing behavior. A lot of it is country specific or cultural contextually specific, and some countries do have populations that are less likely to spread certain kinds of misinformation, or at the very least they have populations that, say, in an American context would spread misinformation, but in like a Greek context they wouldn't. The example I'm thinking of is, I want to say, like, climate change misinformation by conservatives, and that specific example may be wrong, but I'm going to run with it for the purposes of illustration. In the United States, conservatives more than liberals spread misinformation about climate change, but in a Greek context, liberals more than conservatives are more likely to spread misinformation about climate change.
What
And
does
this
Greek
isn't
context mean in this case?
just like the people who live in Greece
Oh,
versus
okay.
people who live in the United States. Sorry.
Oh, right.
I am familiar with some research that has done these like across country comparisons about various kinds of misinformation, especially science denial, especially about vaccines and climate change. And one thing that seems to be shared is that populations that feel either really or at least just perceive that they are in an unstable position are more vulnerable to misinformation because their lived experience is a little bit more unpredictable. And so they're just like, when you are materially vulnerable, you are epistemically vulnerable. And we actually kind of see this beautifully, although I use that word tragically, in the aftermath of any tragedy, when everybody is rushing to find out anything about anything, and so many of us, in our rush to find out information, end up inadvertently spreading misinformation. Like, so when you look at, say, countries that are so politically unstable, you get more misinformation spread relative to countries that are more politically stable. So there are these features in the culture that kind of matter, and then you do get weird little like idiosyncratic features of some cultures where the liberals are more anti-science, and other cultures, predominantly more cultures that have higher populations like the United States, China, India, and so on, where conservatives are more likely to spread like science denial, misinformation, conspiracies, and so on. So you do have like all of these things going on at once, to where, yeah, there is no universal pattern of behavior for spreading misinformation. There do seem to be a lot of nuanced elements that contribute. And this is a kind of important thing when we talk about like the United States is one of the countries where the vast majority of this research is done. The United States, contrary to what Americans like to think, is not the world. And so stuff that makes sense in an American context does not necessarily generalize to, say, social media use in Japan or Russia or Israel or Egypt. And we have to be very careful about drawing these generalized conclusions for very much the kinds of questions that you're asking. Like, shouldn't there be differences? Because there's just a big world and things like that. I do think we need to be better about that as researchers ourselves to contextualize it that way.
I suppose my thought behind this question is, can it be, what aspects of personality contribute to that, which I know is something you were looking at in your paper, but would it be something that would show up in this instance or not? Because it would also showcase whether actually being more expressive about emotions may actually be separate or linked to sharing emotionally charged articles. Also very true that, the kind of culture, the sort of misinformation that is spread in Spain is different to the misinformation that I remember seeing spread in Malaysia when I lived there about COVID, and sort of, each one is definitely prone to its own categories. I don't know in what proportions, because obviously I'm just like one sample in my own specific bubble who, receives a little snapshot of what other people send my way or appears in my own social circle. So it's very, it is the sort of thing that I wouldn't even know how to begin to research this in an unbiased way, just from sourcing data collection.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a very complicated set of questions that we are all largely interested in. I think even scientists who don't study this stuff are still very driven to correct misinformation, because at the very least, just from a selfish standpoint, less misinformation makes any scientist's job easier. So I think a lot of us are motivated to correct misinformation and address it and combat it. And there's just so much of it that, like, the field of misinformation research is huge because there's so many different ways it can show itself. Political misinformation may correlate with scientific misinformation, but there's still enough differences that it kind of matters to treat them distinct. superstitions and homeopathic cure-alls and medical misinformation are probably, well, my own research shows they do correlate with conspiracy theories, but they're still different, and they can all become gateways to each other. But the way that we address and respond to each of these things, really, like, there is no silver bullet. We have to take things kind of on a case-by-case basis, which really puts us at a disadvantage for correcting misinformation, because it has created a culture in the scientific community of being reactive to misinformation rather than being proactive to give people the tools to inoculate themselves against misinformation. Although there is some goings on in like the science of misinformation to develop tools for exactly that purpose, to help inoculate people against misinformation. But it is a huge issue, and what all of us end up doing is just slicing off a small piece of it and just trying to work within that, because that's kind of all you can do. The problem is too big for any one of us to tackle, so we just tackle the slice that we can get our hands around. I'm mixing metaphors here because I'm bad at metaphors. I'm the worst at metaphors. But we take our slices and then we just sort of go with it, and then eventually some of us come together and be like, all right, let's put it all together and see if we've got pieces of a puzzle that make sense.
I feel like Malignant Shield has asked the perfect follow-up question to this too, which is, what are indicators that makes people resistant to misinformation? Oh,
yeah.
Tassie says, I once accidentally inhaled 1/10 of a homeopathic painkiller. I mean, inhaling water is not good, that is true.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great question, Malignant. I mean, a lot of it does come down to the relationship between the person and their history and the kind of misinformation. So, for instance, a biologist is probably going to be very resistant to creationist misinformation, but somebody who has sort of no background in any of the sciences could become very vulnerable to creationist misinformation. Like that's actually kind of a strategy that creationists use, is like teach creationism in to the youngest people, to children, because they don't have the background to tease it apart. Transphobic misinformation is something that is more likely to spread among people who do not bother to engage with the trans community, or an individual who's trans, or just an expert in that way of existing as a valid human being. But somebody who does care to get that kind of stuff right because they are a member of that community, or they have friends or loved ones who are, or who just care about getting the information right, or they're a geneticist and can say nah, trans people are real, man, calm down. They're going to be resistant to that kind of misinformation. So a lot of it just does come down to do you happen to have the knowledge that protects you from the misinformation ahead of time? And that's why it's important to teach more good, valid information younger and younger and younger, whether that is sex ed, which is in the United States under attack because that can protect people against misinformation about and things related to sex and reproduction and anatomy and so on. Teach better biology at younger and younger ages to protect people from creationist misinformation. Unfortunately, there don't seem to be a lot of consistent non-subject matter context indicators for protecting people against misinformation. Being a scientist doesn't protect you against misinformation. Being a very logical thinker doesn't protect you against misinformation. Being opposed to social dominance and social hierarchies doesn't protect you against misinformation. But being educated against the misinformation protects you against that misinformation, which is an unsatisfying answer because it just puts more work on us to have to learn more, and learning more gets in the way of cooking dinner and going out to my friend's birthday party and sitting at home playing video games and having fun and actually having a life worth leading. And the misinformation spreaders capitalize on that in a figurative and literal sense.
And I get, because yes, I was also thinking, sure, in the case of, you know, a scientist, sure, when you are presented with misinformation in your field, there are red flags that you can look out for. You're like, oh, okay, that, you know, the verbiage there is a little unscientific. You kind of know where to look for. But on the flip side, as someone who does have some family members who kind of fall into that camp, you know, they're like skeptical of everything, where like the skepticism of everything leads to you actually finding conspiratorial rabbit holes. So it's not even like, you know, as you say, being logical or questioning things isn't necessarily protective. Like maybe expertise in certain areas can help. Like, you know, I would like to have the fond belief of myself that I try and fact check things, and, you know, usually, you know, being autistic, I kind of overanalyze everything. So like the spidey sense is finally developed after enough decades of life. But, you know, truthfully, if I've been successfully deceived, I obviously have no way of knowing it. And maybe that's one of the like demoralizing things about science. You only get to falsify things, but you rarely get to like have 100% confidence in everything. Also, hi Nugget, welcome to chat.
Yeah, science is a way of allowing us to manage our uncertainty, but never allows us to be certain. And
yeah,
that's a fun thing about science, but it can also be a very unsatisfying thing about science, which can drive people away, because having certainty is comforting, and there's nothing wrong with wanting to be comfortable.
It's true. Do we know any comfortable PhD students in the pursuit of truth? Also, I didn't want to
I know so many PhD students, or well, I know so many PhDs who said at some point they completed their PhD out of spite, more than anything else. Just yeah.
I wanted to quit so many times. Was like, no, I'm too close to the end. We must finish. I didn't want to completely skip over the follow-up from Malignant Shields. So I guess what I was asking, are there external traits that make someone less susceptible? I said the more vulnerable you are, the more misinfo you can spread. But I don't feel like the inverse exists. And then Doug said, as Sally said earlier, it's nice to imagine protecting from misinformation, but who gets to say what's real or fake information? And maybe also specifically like in the context here where we're also talking about, you know, moral outrage, like, you know, how do we determine if something's a morality that we personally subscribe to or deem less worthy of, right? For many topics, the truth isn't known or agreed on. Sorry, I was just reading what was upstream.
No, but it's a good follow-up from Malignant, and Doug raises a good point about who gets to determine truth. I mean, in some sense, like, you know, people who become truth. Oh,
sorry, I just laughed at Ghost Eye's comment. I don't want to be comfortable. It's why my computer chair is a cactus. Sorry, it just made me laugh.
Welcome in, Ghost. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. But yeah, so, you know, people who dedicate themselves to understanding any phenomenon can become legitimate arbiters of truth. Like a mechanic is a better arbiter of the cause of the noise in your car's engine than I will be, because I don't have any automotive background and I haven't taken it upon myself to learn that. You know, so that cycle is just sort of always there. The people who choose to pursue truth, or pursue facts, or pursue information and knowledge, I guess I should say, will eventually organize collectively in ways that they kind of become the authorities to separate out what is sort of sanctioned knowledge versus unsanctioned knowledge. And that's sort of the best that we get. We never really get genuine arbiters of truth. We just get arbiters of what is permissible for us to talk about in a scholarly way, and stuff that is not permissible to talk about in a scholarly way. The anti-vaccine movement, not permissible to talk about in a scholarly way for a myriad of reasons. But genuine medical research on immunology that says, like, hey, under these conditions, we might not want to prescribe a vaccine because it might cause a negative adverse health effect to somebody who's allergic to vaccines, that becomes sanctioned knowledge pursuit. So like that's how I'd respond to that. Again, it's not satisfying because it just means like things are up in the air and things are always in flux. We're always discovering new things that do cause us to have to reevaluate established belief. One of the great things, so I'm going to quote the Irish comedian Dara O'Brien here, and I've been doing so a lot lately. He has a wonderful routine from about 15 years ago where he talks about how science doesn't know everything. And he has this where he's like complaining about homeopaths, and he says like the homeopath will say, well, science doesn't know everything. And then Dara says, well, science knows it doesn't know everything, otherwise it'd stop. And I really like that line because it illustrates the strength of science is the continual pursuit of new information and knowledge. And we get that in history, mathematics, engineering, other scholarly disciplines too. So it's not special to science. But it is an ongoing pursuit. It's not something that we ever truly settle. But to get to Malignant Shield's question about external traits, I don't know if there are any consistent external traits that make people less susceptible to misinformation, but there are external contexts that can help people be less susceptible to misinformation. And one of them is their material conditions and the stability of their environment. In conditions of resource deprivation, people are epistemically vulnerable too. They can be misled. And in conditions of environmental instability, people can sort of haphazardly latch onto misinformation just as a survival mechanism, and they get unlucky and latch onto the misinformation. Somebody who is, grew up in an abusive environment and is very unstable, they may latch onto somebody to get them out of that abusive environment, who then turns out to also be an abuser. And that sucks, but it is a consequence of the instability of their environment. So I don't know about traits so much as contexts that are external that can help protect people from misinformation, which is why I, as a scientist, do like to advocate for people's material conditions, because I see that as a very direct way to protect people against misinformation. I hope that addresses your question, though, Malignant, because it is a good one, and it is one that motivates a lot of researchers in the field. How can we protect people from misinformation?
And I feel like this kind of ties into like actually where we started a little bit, but maybe something that we can do as a society. Easy to say, hard to do. But something that can also be a practice at a micro scale too. What you're saying is not moralizing when someone is scammed or successfully deceived, because what usually happens is you double down, because no one likes to find out that a big part of their personality was based off something that was wrong. Like, it takes a lot of humility in a world that is vocally shaming you over it to come to terms with that. So either, as you said, reframing things, not making us moralistically bad, but at the same time, I also get that removing the moral aspect of it also means people who are, deceiving on purpose in order to cause harm for their personal gain, also get to, run away from moral consequences of those decisions. So it's definitely fraught. It's definitely not something that's like a protection, but more, a thing that we can bear in mind in terms of, the social cognition aspect of how misinformation spreads, but also, spreads within oneself. Like, how would we react if we found out something we were defending we're actually fundamentally wrong about, and how would we be persuaded to change our mind in a humble way? And again, potentially slippery slope. Also, Uber. Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just try to make sure I'm getting everyone's questions before I completely scroll down. Uber is saying, is there an element of misplaced arrogance or elitism going on? Because I feel like a lot of people who buy into misinformation talk down to mainstream sheep. Shield, a man I went to school with, the habitual disbeliever. You could tell him he had 2 feet in it. Raise an eyebrow. Dang umbrella. The only thing that powers me is spite. Sorry, I'm aware that we've like fallen a little bit behind, so I just want to make sure we are reading
these are good
everything.
Comments, yeah.
Yeah, but the mechanic can't convince you the noise is occurring if you just turn the music up, or otherwise can't hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that does speak to people's willingness to engage, and that's not something that's true of people. There are bad faith actors who simply do refuse to learn things, but when we talk about trends and generalities, that doesn't apply in every single instance, and vice versa. Trends and specific instances don't necessarily apply to the generalities either. And we're always going, like, no matter what strategy we come up with to correct or prevent misinformation, there's always going to be some subset of people that we fail, or who fail themselves, or who just get missed. So that's why we need a plurality of approaches, a multiplicity of strategies, with each one picking up a few more people and correcting a few different kinds of misinformation and so on. There's never going to be a single answer that satisfies all of the questions or all of the problems that are going on here. And that can be uncomfortable to have to sit with, is to know that no matter how much you do as a scientist to want to be out there correcting information about climate change or about vaccines, you're going to fail at least some of the time. That can be disheartening. But that doesn't mean that your efforts still didn't have a positive effect on other people. And like we talked about at the very start of this, we do have a bias perceptually towards the negative, towards our failures, towards those who we failed, or who failed themselves or whatever. And we do need to remind ourselves that we do have success sometimes. And that helps, that should help motivate us to keep going, even if we're never going to be perfect about addressing any of this stuff.
Yeah, and I have like two thoughts to add on to that, because I feel, you know, there's never one stable condition. This might be a very game theory-esque thing to say, but, you know, I guess we're attempting to advocate for what we believe is, like, you know, the good for everyone. And the thing is, doing the good for everyone does entail a little bit of sacrifice, but overall, on average, everyone does better. And anyone who cheats in those environments does derive a lot more benefit. So there's always going to be someone trying to exploit the system. There's always going to be someone trying to take advantage of it for their own personal gain, and whatever sort of subset of a system that you are in, there's always going to be new ways to exploit it that will develop pretty much in a, you know, evolutionary way, because obviously it's going to lead to more obviously, if everyone behaves in that way, it becomes a tragedy of the commons, and it all comes crashing down. Prisoner's dilemma, tragedy of the commons, game theory, etc.
The minute you develop a foolproof strategy, the universe invents a new kind of fool.
So it definitely is something that's, you know, it's always going to be a moving target, and as you say, a multiplicity of approaches is pretty much always going to be required. Mr. Ruido said similarly as how people fall for cults interesting, and Tassi, I'm reminded of James Randi and the Project Alpha experiment. Sometimes the most intelligent and inquisitive people are deceived as much by their own unwillingness or inability to consider that they're being deceived, and that others' highest motivation is not the pursuit of truth and comprehension. I guess to both of that, you know, there is both some people just have a lot of trouble not being right, and you know, it can take a lot of looking within to also accept that we can be human and make mistakes, and like it's fine. Failure is fine from time to time. And you know, similarly, when I was like, you know, we gotta like also make it easy for people to be humble and come back from their mistakes. You know, going back to like the dark triad, people being charismatic. I'm also like, I mean, this is also exactly how I would recruit someone for a cult. Like, find the poor, marginalized person who's being pulled out of one thing, and then you take advantage of their emotional vulnerability. So there's like no way of winning. Like, you need the right balance of skepticism and vulnerability, but also to know when something's off. And, you know, the more layers that are added, the, you know, obviously the least straightforward a topic it is, which is also what makes it so interesting, both, you know, to research and delve into like this.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, you know, I talked about how people who are like materially deprived can become epistemically vulnerable too, and you had touched on that a little bit just there. It doesn't even have to be real deprivation or real vulnerability. It can just be an imagined sense. I'm remembering you know, a fellow YouTuber and Nebula content creator of yours, FD Signifier, who by background is a sociologist and social worker and teacher and all that, has talked about what he called placebo marginalization, specifically in the context of marginalized masculinity, but the concept of placebo marginalization probably is a little bit more general. That you can create conditions where somebody who is not in fact marginalized can be made to feel marginalized, and they can then sort of spiral down the misinformation rabbit hole just by having that felt sense of marginalization. And, you know, the example of masculinity is because a lot of men are failed by masculinity, because the masculine ideal is literally unachievable in so many ways and shapes and forms, that even though the power asymmetry in most societies is that men have more power than women, men can feel like they have less power because they are holding themselves up to an impossible idealized standards because they've been taught to do so. So they, you know, they sort of are made to feel vulnerable when they're not actually powerless. And that can go down the same rabbit hole as, say, people who are actually in a state of instability and chaos in their situation, ending up down a misinformation rabbit hole just to try to eke out an existence.
Yeah. So I am happy for the stream to go on for as long as needed. You know, I'm like, Wednesday I have no plans. I can go on for as late as I want. So this is not me trying to wrap up or anything, but it has been like pretty much exactly 3 hours. So I'm happy to keep going if people have more questions, if there were more things that you wanted to point out about the papers. But I do need a quick break. Kind of regardless. So
yeah, I could refill my water as well. Yeah. So let's take a little bit of a break.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna take as my chat knows, I'm not very good at taking breaks. So my break will probably be like 1 or 2 minutes, but I just need to like get up and stretch a little bit, and I will be right back. I shall leave my lapel mic here.
Yeah, chat. You get up and take a break as well. Do all the self-care things. Yeah. Get a snack, get a drink, get the blood flowing, and we'll be back in a few.
Yeah, and I guess for my chat, like, I'm happy to do questions, sciencey things for as long as you want, and I'm probably afterwards gonna do a little bit of Pokemon TCG. Just putting it out there. So, like, there's no pressure to be done by any certain time, but also if, you know, you want to wrap up, you're tired, you need to get things done. I'm just, you know, making it clear that either direction is cool with me. And I will be right back.
Alrighty. Alright, be right back.
Okay, I'm back. I just realized there are the 2 empty streamer chairs all at once. Well, I will say, whilst Racco is gone, if you're in my chat and you haven't given him a follow yet, but you found everything really interesting, you should give Rakadactylus a follow so you don't miss out on more future things that he does. Oh, hey, Rako is back. Hello.
Welcome back. Oh yeah, I turned off my background music because I usually have that on, but I didn't want say like multiple audio channels doing that. Anyway, welcome in, Diley. Hope you're doing well. And anybody in my channel who isn't following Draw Curiosity should absolutely be doing that. Science communicator and Pokemon TCG player and Lego builder and shelf builder.
And we do have the shelves. They're not currently in frame, but they did get built. Yeah, I think the technical Twitch term is variety streamer, but mostly trying to be educational. But this is not a lecture. You'll just like learn things by hanging out, and then that's a good thing, right?
Yeah. By contrast, I often slip into lecturer mode very easily, often probably to the annoyance of many people who tune me out.
I mean, you are also very good at it, which is also why I invited you for this purpose. Thank you, Doug. I also want to say, Tassie, thank you. That was a really sweet comment. 3 hours that absolutely flew by. I have to say that is generally what I try and aim for with like SciComm stuff. You know, I do want it to be interesting, but not in a, you know, you have to like put in tons of effort to follow things. And I do generally think that, you know, you Rako do a really good job at breaking all of these concepts down. Like I say, I feel like a lot of these papers, you know, your eyes kind of glaze over as you read them. The statistics are not fun, but when you distill it down
those
to
are the
the
parts that I was
concepts,
most
interesting.
interested in.
Oh, when you like
I'm
understand
a stats
it,
wonk.
yes.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I know I said, you know, I like maths, less so stats. I mean, the reasoning why I like certain stats are the best ones, or all the thought process that goes into that is fun, but it's the kind of thing that's hard to make interesting. And also thanks for the shout out given to Rako. Like I said, if you have somehow made it this far and you have not followed him yet, please.
It is actually possibly worth revisiting that in and across their empirical research, these researchers are good about highlighting that just from a stats standpoint, these effect sizes are quite small.
Yeah.
Which is both a good it's a good thing because it does mean that like moral outrage isn't just like the only thing that could possibly come to dominate social media interaction, or misinformation could be the only thing. But it does, you know, like it is a slight advantage over morally outrageous or anger inducing information, or misinformation over misinformation. It is a slight advantage, but when we're talking about like huge populations of people, it adds up over time. And you know, that can be a good thing to think about from combating misinformation standpoint, is we don't have to like nudge the needle too much in the other direction, because the advantage that misinformation has is actually quite slight. The advantage that anger inducing information has is actually quite slight in a lot of these cases. So we don't exactly have a huge mountain to climb. We just don't know how to climb that mountain yet in an effective way.
And I think it's also, I mean, it's kind of hopeful in some ways in that, you know, there isn't like a way to completely rig and manipulate emotions, but also kind of showcases that if that is what is predominating on a social media platform, then that kind of is a choice via the platform itself.
And actually, just to take it back to their own framing in the Blue Sky, what did you call them, Flutter? I want to get your terminology right.
I like the term flutter for Blue Sky. I don't know if I've seen other people use it. I like came up with it in my own tweet. I definitely know I'm, you know, it didn't like go viral or anything. So I like the idea of independent conversion. I definitely prefer it to skeet, and I think I prefer it to a bleat, even though I am very partial to sheeps, as the channel logo would suggest, and the abundance of sheeps in general.
But yeah, so in that Flutter that Dr. Crockett had shared, she did frame it, and these researchers do frame it at least partially in terms of like democracy and our sort of larger socio-political context, and there the slight advantage can sort of be, the consequences of a slight advantage can be seen a little bit more clearly, because all it takes in an election, say, is 51%, for instance. So even slight advantages for misinformation or political misinformation or whatever can actually lead to big outcomes. So that's, I think, where they can get to the, like, this represents a threat to our democracy, is because we do see in elections, a lot of elections are closed. This past election, what was the difference in the vote total? Like 1.5%. So, an effect size that gives misinformation an advantage of 2 or 3%, I mean, that can swing an election. But it's also not like a huge consequence. And so when people start making these grandiose, like, condemnations of social media or the internet as a whole, that's where I think we then ourselves become sources of misinformation about the misinformation. These platforms and channels of information and so on can be a vector for communicating legitimate information or mobilizing people who are outraged and want to do something positive about it. Two, we just need to be more proactive in doing that, whereas the charlatans and the snake oil salespeople and the grifters and the actual threats to democracy just have a head start doing that on us.
Yeah. Mateos has a nice long question for you. It says, I have the hypothesis that one of the reasons we see vitriolic cancelling from people in the left against other left people for perceived mistakes is that these people didn't come to their progressive beliefs due rational thought, but just by societal expectation. I believe the same brain processes that make white supremacists also make these left Puritans, as they express their hate in a way to feel superior as others. Does this have any basis in research?
So there, it's an interesting set of questions with, like, it touches on a lot. One of which is like canceling it as a concept is very complicated, because most people who complain about being canceled aren't actually canceled, because we hear them complaining about being canceled, so they still have platforms. And most people who are actually canceled, we never hear from, because they are, like, actually shut out of the conversation and shut up. So our approach to the idea of what canceling means is often actually out of alignment with, like, the actual consequences of what ultimately comes down to critiquing another person. People criticized, I don't know, Kanye West for a variety of things, but he's still Kanye West. He's still, like, a very wealthy, successful individual who can navigate whatever spaces he largely wants to. He hasn't been canceled in the sense that, say, a random individual who, says the wrong thing, mixing up Maoism and Trotskyism or whatever, gets canceled by, like, Trotskyites or something like that. And they get shut out of the conversation. That's a very different sort of world of stuff going on there. But also, maybe stepping back a sec and not focusing so much on the canceling, is this idea of, like, purity testing people's values and morals, because that is a little bit more of a generalized thing, and that people just do that all the time. All of us have a threshold for something that if somebody crosses, we're done with them. And unfortunately, we don't all have the same standard. So, you may get somebody who's just like, oh, you said this thing that isn't, what a good socialist, communist, whatever would say, so I'm never going to be friends with you again. But on the other hand, at the other extreme, you do have a lot of people who are open and proud about saying, oh, my kid is trans, they're getting kicked out of the house. So you do have thresholds all over the place for people to manage their associations with one another, which is just boundary work that we all do. And it's not a bad thing, because you do get to make decisions about who you associate with and for whatever reason. And sometimes we are on the receiving end of getting kicked out of a club because we violated some norm and expectation, and that sucks for us, but, like, that's just something that happens. I don't have a lot of like I don't have I don't have a lot more like concrete research about that to speak to, or I guess I don't have any research because I've just been lecturing. But I do know that there are some people who subscribe to what's called the horseshoe theory of like political extremism, that extremists on both sides are a lot more similar to one another than they are to people who are in the middle or who are less extreme. I've never actually been satisfied with any of the empirical evidence shown to defend that, but I do know that that is a thing that people do subscribe to. I can't think of a lot of like concrete references off the top of my head to give you for you to be able to do your own research and make your own decision, but like you can look up research on horseshoe theory to engage with that on yourself on your own time. As for brain processes, that's sort of another layer, because the neuroscience is sort of always a little bit different than the cognitive science, the social science, and the behavioral science. We are all more human than otherwise, which is to say that a lot of us just share the same brain processes for taking in information, processing it, and using that neural information to generate an output. There's variation because humanity, all of nature is defined by variation in that, but in general, the most extreme people and the most non-extreme people are very, very similar in their neuroscientific processing of stimuli and information. I know that sometimes things get made fuss over of like, oh, conservatives have a greater amount of amygdala activity in response to fear-inducing stimuli than liberals do, but it's like, it's not consistent, first of all, but it's also not a huge effect size either. And I tend to default back to the idea that we're all a lot more alike than we're not, and we do run the risk of creating misinformation by going out to search for potential group differences, because now we're looking for them, and we can end up making mountains out of molehills that way. That is what so much of the research on like gender differences is people just assuming a priori there are going to be differences between men and women on X, and then they go and find it because they design their research to find it, but like that's because they were specifically looking for it, and it became self-reinforcing. And I think a lot of that is true in a lot of like political neuroscience and things like that. I hope I'm addressing a lot of the things that you've brought up. It is an interesting series of lines of research, but I'm not as familiar with them to be able to give like a lot of concrete things. A lot of these are just my generalized read of the literature in the context of other fields of science that touch on tangential things.
Yeah, so this is not my field of expertise at all. So again, I feel like I'm coming slightly from speculation and much more superficial reads. But Mateos was saying like specifically like
Lindsay Ellis.
Yeah, cancelling from the left on the left, and post-election, a lot of the like common complaints are the conservative side is very good at getting everyone to vote for the same person. There's not multiple candidates. They're all going for the same one, whereas the left, they're just trying to go for what they believe is morally superior, even if they will not win. And because of the way the election is set up, it ends up being more divided within the in-group than the out-group. So one group has better cohesion in getting everyone to agree with one another versus otherwise. And again, this is like kind of unrelated, but could be related or sort of spark researcher ideas. Back when that 1 year that I lived in Malaysia, and this is kind of, I'm gonna go off on my own personal little tangent. It says Draw's volume is a bit low on Rako's stream. Oh, I also realized, and I realized just now, I don't know why my camera looks so like bitty. I don't know if do you want me to send a camera source, or is this just Twitch being weird? Or is it just streaming?
I think it's just the stream together thing, because like I'm looking on your stream and both cameras are coming in very clearly, but then on my stream, your camera is just like it appears in the stream together thing, and
Okay. I do have.
yeah, it's weird.
Let's see if. Oh no, that's not it. Cause yeah, I remember when I was testing it, it did that at one point. Sorry, very quick troubleshooting to see if it's just this or like OBS being weird, in which case it can't be fixed. Oh yeah. Huh, well, that's odd. Okay, I don't know how to fix it, unfortunately. I'm sorry that you're getting such a pixelized 4K camera feed. Anyway, sorry, the like long tangent I was gonna go on, which is, again, a little anecdotory and personal history and stuff that drove me to like research and read things. Oh, smaller upload bandwidth, that might be it. Actually, you're right, John. Okay, sorry. My internet has to make apologies for this then. So one of the motivations that I moved to Malaysia a long time ago, so personal history, sorry, my time to like randomly lecture about stuff, in this case, not even pertaining to the subject at hand, but it will be related, I promise. So like I grew up technically as a foreigner, like British parents, grew up in Spain. I was in the south of Spain. I don't look like I'm from the south of Spain, and everyone could tell. Like people would ask me, am I a boy or a girl? And then they would ask me, where are you from? So like I stood out as foreign. And like there was definitely just like this feeling of, it's all I've known growing up. Like I don't feel like I quite belong in Spain. Obviously then moved to the UK, sound British, but rapidly becomes abundantly clear that I'm not really British either, because I didn't grow up. I don't have the pop culture references. So there is a lot of, you know, I always found it very interesting, like in what place is it good to, is it fine to not exactly fit in? And one of the things I found very interesting about Malaysia, it's a very diverse country. There's a lot of ethnicities, there's a lot of religions, and, you know, everyone is still Malaysian, but there's like no one exact way to be Malaysian. Like you don't have to be Christian, you don't have to be Muslim, you don't have to be Chinese, Indian, etc. Like all of those are Malaysian. Oh no, but I was gonna say, and I know we have at least one Malaysian in chat. And you know, this was something I was interested in from a personal perspective, which was partly why I moved there. I mean, obviously I looked extremely foreign there, so I didn't like quite get that experience there. But I also acquired a book, which somewhere in someone's basement is in Malaysia, and I really want to get it back. And it was like a series of history, social science articles, and one that I remember like reading with avid interest. Was delving into like what makes someone Malaysian, like how, like compared to other cultures that do have like a mix of ethnicities and languages and religions, like, you know, why is Malaysia somehow like so cohesive compared to others? And it was very much like they realized that people identify themselves first as Malaysian before they would identify as whatever ethnicity or religion or like Asian. Like it was specifically the nationality that came first in their self-descriptor and made them more united. And so the like long roundabout way, I mean, I found this very interesting to read, but it also made me wonder, like, is this something for conservatives? Like they see themselves as conservative first and foremost, and on a more left-wing side is the like position, the position or the in-group that you place yourself in, is it a little bit more individualistic where you would espouse like that specific level of human category? Not using the most eloquent terms here, but hopefully you know what I'm referring to. And if that is a fundamental difference between, like, specifically in the case of the US, like the left and the right.
It's an interesting thought, but you know, I think you know, another component to this, especially in relation to Mateus's questions and comments, especially about like the Lindsay Ellis situation and attacking the left from the left. I think we may just be more familiar with those contexts because they actually do happen to people that, for the most part, we're probably a lot more closely aligned with and are more likely to hear information about. But like, the political right eats itself all the time too. Uh, Stephen Crowder and Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson are all examples of very high profile right wingers who have been canceled by the right. Tucker Carlson was fired from Fox News. Candace Owens was fired from the Daily Wire or whatever Ben Shapiro's organization was. Like they do that too, and we don't, on the left or on the center or whatever, like have the kind of obsessive interest in, well, is the right just purity testing itself the way the left is? And it's like, well, it's common across the spectra. We just get exposed to different amounts of it and different levels of engagement with it. And then we also add on the additional component of like, was this one justified or not? Was it okay for Fox News to fire Tucker Carlson versus was it okay for a lot of YouTubers and Twitter users to harass Lindsay Ellis? Like we then start to add that additional judgment component on top of it, forgetting that different people in different parts of the political spectrum are going to feel differently about the justifications for X or Y from their things too. So as far as like that side of things, I don't know a lot of research on it, but I would always caution people to not jump to the conclusion on the basis of your slice of experience with it, because like the left eats itself all the time, but so does the right. And your suggestion that maybe there's this identity sequence difference where maybe the political right sees them as conservative first and then American second, whereas that might be expressed differently on the left or on the progressive left. It's an interesting thought. I would actually really be interested in that research, because the closest analogy I have is how not along political lines, but along racialized lines, white people see themselves as white before they see themselves as having a shared identity with the non-white, caveat in the United States. I don't know how it is in other countries. Wouldn't be surprised if that's the same in like Britain or Canada or whatever. I just don't know the research on it. When primed to think in terms of racializations, white people who would otherwise hate each other feel they have more in common with each other than with a non-white person who they actually have stuff in common with, because we've been trained to and enculturated for centuries now to prioritize that kind of identification. But it's not static. We all contain multitudes. Our identity is multifaceted. We're not just our racialized category or who we're attracted to or our profession. We're all of those things. And we can train ourselves to think of ourselves and think about parts of our identity differently, so it's not static, so that we can maybe fall away from the trappings of that kind of intergroup hostility, when in fact we have a lot more in common with one another. There is a lot to unpack there in a number of ways, but I'm actually not satisfied with how I've responded to this, just because, yeah, I'd actually love to dive a little bit more deeply into the relevant philosophical and empirical literatures on this.
Yeah, and I'm also aware that I've answered more, Mateus had very specific questions about like, people within groups, whereas I was like, okay, the most common example that I hear of is, the election and why did one side vote a specific way, but the other side voted following a very different strategy, and all of the theories that come out of that. So it's also not quite a like equivalent.
Yeah, and something that has been under discussed in the specific context of the American election is that it hasn't. The last time the Democratic Party won the majority of the white vote was 1964. Since then, the majority of white voters in the United States have always voted for Republican. White men, white women, college educated, non-college. Like, there are a lot of different ways that you can slice it, but like they've had that on lock for whatever it is, 60 years now. So that's why I kind of know a lot more about this in the racialized lens, because not a lot of people, like, there are plenty of people who voted for Donald Trump who also voted for, like, protecting abortion rights in their state, or also voted for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Like, there are people who were primed to vote with their whiteness first for the national election when that identity was most primed, but then for the down ballot elections where that identity wasn't as salient, they voted in a very different way. And that's just people being incoherent and containing multitudes, because that's just how people are. We are not a coherent worldview or ideology. We are responsive to the many different sources of information, stimuli, and perceptions that are coming at us all the time from so many different angles. And we're just weird. Like, that's just, yeah, at the end of the day, we're just weird.
And that is your tagline. Why do people do and believe weird things?
Yeah. 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 No, it's an interesting thought. I don't feel like I'm the most qualified to dive a little bit more deeply into it. I would, to shout out some other relevant content creators in this space. The movement lawyer Aloranati Ole on YouTube has a lot of relevant things to say about this. FD Signifier has a lot to say about this. Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, these are other YouTubers, have a lot to say in this space. That are probably going to be a lot more, detailed than I can be sort of off the cuff. So I would defer to these other experts and scholars and very interesting people on a lot of that stuff. And yeah, Mateus, the question is very huge. It's worth all of us tackling and engaging, but I'm very limited in my knowledge there. And hey, Suko, welcome on in.
And yeah, I definitely, anything that's very strictly politics, and I'm not the right person to weigh in on the literature. But I would also definitely direct to Foreign Man. He's also Nebula, right? I think I've met him.
Yeah.
Also fantastic creator.
Also on Nebula. I'm trying to think of others, because there are so many good ones.
Say ContraPoints. I feel a little bit out of the loop with YouTube stuff recently, just because I feel like I swing.
Philosophy Tube. Abigail Thorne and Philosophy Tube. Ember Green has some things to say about this, more from the lens of a lot of like disability rights and neurodivergence sort of perspectives, but it does sort of come full circle on some how it gets instantiated in the relevant research and how we identify with one another and connect with one another kind of approach.
Yeah, lots of very excellent creators who've covered topics on the matter. Again, I always like swing between I'm in my like content creation phase where I'm not even like consuming too much, so I'm like, I know these people are probably the right people to dig deep into, but do I have specific videos to recommend right now, and does it fall into my personal area of expertise? Unfortunately not.
Yeah. Ghost Eye had said that they were watching a really good breakdown video of exit polls, and it seemed like in most swing states there were people who were voting just for the president but not down ballot. Yeah, that's come up. I'm not a politically, like, I'm not a political scientist, so I don't know what the relevant research would say about that. So do take what I said there with some grains of salt, because it's always going to be a lot more complicated than I could portray, mostly out of my own lack of all of the relevant knowledge. Whereas when we do start talking about like the cognitive science and the social science side of things, I'm much more comfortably in my wheelhouse and can be spitting off citations left and right and center.
And, you know, I think also good sign of integrity and, you know, a good creator and a good scientist, like knowing the limits of your expertise and being comfortable with saying that you don't know the answer and extent. And I know that I have reached the limits of my knowledge probably a bit sooner in this domain than you. Are there any other questions, any other aspects of the paper that you wanted to cover? I have on screen the little blue sky article, well, snippets, which you'll recognize all the things that we just talked about were sourced from here. But I was like, you know, they did a good job at lining it up, so it made sense, you know, to use this as a springboard for everything. And I think I did quote flutter it, however we want to call it.
You refluttered.
Yeah. Refluttered, yes. And that is very sweet, Tassian and Oren. Whilst I appreciate that that does come maybe from like an area of like insight and not falling into a Dunning-Kruger effect, you know, there's also like just not being an expert at politics, etc.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I don't know. Just having a background in psychology and cognitive science, the Dunning-Kruger effect is a very interesting case of sort of misinformation itself, because people kind of forget that it's not just sort of one end of the knowledge spectrum. The Dunning-Kruger effect is alleged to be this effect where among all people there is a mismatch between what we actually know about a topic and our confidence in our knowledge about that topic, that there's actually like very little congruence between the two. And while it does manifest a lot of times in like the people who are most uninformed or the most confident about what they claim to know, it happens sort of at all ends and in every sort of direction. Some people undersell their own competence, but they actually do know a lot. And like the Dunning-Kruger effect is not just like, you know, the uninformed are also the most overconfident. It's just in general, people don't have a good way to match up our confidence in our knowledge with how much we actually know. The only real exception being when we truly don't know anything about a topic. Most people are like, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, how do you fix this computer? I don't know, I'm not a computer guy. How do you fix this car? I don't know, I'm not a computer guy. There and pretty much only there, people tend to be pretty in alignment between the two. Sorry, it's a weird little bugbear of mine that like the Dunning-Kruger effect has taken on this sort of mythologized status.
I will say as a little preview of what's to come at some point on YouTube. So on the one hand, technically they went back and redid they reanalyzed it, and they were like, actually the original Dunning-Kruger paper doesn't hold true. But I actually did manage to prove the Dunning-Kruger effect when I used to have super long hair down to my calves, and I cut it off, and I got people to guess how much it weighed. Hello, Zombie Buffet! Welcome in. Good to have you here. First time chat. So I had this braid, and everyone's still asking me for the weight. You'll have to wait for the video. But what I will say is I was smart in my polling. I asked, first of all, for people to guess the weight. Then I asked them to tell me how confident they were in whether their guess was correct or not. And then to tell me how much they knew about hair. And a lot of very overconfident guesses from people who straight up admitted to not knowing the first thing about hair was found there. So I need to analyze that data, so maybe that will be something that will happen on stream at some point. I did a preliminary analysis when I did actually give this talk at Naugas a couple years ago, but there've been a lot more responses since, so it's time for a reanalysis. Time to do stats.
Oh, very cool.
Sorry, sorry for the absolute plug of my own personal content here.
No, fantastic.
But
I can't wait. I can't wait for that one to come out. Yeah, that'll be a great video to watch.
Doug, people think they understand Dunning-Kruger, but they don't know as much as they think. So much so that they got the paper wrong.
I mean, it is funny that over the course of his career, Dunning in particular has had to come out a lot of times to just correct people on some basic, like just basic factual components of the original research. And
Yeah.
it's like, well, if anybody's going to know about Dunning's research, it's going to be Dunning. And yet he himself is also getting overruled by people who like the mythology. But you know, that is an unfortunate thing, that some scientific aspects, some scientific research do get overshadowed by like the mythology surrounding it. You know, I'm familiar a lot of this with like in social and cognitive science. So like the Stanford prison study or the Milgram studies, like there is this mythology surrounding them, which is wild and so incongruent with what actually happened, but also sometimes incongruent with how it was portrayed, even when it was portrayed in a misleading way. So yeah, it some things just take on a life of their own.
Yes, or no way Dunning would know about Dunning's research. I mean, you know, we build off the shoulders of giants. Research does get improved upon and all that. Probably also assigned to, which again, not plugging a video at all, even though I have two on this topic, but also the way people remember things. Like we distill things down, we remember very basic things, and we actually get to forget quite a lot. So it is also easy to misrepresent, especially anything that gets remotely popularized. And just to promote the video part, I do have a couple of videos. One is why you can't trust your memory. And then I did an experiment where I did that and I told a story to other YouTubers and then recorded them retelling it. And after 2 retellings, like that's as long as the video needed to be, there were like substantial changes in the original story I had portrayed to make it more extreme or, you know, less factually incorrect. So, you know, maybe at the heart of it, we just like a good story, if it's not causing moral outrage, of course.
Yeah, there's a ton of research on memory that speaks to this. I want to say this is a family of researchers, like multi-generational family of researchers whose last name is Bartlett, Bartletttt, I want to say. And they have a wonderful series of studies longitudinally that have to do with people's memory around a particular story. I think the title of which is called like The Village of Egulak or something like that. And the research is about how much people remember after, you know, certain periods of time from being exposed to it, and how the story gets misremembered, and which, you know, seductive details, I think is a term they used, get remembered and exaggerated upon, and then what sort of like, you know, peripheral details get forgotten and misinformed. And it's a wonderful line of research with a very interesting, like, just short story that's not, you know, it's just like a short story that they were asked to remember. So it's not about morally outrageous information or anything. Memory is imperfect for most of us, and that's a good thing, because forgetting is actually really good for us, but we should always remember that our memory may not be the most reliable thing on the planet.
As someone who before medication used to have eidetic memory, I concur.
Oh, wow.
Forgetting is a privilege, a really nice privilege to have.
Yeah. Imagine how it would feel to remember every breakfast you've had for every day of your life. Like, because we all have like just those memories that come to us sort of randomly. Imagine if we remembered every single meal we've ever had, and at any moment anyone could just intrude onto our sort of current stream of consciousness. That would be very chaotic. So forgetting, quite nice. Big fan of forgetting. Also, you had but I imagine as somebody who had eidetic memory for a while, you could speak a lot more authoritatively on that than I could. So I
to be fair,
absolutely defer.
It's a little bit more contextual, but it's more, I have very good episodic memory. Like, my husband would sometimes be like, okay, what were you doing on this day? Like, it's not that you say the 13th of February, whatever, and I'm like, I know exactly, but it's very easy for me to zoom back to, okay, like I know the exact dates that I moved country. I kind of vaguely remember what my schedules were like, so I'd get to know like, okay, the 13th of February, well, the 14th would have been Valentine's Day. What did I do Valentine's Day that year? All right, now I know. Where would I have been the day before? So if you were to tell me 13th of February 2020, I was in Johor Bahru, Malaysia, because that's where I went to celebrate Valentine's Day. So that's the kind of way it works for me. But then when I ask these questions to other people, they're like, well, I don't know. And I can verify this because then I can go to Google Photos and be like, aha, that's right. Because I also like taking photos of everything. But it's kind of also nice to not have that. Like I always feel a little bit out of my depth when I don't remember things as well anymore. But it's a fun superpower to have. You always win arguments.
Must be nice.
Like Oren's wife, by the sounds of it. She could figure out what she ate and wore and others and what happened on just random days. Ooh, and BBC John has shared an article. Jill Price. Hypothymesia. Okay, yes, I'm nowhere near as extreme as that, but I know that on the like memory spectrum, people will usually defer to me, and sometimes I wish they didn't, because I'm like, well, yes, I do remember, and I guess I get to say who's right and who's wrong, who's naughty and who's nice. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Santa curiosity.
Yeah,
I've got a terrible memory. It is strange when I actually can remember a citation for something. Like I can remember the research that's done, but not necessarily the citation. So it's always amazing to me when I can go like, oh yeah, that's you know, like Neil Levy, due deference to denialism. Like that is the exception for me rather than the rule. But I do tend to remember the research reasonably well.
I also know what you mean, Mateos. I feel like you're describing my husband. Sometimes I'll apologize for something and be like, oh, I forgot that happened. And I mean, the thing is, I actually think this is the better thing, because if you remember everything, it can be a lot easier to develop grudges. Because, like,
yeah.
I remember some people who haven't paid me back for things. And I'm like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But, like, I remember, and it's annoying to remember. Like, I feel like a bad person for remembering. But also, like, 3 years after the fact, it doesn't make sense for me to be like, what about this 10 euros?
I mean, that can be a nice little segue back to some of this, because one of the downsides of the internet is, you know, the internet never forgets, and people can always dredge up receipts from 5-10 years ago, things like that. And, you know, while it can be used to hold people accountable for, say, spreading certain kinds of misinformation, it does fall afoul of just the idea that people can change if we give them the opportunity to change. You know, people can be fooled into believing misinformation and even spreading misinformation, but we can also pull people back from that too. And sometimes it's probably in our best interest to forget things just to give people an opportunity to be better people in the future. You know, I certain kinds of misinformation have very catastrophic consequences. The anti-vaccine movement, for instance, that gets people killed. But that doesn't mean that your average anti-vax individual who's just maybe a new parent and scared, as is understandable, for the safety and health of their children, and got suckered in by an anti-vax person, that doesn't mean that they're an irredeemably evil person. It just means that they were misled and are a normal human being, and we should show some degree of empathy insofar as their behavior hasn't actually led to the irreversible kind of something. In which case you hold people accountable for the behaviors that they engage in, but let people grow with the beliefs that they believe are true. I think that can be a nice little compromise. Behavior may not be able to be changed, but you can always change your mind, and we should encourage some of that. And we can only get to the point of changing our minds when we admit that we weren't perfectly accurate in the past. And if we create an environment where people are always made to hold on to beliefs from their past, we're not giving them an opportunity to grow up. We're just kind of being pompous, holier than thou types because we never got that wrong before. And it's like, that's not fair.
And it kind of also ties in its own way on this idea that, it's also moralizing being wrong.
Yeah.
Which sometimes should be, but sometimes one can be, one can change, and one can learn from their mistakes without it meaning that is, who you were in the past.
Yeah. And all of that does need to be contextually bound. I'm not asking, for instance, or I'm not suggesting to say that somebody who is a member of a marginalized or oppressed minority group should extend infinite grace to somebody who is part of an oppressive class seeking to do that, even though that member of the oppressive class may be being duped by Elon Musk or Donald Trump or whatever. All of us get to gatekeep who is in our social sphere. All of us get to do that. But we should, reaching out to another person is intended to bring them to our side rather than just reach out to where they are and keep them there. And we have to manage protecting ourselves versus bringing people into, say, from a scientist perspective, more scientifically informed conclusions about climate change, vaccines, evolution, etc. Or from a historical side, like the causes of some historical event. Like reaching people does require pulling them to the more epistemically justified side of things. And we can tap into non-epistemic motives to do that.
Very well said. I feel like I can't even follow that. I'm just like, look how eloquent my guest is.
Well, yeah, I don't receive compliments well, so I hope I'm not appearing too red on my camera. Because it feels very red. But thank you very much.
Being a true racist race should be reserved for after the battle is won. Sorry, I was reading Tassie's comments here. I also have realized that I've just been watching the sun setting gradually in the background of your stream, where it has also been setting in the background of this one as well.
Oh yeah, the sun apparently set quite a while ago because it's very dark outside. I mean, I'm just a few hours north of you, so we're both in the same time zone.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, it was more of a, wow, we've streamed for so long that we got to see the sun setting on the issue as well, on the topic.
That's sometimes, some of my science streams are over by now, and some of them go for another 2 or 3 hours. It is just variable. Your chat has been a wonderful source of questions and comments, just like my chat it tends to be on these days. So thank you very much for having me here, and both chats. You all are kicking ass with your questions, comments, and engagement. This is really awesome. So thank you for having me, and thank you for taking the lead on this discussion and all that. It's been a blast.
Yeah, I'm gonna just switch my scenes up a little bit. Probably slowly wrap up the sciencey portion here. But yeah, it's been first of all, chat, you've been amazing. I completely agree. Fantastic questions. I mean, I know I had my few out-of-pocket questions here and there, but I feel like chat really did take the shining stars on, best way to lead the discussion. And I guess, that is how science streams go. We had a vague path of where to go, but ultimately you guys determine it. And Racco, thank you so much for being such an amazing sport and for being willing to do this, because it was literally just Sarka! Oh my God,
Sarka is back for 4 months.
For the resubscription for 4 months. Welcome. Good to have you here. Biological horror detected. Thank you, for the follow. If anyone here is not following Racodactylus, please go drop him a follow. You stream most days, but Wednesdays are your days that you do Psycom stuff, and then other days you do lots of Zelda speedruns. Correct me if any of that was wrong.
No, that's accurate. I am primarily a speedrun. You know, I've been streaming for a little over 5 years. It has been up until this year exclusively speedrun content of a variety of games. The Zelda is actually pretty recent, and I'm having a blast with it, and hope to keep it up for a little while longer. The science communication, I currently just do it Wednesdays, but weirdly enough, this is the closest thing I have to a source of income now, because I'm just having the worst time on the job market since graduating. So I am trying to just stream a lot more, whether that is speedrun content, and I might start to do a little bit more science content, although that is to be determined. So yeah, I usually take Mondays and Fridays off, sometimes an additional day off in between, but the most part it is video games. But you can always actually very easily poke me into talking about science content, because I did spend so many years of my life. I've spent over a decade and a half doing research on this kind of stuff, so I am always down to talk about it if anybody wants to come and poke me about this stuff.
It is indeed very easy to get Raka to talk about things. And it is my pleasure to introduce lovely, thoughtful humans to another lovely, thoughtful human. Zombie Buffet asked for the weight of the braid. So until the video is released, I haven't released it, but you can take part in the survey so I can collect even more data. But yeah, thank you. I'll probably keep streaming, but I'll probably like draw the science portion to a close. So, you know, final shout out. If somehow your mouse has missed the little heart follow button, I'll, put it on a platter for you right now. Rako is great. I am so grateful that you were like, happy to go along with this, because I know I just asked last week. I was like, this paper came out, you seem like the perfect person to like have on the channel to do this, and it's the first time I've ever done any sort of like Twitch collab. Done a lot on YouTube, and my little extroverted self loves it, but I've never like had someone on Twitch, so thank you for being a very fantastic guinea pig and a wonderful guest, and for sharing all of your insights and expertise over here with us.
Yeah, and thank you again for initiating this and taking the lead on this. It's been fantastic. And anybody, again, like I said, in my channel who's not currently following Draw Curiosity, you should absolutely do that. They are a variety streamer, as they described before, but also a lot of good science content, not just here, but on places like YouTube and Nebula. And I'd also actually like to say thank you to the authors of all of these articles as well. They did put in a lot of work to do a lot of good research, some of which is just outside of anything that I'd ever be able to do. And it does help build a more comprehensive view of misinformation, social media, outrage, all that other stuff. And that's an important topic. And I know that some of these authors are active on places like Blue Sky. And if they do ever see this, I hope that I've treated their work with the kind of respect that it deserves, even when I've been, critical or pointing out a limitation. I hope that I've been as respectful as the work deserves, because this is really cool research, and it's very fun to talk about.
I think you've been fantastic, and I don't think that any of the elements that were critical were done in bad faith or bad.
Muted.
Oh, I'm muted. Oh, my thing ran out of battery. That's why.
Oh, that's weird.
It ran out of battery. That's why it's muted, unfortunately. Maybe this is the sign that it's probably, if you're able to somehow
I don't hear you anymore, so what I'll do at this point, since you are going to stay on and stream, I will get off the call thing, and then I'll raid into you, so anybody might be following, you can just go do that immediately from your place. So I will disconnect. Thank you so much, Draw Curiosity, for this. You've been fantastic.
Welcome.
a lot of good questions, a lot of good insights. You may not be an
biological
expert
horror
in this domain, but
detected.
you very easily could be. So thank you very much for that, and I will see you over in your channel in just a few minutes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Also, Mateos, thank you so much for the Prime subscription. Ghost, I thank you so much for gifting a subscription over to Rakadactylus. Sorry to those of you who are over on Racco's side. This ran out of battery. It was a risk. I hadn't charged it up from the last time I used it, and I'm impressed it did as well as it did. So unfortunately that is what happened, but on this OBS, fortunately, we are primarily reliant on this. So I'm going to charge this up anyway for the next time I need to use one of those. Thank you so much, Dr. Hubs and Zombie Buffet, for the follows. I am probably going to keep streaming for a little bit because like I took a little bit off from streaming last month because I was traveling quite a bit, and now I'm like gotta make up for it. This month, like, I missed it quite a lot. Lav Mike dying with perfect timing. I'm glad it didn't actually die through an important part. Unfortunately, there's no actual way of tracking things. So what am I gonna do now? So I kind of have a bit of an unhealthy obsession with with Pokemon TCG. Oh, hello.
Racco_Dactylus raided my stream with 18
Thank you so
viewers.
much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you doing today? And hello, everybody coming in over from there. Hello. I hope someone's cheeks is turning the same color as their hair. Yeah. You know, I'm wearing makeup, but clearly not enough to, like, cover everything up. Well, welcome back, raiders, and I'm guessing, or at least hoping, that, you know, all of you who are still around now, like, enjoyed that science stream and enjoyed a lot. Once again, huge thank you to Rakadactylus for doing this. Like, there wasn't a better person to do this other than, like, possibly getting the professor themselves to talk about their research. I kind of want to do this a little bit more often. I don't know that I would be able to do a collaboration once a week. That might be a bit too much to ask from me. But I have been trying to do a lot more sciencey streams and also, like, get people connected to other people who do sciencey stuff. And this has been, like, a fantastic experience and way to do it. Biological horror detective! Marie for the follow. And thank you so much, Racco. Totally understand if you, like, need to take a break. I feel like you've done, you know, most of the talking and thinking on this stream specifically, so, like, I completely understand if you need to take a break, especially as I know we're gonna, like, switch tacks a little bit. And for anyone who is somehow not familiar with me, I have a doctorate in in-flight biomechanics. I like talking about science, but we do a little bit of everything on Twitch because it would be pretty heavy for me to just do science stuff all the time. It was just to find time for the tech to die, but I'll be lurking. Okay, thank you. I want to say that it worked just perfectly as intended. I was marked as a raider. I mean, hey, I think that's great that you were in both streams, and I also massively appreciate, you know, everyone from my community who also went over to support Racco. So that is fantastic. So that's my little spiel, you know, about what I'm trying to do here. And now we are going to feed my unhealthy obsession with Pokemon Pocket, because there is currently, and it's like the online trading card game. Some of you might be playing, some of you might not know what on earth this is. Hopefully it will be fun to watch. There is, like, a little bit of strategy involved, but, like, simple enough to be pretty, you know, like, gaming style, can still chit chat but also do a little bit. So there is an event in Pokemon TCG Pocket right now where you have to win 5 times in a row in order to get the emblem. Now, unfortunately, I actually already got that achievement. It was not going well the first day. Then I used, like, a bit of a dirty deck that would just get the job done. And I got the emblem. But I those of you who have watched my little Pokemon TCG streams, you know that I like my silly decks, and I made a few meme decks and a few silly ones, and I kind of want to test them out on Pokemon TCG. So I think we're going to be setting that up. I am going to very quickly need another break, which will probably last around like a minute. So I won't be gone for long, but just give me like a little second or two to, you know, refill my water and reset myself and change categories and titles. Doug, it's bedtime for you. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. And also massive appreciations. Oh, I also came in as a raider. Fancy that. I guess I was actually logged into the stream, so there we go. And who knows? I may still be going when you wake up. I may have, you know, turned in the towel, but I'm still feeling like the energy of I want to stream for a little while. It was something I enjoy doing it a lot, and I don't know. November was kind of quiet. So yes, I will be right back. I'll change the title, and we'll just like slowly transition over to something else. Big appreciation to everyone who like stuck out for the entirety of that stream, and you know, for all of your questions and finding it engaging. Like, I really appreciate it. I know that it was a lot of time to ask people to stick around for. All right, Pokemon. Pocket. Sorry, I'm just typing out the category. And we're now gonna do Pokemon TCG dailies. No, meme deck. Meme deck versus event emblem. I don't know. We're gonna call this the title for now. I will be right back. Let's pretend I have a BRB screen on. And I'll be right back. A good player knows how to build a good deck. An excellent player wins with the meme decks. I've won with the meme decks off stream, so we're gonna try and see if I can get that to happen on stream. 1 minute. Give me a minute. Oh, biological horror detected. Okay, she's back. I'm also gonna, from all the, I have no idea how well the makeup is holding up. Thank you, Wrecker. But I'll redo the lips. I feel like my eyeliner, you know, I don't even bother doing things like mascara because it always turns into little panda eyes. But I don't know, there's something about my eyes that they just love. The makeup loves spreading around. Even maybe I do need some sort of setting spray. Sorry, I didn't talk about doing it. Topic a little close to home, insanity. You are so fine, Shackle. I was like slightly nervous in the sense that I know that this was a topic that is kind of like not the sort of things that I usually delve into for similar reasons. And I really appreciate, you know, everyone sticking out through it, even if it's not what I usually cover. But, you know, from time to time, it is the kind of thing that I'm like, this is important and I want to talk about it. And I feel like I know the right people to bring along to do that. So, yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate Rako sharing all of his expertise, and I mean, honestly, treating a very difficult topic with both immense grace and eloquence. Like, it truly is a skill to be able to do that. And thank you, Aaron. Okay, let me, first of all, once again, kill all of my notifications. I don't know how my phone gets so many of them, but it does. And now I will open my phone mirroring software once more. And hopefully my Stream Deck cooperates with me today. Go into my secondary camera. Nope. I did not mean to do this one. I mean to do this one. And I shall put this... Oh, okay. I got... Oh no, is it working? Sometimes the Stream Deck puts a little sad face. Oh, I know why. It's because the phone mirror is rebelling. There we go. Amonia's Grace plus environment allows. You got a terrific and thoughtful community over here, and I'm glad I've lucked into similarly awesome and interesting people hanging out while I play video games really, really fast. I think there is something, like, a lot of Twitch communities I'm coming to discover are, like, really thoughtful and wholesome. And I want to believe like attracts like you are a very thoughtful person, so it makes sense that your community would be lovely like that. I just hope I'm not about to disappoint your community with the fact that I am not very fast at video games. Like, unfortunately, speedrunning, I haven't played enough games for it to be in my blood, but we'll have a little bit of fun. Hi Alpha Cunny, welcome in. Thank you. I do like this bow very much, and it matches my outfit. We just did a wonderful science stream over with Brachydactylus, and you've tuned in just in time. I see all the Pokemon enjoyers now, like, ready in the chat. And I can open a booster pack. Well, don't mind if I do. I'm going to continue opening my Charizard packs because I still want my metal card. I want my Melmetal card. Thank you, Alpha. That's very sweet of you. All right. I'm going to sleep. Thank you so much, John, for hanging out with us. Truly, anyone from Europe who is here, and, like, again, I know I started a bit late for the European side, and for some East Coasters as well. Thank you so much for hanging out. Like, I really appreciate it. I really appreciated all of your comments and insights. I know I didn't read everyone's comments out, but I did see what everyone said, and I appreciated all of the commentary and insights. Like Rako said, you're all fantastic. You always are. Finally out of the lab, I fixed the issue. Hooray! Congratulations, Dying Umbrella. I should have gone to bed a long time ago. Oh, I thought you'd gone to bed already, because I know I sent you a little good night emote. Some of you might have seen me in chat, like, just like, I started trying to, like, respond to things so I didn't have to, like, interrupt during stream or, like, leave things ignored. But I'm very glad that you hung out with us. I do get to sleep if you need to. And again, I really appreciate everyone who, you know, stuck all the way through the stream. Like, it is, I don't know, it's a very big compliment that someone would, like, you know, stay for the whole thing. So also, I set up a back door on one of the lab computers so I can remote in. Nice. Also, heads up, now it's starting in 3 minutes. I wasn't doing the light heads up of when they start during the stream, but now I'm like, oh yeah, they will come every so often. Have been an amazing time. Gracias, gracias. Firo. Ooh! Another shiny, fiery card. But I want my Melmetal. I'm trying to decide whether... So I've been saving up the hourglasses, which allow you to open more of these packs. I'm wondering whether to wait till I get 120 just so I can do a big opening 10 in one go, or if I should just open them as we go. Card registered, 244. Nice. Because yeah, I have how many? 87 hourglasses, but I was on a mission. I was on a mission here to try... Oh, and also, Matthews Jr., thank you for the follow. I saw that happen too. It must have been well, so I was very quickly on my break. Thank you. You pull Chaperone. Well, hopefully, Chaperone does make heads roll pretty well. Hopefully I do too. Turns heads, flips heads, and rolls heads. Gotta catch up with chat. I need a second Moltres EX. I think this is my second one, actually. Okay, so I'm gonna talk you through some of the decks that I want to try. I've been trying to make... This is actually one that Nuggy kind of showed me. I don't know if it's exactly the same deck or not. I don't really have the right number of Pokemon to make it work. So instead, we're gonna do my fossil deck. Moltres is... Oh! H-O-T-T-O-G-O. You can get it hard to go. Nice. That one goes to you. So the fossil deck is, as its name suggests... Wait, where did it go? I wanted to edit it so you can see it. It is basically all of the fossils. It is not a very smart deck, but I still enjoy it very much. I only have one Aerodactyl, so there's one Aerodactyl, and then there's one solitary Kangaskhan, just so we can at least start with something. When this works, it is a beautiful deck, because when it sets up right, it obliterates, and when it sets up wrong, it's kind of sad, but we're just playing meme decks, so we don't really have to worry too much about that. So hopefully, I've had a few really fun battles with this off stream, and I'm just like hoping, please don't show me up, and please work out. So here we are against Sylvester09, who needs to win when you have memes. Exactly. That is the philosophy that I am going for here. Okay, so basic Pokemon. There's only one way to start, which is with Kangaskhan. I did also consider I could start with a Snorlax, but I think that also has its problems, such as the long retreat time. So, okay, not a great start because there's only one fossil. Like, if all of the fossils are there from the beginning, it's usually a bit better. So hopefully we'll pull Kabuto or some other fossils, but anyway. Oh, shit. Oh, no. I was like, wait, I didn't put energy on my Kangaskhan. No, but it is just turn one. Oh, an ad break. Oh, sorry, Oren. You said, oh, it is a Melmetal deck. I played against one of these Kangafossils decks yesterday. It's a really cool deck. Were you playing against me? Was it actually secretly me, maybe? Because I was playing it as I was getting my way to sleep. Okay. Waiting for opponent. I guess he's gonna get a little slice of kangaroo. Oh no, I was wondering. It's taking a while. Hi. Okay. Well, they can't Giovanni. And we don't need to get a kill. This alien, welcome back, Oren. So, I'ma just do this. There's another dome fossil, so... not the best of starts, but it could have been worse. I'm sure I would have noticed. To be fair, I think I would have seen if it said Tassi, but... Ooh. Okay, I was like, ooh, I rolled a head, but only one head. I guess the game would have been over pretty quick if I had rolled 2 heads. Oh, hello, Rocket Sage. Welcome in. Rocket Sage runs the Knowledge Fellowship and is also a very cool educational YouTuber. We literally just finished like a really, really cool 4-hour long educational stream with Brachydactylus. All about this new paper. Oh, this Bisharp. Okay, not looking good over here. Well, I don't think we don't survive this. This potion won't get us anywhere, unfortunately. Unless I knock out Bisharp in one go. You're supported by the Knowledge Foundation, right? If not in 2. I am not part of the Knowledge Foundation yet, but I mean, I would love to be. But no, I started streaming this year, so I joined the server, but I'm still like very new over there. But it would be an honor to join, and doing science streams is definitely, like regular ones, is definitely something that I am striving towards. Oh, thank you. And also, well, I should do a little shout out for Rocket Sage, because again, if you were here for this entire science stream and you enjoyed Rhacodactylus and you enjoyed what I did, then you're also going to enjoy what Rocket Sage does. You just did 4 hours of amazingly in-depth science. Thank you so much, Dying Umbrella. The science streams have been great. I love science so much. It's lovely to have another woman in science on Twitch. I'm just loving all of the like science love that I'm getting today. And I better wait a second. Sylvester09 is not loving all of the love that we're getting on Twitch, and he's now gonna rightfully slaughter me for taking too long. In fact, well, I would concede, but I think I should let him have the satisfaction of it. Twitch is a great platform for STEM EDU. You know, I was never sure if it was or not, but I wanted to try it, and it's been a lot of fun today. And it's because usually I do YouTubey stuff, and I feel like it's a good complementary platform. Like, there's a lot more discussion, but also ability to make things a bit more lighthearted. Anyway, Fossil Deck did not work as well as I wanted it to in the first one. I think we both basically have the same hair color. We both have long hair. Ooh, do I have a clone? Or am I your clone? I do live for that. Wonderful. And now we're doing paleontology. And Tassi, you said you liked it when I introduced you to paleontologizing. I remember. I remember that, who I imagine is also part of the Knowledge Foundation, where I'd be really, really surprised if he wasn't. One of my dream streams if Denise talks about Pokemon, but from a biologist, evolutionary perspective. Paleo is a great science, it's part of the geosciences. Completely agree. I'm a biologist and like biomechanicist, like teeny little bit of engineering, but mostly biology by trade. So not my wheelhouse, definitely something that I enjoy. You know, Dying Umbrella, I did almost make a video when Pokemon Go first came out. I wanted to make one about why Pokemon Go was kind of inaccurate, because there would be more Pokemon in areas where there are more people, whereas you would actually expect more animals or Pokemons to congregate in areas where there would be fewer people. But of course that would be counterintuitive to the game. And then I had this whole, like, not script, but whole idea of what it should look like. Well, Paleo goes into bio too. Also, very true. Okay, yeah, there's nothing else I can do to start other than put the Kangaskhan there, because that is the only starter, which is risky. But, and we have at least a professor's research, so we might be able to get some more fossils to start out. On this one. Basically, if Omastar or Kabutops sets up, it's great, and then Aerodactyl is just a good, like, when you're about to die, it's just worth a shot. To see if things work out. I have lots of fossils if you ever want me to send. Ooh! I mean, I would not say no to free fossils. What kind of fossils do you have? I love that. Okay, first of all, speaking of fossils, let me put the fossils down and summon Professor Research. Maybe we'll get the final one. Ooh, we got Kabuto. Okay, well, we're gonna put the fighting energy on Kangaskhan. Annoyingly, I have these Evos, but not the dome fossil, but we'll be able to at least have Aerodactyl started. Shoop. Okay, let's see if we can roll ahead. We did not roll ahead. Mostly marine fossils. Ooh, okay, that was... Like I said, my meme decks never do well on stream. I promise I have made Charizard players concede with this deck. Just not on stream. Marine fossils. Ooh, are these like ammonites? Also, I realized I could probably... Let's see. I think I can do... If I do this with my stream deck and I just need to move this there. Pokemon to switch in. Well, I think you can have this one. Damn it! Just as Omastar comes out. Oh, but it's not the evolution. Yes, Ammonites, Belemnites, Trilobites. Ooh! Oh! Biological horror detected! F4 for the follow. Welcome in. How's it going? The common stuff, really. I mean, for someone who doesn't, as far as I know, I don't think I have any fossils actually. Oh, I remember now why I don't do this scene. It's because you can see, you can see the overhead camera. Oh. Well, that was interesting, and I'm gonna take a risk here and discard and put Kangaskhan back and stop powering up my Aerodactyl. Because again, we don't want to give them free wins if we don't have to. And hopefully this time we'll land ahead. Okay, one is better than nothing. Is commented geologist by... I mean, this isn't... That's the beauty... That is the beauty of science and like being an expert in your area. Was like comment to one person and is like... One woman's trash is another woman's treasure. Also obsessed with your nails. Oh, thank you. I really like my nails too. I probably showed them off a bit too much on stream. I discovered the joys of getting long nails earlier this year. And I guess the one thing of doing the social media-y stuff full time is I get to decide my dress code. As I say, they don't I read corporate as opposed. I read they don't cooperate with corporate, and I was like, oh, okay. To be fair, I remember seeing this like extension on keyboards that kind of increase the height of the keys so that your nails will be able to join in. It's true. Energy can be attached. Thanks for the reminder. Pokemon game. Maybe this is why I'm not good at battling on stream. I get too easily distracted. But yeah, I have seen that, and it is something that I kind of want to try, because I'm definitely not the best typer with these. Like, I used to type really, really quickly before I got them. Now I can type quickly, but I also have typos with it. You know, if she Sabrina'd me, and I just Aerodactyled... Also, I feel kind of bad, but does this person not have any other basic Pokemon? Have they just had a very unlucky draw? I think that's what's happened here. Alright. Well, I can finally have a Dome Fossil, but unfortunately no fighting energy to go on it. So let's get a Dizzy Punch here. It would... One day. Oh, hello, Infra-Pink Lizard. Welcome in. They have drawn horrifically, and I am rolling heads horrifically. Or glue little cushions on the top of the key so you can just stab them with your long nails. Ooh. I see what you did there, Tassie. Okay, finally. I was like, they must have other basic Pokemons. Like, I feel like I should red card them to do them a favor. Or glue little cushions on top of the key so you can just stab them with your long nails. I think I would worry about, like, the unpleasant effect of doing this to the nail, though. Okay, what is my opponent doing? Are they gonna switch out? Or... I'm a bit worried. Oh, okay, that's... let's see. Sorry, what does this say? Attack does 20 more damage for each energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon. So that's gonna do 92 Aerodactyl. But I kind of want to have Kabutops, so I'm gonna brave it with Aerodactyl, see if Aerodactyl can blow Jinx away. And then, if he doesn't survive, we'll have the Dome Fossil join us for funsies. So I can do this. Alright. Okay. I've not done a good demo at rolling heads, but hopefully this means that it's time for heads to roll. Wish me luck. You. Please. Yes! Bye-bye, Jinx. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We are up to some fun hijinks. Or more like... Bye, Jinx. Oh my lord, this person must be crying. I think the problem is if a meme deck does beat a good deck, it is cry-worthy. Let them eat fossilized cake. But also I think this person had pretty bad luck drawing here. And I can appreciate that it wasn't like straight up a Mewtwo deck. Oh, well, it looks like Jinx is back though. Oh, we've got Kilia now. Okay, Aerodactyl's gonna get smacked It's okay. It happens. But let's see. Yeah, we're gonna deal with Kirlia first. Ooh, and I get to have another Kabutops? Don't mind if I do. I'm not sure why I put that energy there, but anyway. So water powder can be used. Let's go do that, because that's gonna be a problem. That fun was good. Bijinx was clever. Thank you, Mateos. I appreciate that. Okay. Alright. Gardevoir. Oh, there we go. Okay, this person really did have bad luck drawing if the Mewtwo took this long to make an appearance. Okay, it's not... I'm sad I wasn't able to, like, completely nerf all of the other cards before the EX card came around. I mean, they could put the Mewtwo up front and we can just try and get as much damage in before Gardevoir does its thing, because then it's all over. Alright. Are they gonna... Alright. They can't do anything yet. And they can't do anything in the next turn either other than 50 damage, which is fine. Because our Kabutops will get it back. But then after that, they will do Side Drive. So we kind of do have to do as much as we can, unless I somehow get Omastar ready, which is not looking likely. Where is my Helix fossil? Okay. Kabutops. Oh, okay. Never mind. I just realized they had 2 energies, so this is actually bad news. Let's see. Okay, maybe we want a Sabrina. I still think it's best to do as much as possible, but actually I don't think we get to beat this, because if I do 50 and then 60, that's 120, and then we're dead. So that's a problem. Oh well. It's fine. They pulled their Mewtwo. Sabrina, oh. No, sorry, Dying Umbrella. I should have, but they're still gonna just switch it back, so... And then I don't get any damage on the Mewtwo. I don't think I win this, though, like, regardless of what I do. Sorry. Did you see Stephanie's metal nails? I did not, but I will say that, you're right, I'm just delaying the inevitable. Yeah. I mean, look, we can have a little bit of fun now, but it's gonna... Okay. I mean, maybe they'll put Gardevoir, which, why would they? And then maybe Mewtwo will be slightly nerfed, but I don't think this is gonna go the way we want it to. I have not seen Stephanie's metal nails, but I should check them out. I remember I commented on one of her posts, and that, like, comment got more likes than any of my posts on Instagram ever. It was a pun that I commented. Okay, well, energy can be attached. Yeah, this is not going anywhere, but yeah, you know, I'll do it for fun. Just to be a problem. It's okay. The fossil deck will have its chance to shine at some point. At some point, hopefully sooner than later. But her fingers looked a little bit like Edward Scissorhands. She really did poke at things that you were talking about your nails. Oh, wait, no, yes, I have seen that. I do know what you're referring to. Once you said Edward Scissorhands, I was like, I know what you're referring to. I was thinking metal nails. I don't know why I was thinking, like, music metal. Okay, well, good job, Masanisu. Once again, we're gonna try and avoid 5 losses in a row. I'm sure that should be an emblem as well. But I still maintain this deck can shine under very limited circumstances. Cards like that are super cool. I probably wouldn't ever go quite that long, but I like this level of length where there's enough to show off a little bit. I've never had like big enough or long enough nails to like do full-on cool nail art, but I have had some nice sets at different points in time. Okay, going second. That's good. Let's see. Ooh, okay. 2 dome fossils, no evolutions yet, no professor's research. Try changing the Kangaskhan to a Meowth. I could try that. It would be easier to switch him out, that's for sure. The only reason I didn't is very, very occasionally he can be nerfed in the first turn. Or the second turn before anything else is set up. So it's also got its own dangers there. Oh god, we're dead. Well, yeah, I suspect this is a Blaine deck. Okay. Now let's do this for now. Maybe we can get rid of Vulpix? Haha. If, yeah, let's just start this way. I was like, do I Sabrina and try and go for Ponyta? Yes! No Ninetales here, baby. If Helix Fossil comes out, there's still a chance. Also true. Water against fire, extra good. Actually, yeah, if Kabutops is at full health, even a Blamed Ninetales can't beat it. But only if it's at full health. Ponyta does burn rapid and fast, though, so I do have to try and nerf this before more basic... Oh, never mind. Oh god, Rapidash, okay. Okay, fine. Burn my Kangaskhan. Let's hope for good draws. Honestly, ideally, a Professor Research with 2 ones. I love Rapidash. And this is also one of the... I have to say, this person does have nice Rapidash art. I think I have this one. Okay. Okay. Looking less good. We'll put the water energy on the old Amber. Maybe we'll get Aerodactyl. Kangaskhan. If they have Blaine, we're a bit screwed. But we'll try. Let's do our best. Okay. I have a deck with Rapidash and Ninetales, and they are actually unstoppable. Nice. I have enjoyed that as a deck. I think because it's like the deck that they're getting everyone to build because they had the, you know, the Blaine event. Again, I'm kind of allergic to using the deck that they're trying to get everyone to build, but it was fun to use at the time. Do you play Magic the Gathering? I'm obsessed. Oh, okay, they just want to burn my fossil. Okay, they can take this one. I've played it once or twice, but I don't have the cards myself. Like, people who've had the cards have introduced me to it. Okay, I strongly suspect they're waiting out for Blaine to use that on the Kangaskhan. That was smart. That was a smart play from them. Ninetales is another one of my favorites. I am with you there. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, what about Omanyte? Where's my little Omanyte? I want you. Alright, let's get a little Dizzy Punch in. Praying for 2 heads. Okay, and now I'm praying for no Blaines, and I'm praying for, like, literally anything, to show up. Ninetales is my favorite, too. Oh, nice. Interestingly, I have not seen the Ninetales on the art, though. Have you tried Wild Frost yet? It's a similar card game vibe to Magic the Gathering, but real cute and unique card gameplay. Ooh, okay, they had a health thing. There we go. I knew it. I knew it. Okay, we're playing dangerously now, but I'm gonna pray for an Omanyte. Praying for an Omanyte, and then hopefully. Never mind. GG. Yeah, yeah, we can't do anything here. This is super sad. So I will concede. We'll try again. Starting over. My favorite thing. The downside is constantly having to recharge the energy. It is kind of like the Charmander starter, which also like burns up if you burns the energy each time if you start off with it. But yeah, I know the question was for Rocket Sage. I have not. Actually, Magic the Gathering is the only other trading card game that I have tried. But very much in a like friend introduces me and we've played for an evening. Heads up, advert starting in 3 minutes. Okay. I think, you know, stream won't end until the fossil deck does what I want it to do on stream. I have so many hobbies, I don't know if I have the time to learn. Have you discovered the wonderful joys of Pokemon Pocket TCG Rocket Sage? Should I just call you Sage? Do you prefer Rocket Sage? Any preference either way? If you do, Sage is great. Okay, I'm going first. Oh yeah, I'll try the Meowth deck change suggestion after this one. There is, if you do ever decide to join the cult of Pokemon.
Oh, biological horror detected.
Thank you so much for Spindle Model V8. Thank you so much for the follow and welcome in. Okay, well, not looking good as a starter here. Oh, I hope we get a Dome Fossil because we do have the full Evos for Kabuto here. But yeah, if you want to, no pressure. You have the Discord server. We do have a little Pokemon TCG area where people share their codes. I might also make it so we can share decks as well. Like if anyone builds a fun deck and they want to share it, I think that would be fun. And then I do also have the Pokemon friend code. Oh, I got red carded. Well, okay, fine. I guess we can try again. Helix Fossil is a good start. Oh no, it's a Pikachu EX deck. Maybe I should just go to the private match section and just put no EX and we do it against a non-EX deck. Interestingly, yesterday when I was doing like the event battle, a lot of people were fighting with non-EX decks, so I don't know what's changed now. Alright, let's do a little flick. Ooh! I love it when that happens. Especially as my Kangaskhan is probably going to get a little bit of a fry in the next turn. Midweek? Oh, what do you mean, Oren? As in like midweek during the event or playing last night. I am the difference in players. Oh, maybe. I'm wondering if it is that a lot of people who may have been playing previously. Okay, this is not looking good. Right. I'm hoping for a very successful Dizzy Punch, because if we do nuke the Pikachu EX, we might get lucky. If we don't, which we probably don't, because I never roll heads, it's going to be looking a little bit bad. I'm just following a whole bunch of socials like a weirdo. Oh, thank you so much. That's okay. I mean, all of my socials are there on purpose for people to follow them. I know I followed you on Blue Sky. Okay, I only rolled one head based on the damage I'm seeing. So, Kangaskhan, it was nice knowing you. We're gonna potion. Yeah, she said, oh, my social in a commotion. Oh no! I'm sorry. Oh no. I said I followed you on Blue Sky. Blue Sky 2. Sorry. Sorry for ants. Okay. Alright, Helix Fossil. Well. Look, this isn't great. But it buys us... It doesn't really buy us a turn. Like, I would just switch the Pikachu back. Finally back. Welcome back. I'm sorry. The adverts always seem to come back faster than I always expect them to. It's a shame that this fossil can't do anything in its fossil state. So, yeah. I think we're a bit screwed here. Never used a deck with fossils. Do they work? Oh! Rocket! Oh my goodness me!
Rocket Saga just
thank you
subscribed.
for subscribing with Prime. Thank you so much for using your Prime sub on my channel. That is so sweet of you. I don't often just immediately love a stream, but you're kind of... I am gonna turn the same color as my hair. I'm glad you're loving the stream. I'm getting my ass handed to me here. Yeah, we have to concede on this one. Thank you so much. That is so sweet of you. And And that feels really lovely to hear. Dying Bell is my favorite deck. The only weakness is it's very luck dependent. It is. So truly, like whenever I do my silly little decks, I don't know if it's just I'm more focused when I'm not on stream and I, you know, think better about the different strategies. But like some of the most fun matches I've done have been with this fossil deck and with the Kabutops Butterfree deck that I made because it's like a self-healing one if it sets up right. So I'm just gonna continue this battle cycle in the hopes that I will be able to actually show how the deck is supposed to work. And also I'm pretty sure yes, I am following you already, Rocket. I know that like the first thing I did when I joined Twitch was like, who are all of the science people? And like rapidly I think I found the Knowledge Fellowship really early on because Moohoodles told me about it. And I was like, all right, I'm just gonna hop in there, hop in the guild and like follow every channel that's listed in it. I also completely forgot to switch Kangaskhan out to Meowth. But we have 2 starter fossils here, so maybe we're gonna be on a... I have a list. I do love someone who has a good list. We like spreadsheets here too. Okay, Helix Fossil with Omanyte already ready. I hope I don't get red carded. And an Articuno EX and another Articuno EX, okay. Tough crowd. We're gonna try. The Sabrina might come in handy at some point. I can sort of see where this might be going from the other side. Yep, Misty. Probably gonna be a Misty. Please, RNGesus. Okay. Damn it. Okay. Looks like a good day to to Sabrina and switch out the cards, buy myself a little bit of an extra turn. No point getting blizzarded in the next one unless they have another Misty and more excellent luck. And yeah, I don't know how we're gonna power up the Omanyte in time, but hopefully we'll have the luck of the draw. Okay. That was... I hope all my coin flipping luck didn't just go in that one. But Kangaskhan launched a good attack out there. Alright. Oh, of course they had. I was gonna... Not me complaining. How do they all have the perfect EX cards with both of the Misty supporter cards? But will they roll heads? Waiting for opponent to return. You're winning, son. Come back. The crickets are starting to sing. I hear Kabutops singing from the deck. Oh no, here we go. Yay! Okay, RNGesus heard my prayers. Oh. How? Okay. But they can't turn it into a blizzard, so it's still better than nothing. But I am a little screwed. Well, Kangaskhan is screwed regardless. Omanyte, okay, wrong Omanyte, unfortunately. You know what? Maybe we will... Unable to evolve just yet. Fair. Okay. We're gonna try and land another Dizzy Punch. And I want to power up the Omanyte in the back. So the other one might be a sacrifice if we need to do that. And hopefully at least by like adding the evolution, we'll get an extra turn in there. Technically correct is the best kind of correct, same with technically winning. Ooh, 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 ooh. Damn. Okay. I'm every time I get good luck with these things, I get a little bit worried. Let's all have a minute of silence for Kangaskhan in advance. How do they have all of the cards that they need? What other starter are they going to grace us with now? I can just feel it coming. Oh. Oh no, I forgot. Oh, okay, that might be a bit of a problem. If I don't get a potion, this will not last the extra turn that I need it to. Ooh, but... Oh no, okay, no. Kabutops might try and save the day afterwards. I don't think this will buy us anything, unfortunately, because it's exactly 80. Have no Sabrina. The one bad thing of the fossil deck is the fossils just take up so much real estate in the deck that there's not really many supporter cards, so it is very luck dependent. But it's kind of the fun of it. Like, it's very satisfying when you win. Esteemed Doctrine, it's almost midnight, so I'm heading to bed. This was an awesome stream. Mateos, thank you so much for hanging out with us today, and thank you so much for the gaming resub. Oh. Okay, Articuno. Well, fine. You can have this one. It's always so lovely having you hang out with us, and thank you for all of your thoughtful questions and commentary as well in the earlier stream. And I hope you have a lovely, lovely, lovely night's sleep. Here is the... Oop, that's not how we type my emote. Okay, well, I don't think we win, but we have fun, though. Ooh. Now, fashionably late, Omastar. Fashionably late, but better late than never. Okay, Kabutops, you got one job. Be ruthless. Leech all of the life. Oh my goodness me, that is... That's such a cute emote, Racco. And very on point. Oh god, I star you. Ugh. I'm not sure which one I liked least. But I also esteem Raccadactylus. It was nice to meet you, and I hope I can catch more of your content. Racco is streaming a lot right now, and Science Wednesdays, from what I gather, maybe even more so. And as you've all seen, he's very amazing at what he does, so hopefully he'll be inspired to do more. Okay. Alright, let's try and not screw up here. I think I'm gonna have to potion the Kabutops. And that will give it 80 plus 50, 130, so it can survive another round. It can get a hit in. We can switch it out for Omastar. And then... Babes won't be able to attack. Okay. Nice knowing ya, Articuno. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Another edgy... Oh, wait, you don't know of Raccadactylus? Yes. You should totally... If you are able to catch the VOD from this stream, it's basically both of us doing what we like doing in science. I was like, this cool paper came out about how misinformation spreads in social media. And he's a cognitive scientist, also a doctor. So I was like, let's join forces and do it. Okay. A Sabrina would be great roundabout now, but in the absence of that, we're gonna Omastar it up. Alright, Ancient Whirlpool, hopefully 2 hits of this, and hopefully we survive. I'm desperately trying to support all the Edu on Twitch, but I'm struggling to get others to nominate. I am... No! No! Oh, but they can't attack, though. Well, they could switch out for Articuno, and then it's all over. But we'll see. Oh, yes. Starmie can't do anything, because it's useless like that. But do they know they can retreat? Hopefully they don't know. Please don't retreat. Please don't retreat. Yeah, I wanted to ask a little bit more about the Knowledge Foundation, which also reminds me, I know that Volcano Doc, maybe this would be a good moment to, like, do that. The best card I've gotten is one of the illustrated Charizards. Ooh! Also, Also, welcome in. I recognize you from earlier, from Racco's stream. Okay, sad. They did do what I thought they would do. It was close and not bad for a no EX deck against a 100% EX deck. We're gonna switch it out for Meowth. We can always DM on video chat anytime. Yeah, I guess I was curious about how the process works, like the nomination. It's like a Twitch guild, right? I feel like I've been speed running, learning everything about Twitch when starting up here. But I do remember Volcano Doc was mentioning doing some. I might go just pull up the thing because I said I would do it. So just please hold, everyone. Would you all like to take part in a survey organized by another fantastic edu streamer? You came here today for science, and you're going to leave today having heard of way more cool sciencey streamer people. So let's see. Volcano Doc. Volunteers needed for research study. I'm making sure I'm reading the right brief because there was like a proper print that had to be read out. So I'm gonna do this now. I feel like we've got the right thing. I'm also a co-author. That's right. Yes. It's not a Twitch guild. We have a team though, a Discord. Okay, I think I saw team and I'm like, guild? Is that the same thing? I don't know. It's time to go to bed. Someone will have to take my little girl to daycare tomorrow. I'm afraid it's me. Thank you so much, Alex, for hanging out with us. I know it's very late where you are, and you know, no one has to sacrifice their sleep for my streams, but I appreciate you so much. And I hope you have a lovely night's sleep. Here's the, like, for good this time, the little sleepy emote. Do you need help with the non-profit side of things? Oh yeah, Oren might know a little bit there. So, okay, let me know if I'm about to fluff up and do this wrong, because I remember there was a very specific way that things needed to be read, and I, want to make sure that everything that we do and cover is correct. So there was the advert print, advert script. All right, script for recruiting research study participants. I believe this is what I need to read out verbatim, right? Read word for word to recruit study participants. Okay, and tell you what, as you are in the chat, like any link or email address, whatever's required for the recruitment, feel free to add that part. So, to everyone in chat right now, who presumably enjoys Science Outreach because you are here today and did not quit the stream. So, as a member of the Twitch community, I would like to invite you to participate in an official research study. To participate, you must be 1. Be at least 18 years of age, have your own registered Twitch account, and have watched at least one VOD or live stream on Twitch featuring science content within the last 6 months. This study will examine how interactive live streaming of science content on Twitch may impact attitudes and perceptions about science. The study also hopes to measure how effective Twitch is as a tool for science outreach by increasing accessibility to scientists, scientific information, and science-focused experiences. The results of this study are anticipated to be published in 2025 and will be useful in improving science outreach on Twitch and other platforms. Qualifying participants will be asked to complete an online survey that is expected to take about 15 minutes. There is no financial compensation for participating in this study. You will not be explicitly asked by any member of the research group if you have individually participated in this study, and there is no requirement to participate. Participation is 100% voluntary.
この番
and you
組
may
は
quit the
ご
survey
覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りし
anytime
ます。
without your responses being recorded. If you have any questions about the study, please contact the principal investigator, Dr. Melissa Scruggs, at melissa.scruggs@wichita.edu. We really appreciate your time and thank you so much for your help in improving science outreach. So I'm going to go copy that email. Oh, Rocket, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub to Broken Symmetry. And also, hello and welcome in. Sorry, I was so busy reading the thing that I missed that as that happened. And this is the email address. So for everyone who just heard that, you have a Twitch account, you're over 18 years of age, and you've watched a science stream within the last 6 months, or even within the last 6 hours, you are eligible to participate if you would like to contribute to furthering science and science outreach on Twitch. And that is the person that you should contact if you are interested. Let me know if I've missed anything, if there's any other links or URLs. Thank you, Rocket. Perfect. Right on cue. Love it. And also Broken Symmetry, welcome in. It's so good to have you here. That's the link for the survey. Oh, okay. Fantastic.
Oh, biological horror detected.
I don't match any of those conditions. No, do not, Oren. Okay, let's see if the fossil deck breaks my loss of 4 in a row. We would quite like for this to succeed. Okay, next up, Kazu versus Draw Curiosity. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh, you are so welcome. I thought it was really really exciting when Melissa posted about it, and I was definitely like, yes, I'm very, very happy to help facilitate that in whatever way I can. I'm down to take a survey for science, having just recently qualified for the 3rd condition. Congratulations, Tassie. Welcome. Welcome. I was gonna say the dark side. You know, most labs usually have cookies. That's how you get scientists to go to things. You gotta feed them. Provide them with free food. Okay. Professor Research. I'm going first. Against an Articuno. Ooh. Ooh. Alright. Okay. Looking decent, actually. Alright, end turn. I'm now deciding, you know, do I get my Kangaskhan? Yeah, the Kangaskhan should do a little bit of attacking and stalling first as the Helix fossil evolves and collects all of the energy. Okay, let's do another Professor Research. Okay, and there's 2 water energies in a row. Okay. Okay, I actually think... This is not where I was supposed to put the energy. No. No. Immediately misplays. They should really make it that you can modify. Like, they should do a, are you sure you want to put the energy there? Okay. That was not great. Maybe we will not win this time. Rocket Sage feeds a Cinnabar. Ooh. You know, this might sound a little sinful of me. I'm not a fan of cinnamon personally, although I have seen cinnamon used quite masterfully. Oh my god. And they have a Misty working on the first turn. Oh, okay, well, never mind. It's all over. Maybe this was the right move all along anyway. Okay, Almanite, please. Please. You gotta survive. Okay, this might actually have been the right way to do this, weirdly enough. I like being able to eat toasty wood. Resisting urge to say that's what she said, because it does not feel appropriate to say that. But, you know, sometimes the intrusive thoughts win. Cinnamon is good. Cinnabar. Oh! Cinnabar Moth. Sorry. Brain was not braining. Oma Star is gonna hopefully... Oh, next energy is not fighting. Uh-oh. You know, I'm sure a potion will be good. Don't eat Cinnabars, mercury sulfide. Yeah, I was like, wait, I suddenly remembered the Cinnabar moth. And, you know, as a little biologist, I was like, wait a moment. I thought Cinnabar was like a cinnamon bar, like a flapjack with cinnamon in it. But I also wouldn't eat it because I'm not generally a fan of desserts with cinnamon. So, was wrong, but survives anyway. Okay, like once Omastar is set up, he's a powerful boy. Like the other person can't attack. If he doesn't have a potion, which he might, because they've got like half the hand out in the card out there. Oh, they're getting a Greninja ready to go. I know Cinnabar is Mercury from Minecraft. You see, video games teaching people things. Okay, so we got Meowth up front. Sabrina. I mean... No, I don't have the right energy for Kabuto to become Kabutops. But it's also something I'm fine with. Minecraft knowledge for the win. Minecraft, another game that I have not played, but I do love it when video games teach things. You know, I feel like I did actually learn tiny bits of geology that I didn't know from playing No Man's Sky when we had our No Man's Sky phase. Which is a phase that could return. So, okay, I can't leech life, but I will be able to next turn. I guess we're gonna get another hit by the Articuno, but it's okay. We're gonna finally nerf one card. So we're 1-1 against them. I really, 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 really want to beat the Articuno. And if we do, we might win. Well, if we do, we do win. Okay. So they are going for the Articuno approach. Ooh, but they might have Greninja in the next round, which is less ideal. I don't think we... I'm not sure if this is the best use for the potion, but I want to avoid anything that Greninja could do to make my life harder. Okay, I've done the math of what could happen on either case. I think we can scrape through, but we'll find out. We'll find out. Let me put the fighting energy on Kabutops. And okay, Ancient Whirlpool, Articuno can't attack, so there's not going to be any damage this turn. I'm also glad there's no coin flip involved in whether they can attack or not. And it was a good auto response. I'm sorry for suggesting that I might eat something very poisonous on stream. Okay, who's Greninja gonna boink? Are they gonna switch out? Yeah. You see, this is where I would love my Sabrina. Like, Sabrina would be real great roundabout now. No! Greninja can kill my Omastar. So, okay, if we don't get Sabrina, it might be a tough luck situation, but, well, we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. There's not really anything else we can do right now. Sabrina. That is not a Sabrina, but... have they used both Sabrinas? Do they even have two Sabrinas? I'm not going to get the other one out yet. Until... No, but I might need 3 turns to do that. Okay, this is risky, because if they Sabrina me, I'm screwed. And there's not much I can do about it. If I do 50 damage here, they do 60. They kind of whittle it down by 1. So, you know, we might actually be fine. Energy can be attached. And actually, maybe it is better to do it for now, because if they do have a second Sabrina, there's a high chance it will come out later on. So, okay, pray for no Sabrinas. That's what I'm saying. Play with enough mods that need some sort of base metal of their own. Yeah, oh, also sorry for ad break. Okay. Let's see what's about to happen now. Oh yeah, I forgot that was a thing Greninja could do. It's amazing how once you start studying toy, you can start seeing interesting connections to interesting subjects from so many boring things. I mean, you know, learning about the world is... Sorry, thinky moment is fascinating. We just have to find the right way to make that happen. Okay, again, bad news if Sabrina, but hopefully there is no Sabrina. I'm clinging onto a thread here. You, not Troy. Okay, I was like, I'm pretty sure that's a typo, but I'm not sure. I was like, is it you? Yeah. Okay, what else are they gonna do? They're just gonna... How many Pokemon do they have? Oh, okay, we have another Greninja. We have another Articuno. My goodness. Okay, but I think we're doing pretty well. Like, Fossil Deck is stalling decently. Again, would love... Ow. Would love, Oh, I was gonna say, I would love a Sabrina. And lo and behold, who do we have here? Actually, is it even worth... I don't think it's worth Sabrina-ing... But we're gonna have two Greninjas. And did I already use a Sabrina? Yes. Do I have a second Sabrina? Maybe not. I think we do, actually. If anyone remembers if I had the other art, Sabrina. Okay, we're gonna risk it. Sabrina? And then I'm gonna... Ooh! What degrees were you studying, though, Oren? Okay, so I now have two Kabutops that are hopefully gonna carry us through these trying times. And if I pull the other Sabrina sooner... Oh... Okay, if they have a Sabrina... Right. We're gonna do this. No, not the fighting energy. Alright, strategically, I am retreating this one so that this one can heal to full health. So even if I get Greninja'd... Okay, if they get two Greninjas, I'm in dire straits, but I'm gonna do my best here. Alright. I've got to try and keep them up at full health and rotate them as much as possible. But hopefully my strat will pay off. Hopefully their deck isn't that perfect that they get all the cards they need. Oh, of course they had Misty. Aaron Jesus, please. Okay, good. No! How do they have two? Why do they have two? And they brought Articuno back. Okay, we pray for another Sabrina, but it's not ideal. Actually, it's pretty far from ideal right now. We'll see. The two Greninjas is a problem, but they're never gonna put that one out. Okay. Alright, well, you're gonna see what I'm gonna be doing here. Rotato potato time. Ooh, no. I unfortunately can't put out a fossil because they'll just nuke it in two. So, alright. I retreat this Kabutops. It would be really good to have some more fighting. Oh no, I guess I can just do whatever. We're good. Alright, Leech Life. We get back to full health. And we do what we can. It's gonna be a long battle. All the fossil decks take a very long time, but you know, we're hanging in there. It's not too bad for an EX deck. At least I would like to believe so. Okay. What are they gonna do next? Who are they gonna shuriken? Are they gonna spread out the shurikens? Actually, as long as I rotate enough. Okay. Ooh. Alright, so they went for the one at the front. So... Okay, so I'm gonna get 50. Oh no, they are gonna defeat this Kabutops. Let's see. So I get 50 back. That is 110. But then if I get two Greninjas and an 80 Blizzard... That's this Kabutops done for. So I do need to rotate him out, even though it's a little dangerous for him. And we're gonna swap this one in, and we're just gonna pray that they don't have another Sabrina on hand. Oh, this is stressful. I started a combined program direct to masters in physics and chemistry, ooh, and then started a bachelor in chemistry, then a bachelor in computer science. But I started all of those over a decade ago, almost 2 decades ago. That is very impressive though, and also probably very interesting. Like even if you didn't finish that, you probably learned a lot of interesting things. Okay, I'm kind of scared. I don't know. If I don't get a Sabrina, I'm just a little worried here. Oh no, this Kabutops. Okay. I need a Sabrina. Do you have time to chat soon off stream? I want to chat about social medias if you have the time. Sure, I would be delighted to do that. I don't know what part of the I'm just assuming, possibly incorrectly actually, that you're in the US. Because depending on how late it is, I might be available later today. If not, I'm happy to like figure out a time over Discord. I'm West Coast US. Okay, me too. Yeah, would be very happy to. Today or tomorrow will probably work quite well. Very sad at the lack of Sabrinas because yeah, we don't get it. We don't get it. We came so close as well. But I don't think like unless they literally misplay, we can't do this. It's kind of have time today, but no worries if you're not feeling it. Yeah, I mean, yes, I know I don't know how late I'll be streaming. I was sort of riding off the happy high of a fun science stream, and just Wednesday is usually the day that if I want to, I can almost always stream a little bit longer than usual, rather than like sticking to my usual like starts at midday to 2 p.m. Pacific time and ends around 5 Pacific time. I'm gonna be up late grading end of semester. Oh no. Okay, so if they do everything right, they will kill my Kabutops. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Concede. Sag. Got closer, though, this time to winning with the fossil deck. I actually won 3 in a row with it yesterday. I've got a little bit still fighting sleep, so I can't fall asleep myself. Is this you're like trying to fix a sleep schedule and stay up a little bit later, or I am accidentally keeping you up late here? All right, we're gonna try again. One day the meme decks will perform on stream. All right. Okay, who do we get next here? Oh, little bit equals your daughter. Right. That makes all of the sense now. Okay, going second. Oh, I keep forgetting to switch Kangaskhan out for Meowth. Maybe that was just the little magic touch that we needed to add. Apparently, I also got a Twitch recap notification, but for the badge. I was like, we just looked at it earlier. Okay, so I'm going first. Not quite what I like, but hopefully we don't get... Oh no, wait, second. The energy is here. Fossil, fossil, fossil. Never mind. No fossil. Okay, Kangaskhan. We could knock it out of the park in 1 if we flip the coins correctly. Never mind. The battle will continue. It was not a one-turn battle, as fun as that could have been. Okay, probably getting a little nibble from the snake. I'm glad that they didn't have Arbok just yet. Arbok is also pretty potent. And that's very sweet of you, Aaron. Yeah, it is. Also, definitely probably not the most fun right now to be correcting papers. Let's see. If Arbok came out and I get poisoned, do I survive? I want to believe I do, but I also can't do very much right now, so energy can be attached. Okay, well, I'll attach some energy. Hello, Tyrus Stress, welcome in. If you could draw fossils with a Pokeball, they would be much better. I totally agree with you. I guess it would mean that you could be in the position where you end up with a fossil as a starter on your first round where you really can't do anything and can be nuked in one by a Farfetch'd. But I agree that Pokeballs should be able to summon them. And also, hello, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you here. But I am determined. Like, this has worked so well off stream. I am determined to show its true power. Live, if possible. I'm considering redeeming Draw Me and have you drawing a Pokeball. Ooh, I will be doing more Draw Me's on one of the next 2 special streams of this month. Either the cosplay one, or of course I had to pull the one fossil that I do not have the evolution for. But anyway, we persevere, I guess. All right, Dizzy Punch. Oh, I should have probably potioned Kangaskhan. Never mind, it's fine. And yeah, hello, welcome in. I mostly do sciencey things, but I'm also extremely addicted to Pokemon TCG Pocket. So I like doing my little sciencey things, and then afterwards a few little meme battles with meme decks, if possible. I got my emblem, so the pressure to win is gone. She's very addicted. Oh no, if Chad is saying so, it must be a problem. We're worried about her. It's okay. You are monitoring it live. I say 7 hours into a stream, but most of it was science. Just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. Okay, this Arbok, I'm kind of worried by the fact that there's no Arbok. Finally. Finally. Yeah, I'm not liking what's being set up in the background, but I can't really do much about it. And I don't think it's worth rescuing Kangaskhan, so he's just hopefully finish off. He had one job, Kangaskhan. Okay, good. He had one job. We did it. We're watching the monitor while being worried. I'm also a bit addicted. Well, you see, this is just a little secret addict group. I feel is it rude to invite someone to the Discord server right away within like 5 minutes of joining chat? We do have a little Pokemon TCG section there if you want to share friend codes and add other people. And I want to try and make it that people can share decks as well, because I do want to play other fun decks. Okay, Kangaskhan, there we go. Kangaskhan is unfortunately no longer with us in this Pokemon world. Alright. This, again, this is a very fossil-heavy deck with not much else to do, so we're just gonna do this. He's gonna take a little bit of damage from being poisoned, but that will go away with the evolution. And 40 plus 70 is 110, so if they don't heal, we might actually even survive without being poisoned, without having to retreat. So let's go ahead and do that. Thank you for the lurk, Rocket Surgeon. Thank you so much for coming in earlier. It is a delight to finally get to know you in chat. No Discord on smartphone, probably a smart choice. At least in terms of notifications. I need to be better at muting all of my... Alright. Poisoned as anticipated. Oh, okay, they did have a potion. I knew that would probably be the case. Tackle, it's okay. We will be potioning up here. Let's evolve. Potion again. Let's evolve the Dome Fossil. And I don't know if I don't think there's anything that can, like, attack the bench Pokemon. I can't even install it. Wait, why? Because is there any particular reason that your smartphone will not let you install Discord? This is a very unusual phenomenon. Slap Discord? Wait, what is slap? Okay, Ancient Whirlpool. Our Omastar might get poisoned again. That is unfortunately a thing that might happen. But we can then retreat the Omastar, which would be not so ideal, but we might get around it. Okay. Koga. Oh, I should have known. I should have known. Okay, things are not looking great over here. Life is looking a little bit on the tougher side, in fact. Let's see. I am going to retreat this little friend for now. Oh, never mind. I am not going to retreat my little friend because I forgot that that was what Arbok does. Okay. Well, GG. Not available for your phone if I search it for it on Google Play. Huh. You don't have the command. It's common enough for the bot respond by saying you slap whichever other user, and I was referring to being rude for inviting to Discord. I mean, it's a jolly little community. That's odd. Is it like a country regional thing? But yeah, I generally thought it was a pretty global app. So that is, where are you hailing in from? If that's all right to ask. Okay, so I think our Omastar is gonna die. You know, I think it's all the chit-chatting. I think that's what distracts me from, like, paying attention to what I'm doing. Alright. Tabletops. You're up next and also last. At least until I can power up this little Omanyte. Or maybe even the Aerodactyl. I see. You know, phones do be like that. Wheezing weak to fighting too. Good. Ooh, and if they're weak to fighting, that means Kabutops gets extra juice when it is sucked back in. I do love Kabutops, like, once it is set up. It's great. Okay. I mean, there is the off chance that we get Sabrina'd, but I think Aerodactyl can take most hits. He could be Koga'd out again. Oh, there we go. Right on cue. Sabrina. Okay. That being said... Oh, I have another potion. I didn't know that. I'm gonna have Kabutops at the front. I'm gonna heal that Aerodactyl just in case. But I don't really want only watching some Twitch on it and some call messages, so I don't care. That is very fair. I wish my, well, I guess being someone who does stuff on the internet, I'm heavily reliant on the phone, doing all of the things that I need it to do. Okay. Alright. This Wheezing goes away too. Imagine if Wheezing had Liquid Ooze ability. What does Liquid Ooze do, my dear Pokemon experts of chat? Okay, Arbok's gonna pack a punch. I suspect Sabrina again. Okay, he's gonna get poisoned and then bitten. So I think we want... Omanyte has the most health afterwards, so I'm gonna risk the Omanyte version here. In the base game, Liquid Ooze... Oh, they conceded! We finally won one with the fossil deck! You see, sometimes the fossil deck does do its job well. It was against another no EX deck, so I do want to say props to that person for also battling this one out with no EX. I might switch decks now that we've done that one. You did it. Thank you. Oh, and I guess before I forget, I'm gonna switch that Kangaskhan out for Meowth. One like little user interface thing, it says here like search history and it doesn't tell you what you searched. Most people don't necessarily remember what order they search things in. Ironically, I do remember what some of my last searches were. I just find it amusing. Arbok Weezing is like the ultimate Mewtwo EX counter. That's also true. You know, maybe I should make a good Weezing deck. I feel like, again, lots of people use it, but I only recently pulled my second Koga, so I haven't had, I didn't have the chance to have the perfect Weezing deck. So, okay, there was another one that I was messing around with. It's not a perfect deck either. It's actually pretty far from a perfect deck. This one is a Nuggy D deck, so who was in stream with us earlier. So I'm just gonna give him a little shout out. He's done a lot of like fun strategy stuff for Pokemon TCG, and this was technically a deck that he set up. It's not perfect. Like his deck obviously assumes that you have all of the duplicates of the cards. I believe I only have one Vaporeon and one Jolteon and 2 Flareons, so it's a little bit skewed. And I don't know, it's a deck that, at least every time I've played it, I've never had the luck of the draw. So I'm gonna try the evolution. I see what you did there. Or the revolution, the revolution of Eevee's decks. So yeah, I think we can play around with this one for a little bit and see if it yields anything that we can tweak within the realms of possibility for the cards that I have on hand to do this. Okay, so I'll pop out Kangaskhan here. Start battle. Okay, routes. I'm so tired. She broke her. She went and woke up my wife, which I tried. Oh no! I tried to let her sleep early, so now she's up 2 hours late. Oh no! I'm so sorry, Aaron. I hope everyone is able to get to sleep soon, and that is also so sweet of. Oh, look at that Mewtwo in the background. You know, it would be good to knock out the routes in one though, because that thing becomes Gardevoir way before we need it to. I might regret my choices here, but I'm gonna try. All right, Dizzy Punch, just water card. Don't have any Pokeballs. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Huzzah. Okay, and now comes the tricky part, which is that Mewtwo EX card. Also, ad break starting in 1 minute. Apologies in advance. Let's see. What's this person gonna do? Okay. They can't do much yet, but also I can't do much either. Alright, well, you know, I'll at least charge up the Kangaskhan so I can switch him out real fast when the time comes. Shoop. Okay. I was like, surely we will not get 2 heads in a row twice. I noticed that it might not have been clear that or daughter woke her, not me. Oh, I understood it as your daughter. Woke everyone up. Okay. Uh-oh. Not looking good. Professor's research! Please! Start at Eevee, please! Start at Eevee. Jolteon? Okay. Well, I have to potion twice. Well, I have to potion at least once. And actually that might be just what I do for now. We never know when we might need the other potion. Uh-oh. Okay, go. Go, go, go. Uh-oh. Ah. Yeah, this is the main problem with all of these meme decks. If you don't draw right... I need to get rid of Kangaskhan. Maybe I'll do a Snorlax. I think I've reached my limit with the number of like coin flips that I can do and observe myself failing at them. Okay. Oh, and they have another Mewtwo in the background. It's all over. It's all over for good. Do I even want to try and start attacking another one? No, I think we're just gonna stick with this one. But yeah, yeah, no. I mean, I could Sabrina and see what comes out, but I don't think we win. If it were in real life, you could totally game the coin flips. Oh yeah, sorry, there is the ad break. I shall respond when the ad break is complete. Well, so much for Eevee popping up. Whee! Okay. Damn! Couldn't even roll ahead on his way out. I concede. GG. Oh, I thought I conceded. There we go. I was like, wait. I think there's like 40 more seconds of... Ooh! I don't know if you heard that, but that was a good... That was... Ooh! A very good neck crunch, and kind of horrifying as well. Alright, I'll send them a thanks. I always say I don't send Mewtwo decks thanks, but like, I get why you would use a Mewtwo deck in this circumstance. Alright, we're gonna try again. That's what we do. What we do each time. Fail 4 times in a row and see if we can make it eventually. I might also zoom us in a little bit. Just so you can see things a little bit bigger and better. I am going first. Slight bad news for me, I guess. Back from the break. Yeah, I was gonna say, technically there is supposedly a way of rolling heads here, but I haven't been very good at mastering it. And it was in fact nuggy. It was like, you know, you've got to nudge it like ever so slightly and the first coin roll can sort of work out for you. Oh, got another water deck. Okay, I'm probably gonna go for like about half an hour more or so, and then I just realized I haven't really eaten much at all today, and I probably should do something about that. So I think we'll muck around with this deck for a little bit longer, and then I shall probably you know, let everyone go to sleep who needs to go to sleep, get myself fed if I need to. I think we can Pokeball. I always find it interesting that you can Giovanni even when you can't launch an attack. Oh, I got the other Kangaskhan. Damn, I really had bad luck on the previous draw then, if I couldn't even draw a Kangaskhan or an Eevee. You've been streaming for a few minutes now. I've been racking up the hours this December. In fact, in the first week, I already like streamed almost as much as I did in the entirety of November. But again, I was traveling in November and had very unstable internet, so you know we had to work with what we had. Okay, well, Kangaskhan. I kind of have the hopes that the punch. Maybe we'll roll 2 heads, get rid of the Greninja before it's a problem. Doop. Never mind. So much for manifestation. Did not happen. Maybe we'll get it on the next one. Oh, actually, let me make this a tad smaller so you can see the actual cards that we're up against. Alright, what's Froakie gonna do this time? Alright. Professor's research. Maybe we'll get the Eevees. Maybe I'll get to see any of the Eevees in action. No. The answer was no. I'll put more here in case I need to retreat it at some point. Might be the case. Let's... There we go. Ooh, okay. Of course, now we roll 2 heads. But all right. Bye-bye, Froakie. Thank you for your service in going against me. Good to have you not become a Greninja. Next up, obvious. Oh god, Tentacool. Is it gonna be Tentacruel? Oh, maybe they don't have it. Well, we'll see about that actually. Also one that needs to be nerfed ASAP, if you ask me. Okay, now they have their 2 EX cards, so I see what's happening. They're sacrificing the easy peasy, the little 1-point cards, just to make it a little harder. Okay. Sabrina. Let's see. I'm gonna, maybe we can try and tackle. Let's try and tackle one of the EX cards. Let's see if we get fed an EX card out of curiosity. Alright, that is what I thought. They might have a Misty. I'm still kind of holding out here for an Eevee. I'll potion up just in case they have the the Bubble Drain option. And I don't know, let's hope we can roll those 2 heads again. Oh, well. I need to stop saying, let's see if we can roll the 2 heads, because it just never translates the way I need it to be. Okay. Opposing team, what are they going to do? Tentacool became Tentacruel. I did suspect that would happen at some point, so I'm glad we swept the poison away, and Lapras does have to wait a little longer. Oh, finalement, we get an Eevee. I'm not sure. Actually, you know what? Flamethrower is gonna be a good thing here, so we are gonna go ahead and power that one up. Ooh. Okay. We might more or less get lucky here. Let's see how this proceeds. A supporter card can be used. Okay, let's go. Once again, Tails. Hello, Hammocks. How's it going? Welcome in. I did indeed roll to Tails. On average, I guess I roll a head per turn-ish. How are you doing? It's so good to have you here. Unfortunately, the little science portion that we did earlier has come to an end, but we were yip-yapping for about 4 hours about science. Okay, I got my Blizzard hit. Oh god, I forgot Lapras. I forgot Lapras healed. So there is extra pressure actually to land some hits and maybe make those hits sting a little bit more. It would be nice if this even just did 10 damage when it hits. All right, please, please, please. Wow, Giovanni didn't even add a 10 to my 0? Terrible. I object strongly. I'm good. Today I saw some presentations in Archaea Power Hour, basically the largest group of Archaea. Ooh! Okay, so you did get to see a lot of science today. Is that a thing, like a weekly or regular thing that happens? Waiting for opponent. Okay. I was not paying enough attention, but... Hey. Alright. I see how it is. You know, first of all, let's put the energy in the right place. Secondly, maybe we should have a little backup Eevee and set up Jolteon. And you know what? Giovanni. Just make it harder for the Lapras. Just in case I do need to do some tackling. So, okay, he's gonna go up to 50. Which is not ideal. He probably will switch out. Like, that would be the smart thing to do. In fact, that's kind of the only thing you have to do. That's hilarious because someone had to go in and code it as if damage equals 0, do not add Giovanni. But I still feel like it should be added. Like it should be just a like bonus Giovanni punch. Like even if your Pokemon failed, Giovanni just goes in and gives a little rap on the head. Yeah, they reunite a few times in the semester and post our results about research. Oh, I'm getting Giovanni too? Oh, yes, because I'm a Pokemon in trouble. Okay, that was a weakness, indeed. However, Flamethrower would yeet this one in one go, so, and I don't think I have any other Pokemon. Alright, here's our decision. I think our decision is gonna be... I think I am gonna take the risk. I like the idea of one-shotting something. And then they can waste their attack on the Flareon. I also watched a little about the OR6A2 gene and why Mexicans enjoy a little bit more cilantro. Ooh. Feel free to share more. Is this like the gene enjoyment allele is more present in Mexican populations? Because it is true, tacos do have. Okay, there can't be any Sabrinas because they professor researched. We might make this work. I don't think we are. I feel like I'm doing... Oh, and I got food. So probably after this battle, I'll probably start wrapping up for the evening. Alright, I think we kind of have to do Kangaskhan. And I guess we'll do a potion. And this is less ideal. But next turn, I can switch to Jolteon and, you know, just hope for the best. Actually, there's a lot of coin flipping here. I don't know why I did this to myself. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna... Ooh! Ooh, okay, we got one. I'm gonna start looking out for raid targets, though, just to sort of know who's on and who's doing things right now. All right, let's see. Is there anyone we don't usually see online? Who's online? Ooh, okay. Okay, I think I know where we might go if I... Please choose a Pokemon to switch in. No! Okay, well, never mind. I concede. I wasn't even paying attention. Okay. I'll switch to here. I'll see what I'll see the exciting news. Yeah, they do. And if by little you mean a lot, lots of it are here in Texas as well. I saw some research about population and historical variations. Ooh, very cool. I'd definitely love to hear more about that. I think we are going to do a raid because my food arrived and I am actually pretty hungry now that the Adderall is finally starting to wear off. So let's see. There's someone. So this is someone that Otter introduced me to, and I wanted to raid them the other day, but they actually had just raided out as I tried to do that. So we're gonna try and pop in. I think they're also a science person. But they are actually doing Pokemon right now. So actually, like basically, same as this. So yeah, we're gonna check them out very shortly. Thank you once again, everyone who hung out for the science stream. You are all amazing. I had a fantastic time. It was a joy to have Rakadactylus. If you didn't follow him already, please. You should. Been watching us because I take the service. Congratulations on winning with the toss. Thank you so much, Tassie. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Like, I know today was a long stream and a lot of you were here for the entirety of it, and I hugely appreciate that. I will probably be back on Friday, and I'll hopefully be able to like release all of the like extra new dates of all the special streams. So there's a lot happening soon, and I'm very excited for it. All right. To the raid!
Shackle just redeemed drink water.
Oh, hello? Hello, Draw Curiosity. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Hello, KP. Forgot the raid message. Well, welcome in. It's nice to be raided by you. How was stream? Let me get you a shout out. Hello, Mr. Rudos. Oh no!
What? I got turned.